I don't believe a word of this rich list. I think what they've done is just... I mean, I'm not on it at all. There's no mention of Steve Allen. It must be wrong, quite clearly. You've got no idea who these people are on here. Well, you'll know who they are, but whether they're worth this much money remains to be seen. And so, unfortunately, what they've done is fiddled it. I can't remember which paper it comes from. It might come from The Sun, I think. But they've actually put Little Mix at number 1. 50 million. Well, they've not got 50 million each. That's split between the groups. So, in other words, they're sort of poor people. They're poor people. Spencer Matthews is number 2. Well, how in God's name can he be? Exactly hardly does anything, does he? He was the plank from the Made in Chelsea programme, who seems to have bedded just about everybody, and he's now going out with that super bit of talent, who's I can't remember what she's called now. Vogue Williams, and I think they have child together. But he's actually in at 21 million. Well, where's that come from? He hasn't done anything. Well, I'm assuming his parents have a hotel. They must have given him some to push him up the list, because frankly, he's one of the most boring people I've ever seen. Terrible. Mark Wright, long way behind him. He's almost half at 11 million, and yet still can only afford just over £1 million house. Something's not right here, is it? Ollie Locke. Remember Ollie Locke from Made in Chelsea? Fairly camper feet sort of person. And he's 7 million. A huge drop, isn't there, between sort of some people? I mean, Joey Essex can only scrape by with 6.9 million. You know, I want to see the evidence on the bank accounts. That's what I want to see. Unless they've all got companies that they've set up, in which case you can read it. Gemma Collins, she's number 12 in the list, or is that her mental playing age? Difficult to tell. 4.7 million, they say. Yeah, that's the IQ, we think. We think it's her IQ. I never said that. Lucy Mecklenburgh, 3.75 million. We never quite worked out what Lucy Mecklenburgh does for a living. Very odd, very odd. Danny Dyer. I don't know if that's Danny Dyer the girl or Danny Dyer the bloke. It's difficult to tell. But she's way down at number 20 at 2.4 million. Molly May and Tommy Fury, 2.4 million. Fern McCann, new entry there. As indeed, that's what they used to say about her. Amber Davis is number 23, 1.9 million. And Megan Barton What's-her-face, £2 million, new entry. New entry. Charlotte Crosby's in there. Amy Childs, 3.3 million. Through doing what? She doesn't have any businesses open, does she, at the moment? I thought they'd all closed in Brentwood. Billy Shepherd. Billy Shepherd. Who the God's name is Billy Shepherd? I don't know. There are a few people from Towie here. Tommy Mallet, 5.4 million. Through doing what? No, it's not Timmy. You're thinking of Timmy Mallet. It's not the same. And a few other. James Arthur. No idea. No idea. I watch. Oh, Billy. Oh, right. Well, how come she's way down the list then? Billy Shepherd at 4.6 million, and Samantha is 9.8 million. Somebody's not working their butt off, are they? I mean, I can't come on, well, bottom off. I don't know what they're doing in those programs. I can't watch them. It's a pile of old rubbish. It's otherwise known as the Freebie Sisters. Not very good at all. Glynis Johns. We're merely soldiers in petticoats, dauntless crusaders for women's votes. How we adore men individually. Because she was in Mary Poppins. She's 97 today, so many happy returns of the day to Glynis Johns. Lovely character. Really lovely character. A lot of people talk about e-scooters. We know my thoughts on e-scooters. I mean, the government should ban them completely. We've already had 2 deaths. I don't think we need any more. Thank you very much indeed. Some of the stories I've got in the papers for you today. Yes, believe it or not, Boris Johnson's father caught not covering his face with a mask. Oh, no, not the first. Sorry, this is now the second time. The second time. Here he is at an airport. And he's wearing it beneath his chin. Perhaps he thinks that's how it works. Perhaps he breathes through his throat, through a hole in it or something. Before he was caught in a supermarket, and he didn't have it on. So somebody says, he actually said it appears to have slipped. I mean, we know he's 80, for God's sake, but I mean, you can't be that barking mad, can you? Just put it up over your nose. All these people who sit on the bus with it sort of just covering their mouth and not covering their nose. It's really stupid. You've got to cover your nose. You breathe through your nose. But as I say, which university was it? 700 students, all tested positive. Well, What can I say? What can I say? Among some of the dumbest people in the country, students out, no social distancing, no putting masks on, not doing anything at all. Yeah, we've had a few drinks. Yeah. Well, look, you've now tested positive for coronavirus. We'll keep an eye on Trump overnight, because the story seems to be changing on a day-to-day basis. I mean, there has been questions asked on the internet. You've probably seen them already yourself, where they're sort of questioning, is he really got coronavirus? Well, they took him to another hospital. I mean, he seems to be, he was well enough to make a little speech which went on the video. So I'm assuming he only had a mild version. But I mean, to be honest with you, he's 74 and he's overweight. So he should be top of the list. I mean, he said he was ill when he went in, but now he's feeling a bit better. Well, how fast is that as a recovery? I mean, goodness sake. And of course, for many of you, I know, because I've read the tweets and stuff like that from people sort of saying, I don't believe he was ever ill. Honestly, how cynical. Why would you invent something like that? Yeah, I thought that as well. Lots of people have been saying, but I mean, he says he needs to be back soon. And he said that Melania is doing okay, but he wants to make America great again. This was a man who suggested drinking bleach and said it didn't exist. I mean, I do realise that there were a number of you who were going on Twitter the other day and on the internet saying that they've arranged for Amazon to deliver him some bottles of bleach so that he can try his own remedy. I mean, it does make you laugh, doesn't it? That 1 minute, it doesn't exist, and, Biden was wearing a mask, and he said, he's wearing a mask all the time, and all this kind of stuff, and you think, and then you put it on, but then, of course, you managed to collect it. We think from Hope. We're not sure if it came from Hope, because I don't think they're particularly sure of where it actually came from. So, how sick is he? We don't know. You have to go by what they actually tell you or feed you out as a news bulletin. But I believe that there are some doctors who are sort of saying it's slightly odd, isn't it? I mean, the next 48 hours, I think, will be fairly critical for him. So we will know. He will either descend into the fires of hell, or he'll make a recovery. We don't know. I mean, Boris Johnson got very sick. Very, very sick. And so let's wait and see. But it's funny, isn't it? We were talking... I say funny because it was almost spooky. When we were talking about it, he was saying he was going to test, and then before the end of my programme on Friday, blow me down, it had come back as he tested positive. So let's watch the next 48 hours, shall we? And then we shall know. Apart from another fine mess you got me into, Stanley. That's Bojo's dad. We've got one piece in the paper, the General's veterans pleading in a letter to the Prince. This is old Harry. I don't think we need to call him Prince anymore, we'll just call him Harry. Come home to help your hero pals. He's got no intention of coming home, not even for Christmas, I'm told. The latest, Robert Lacey's got a book out, and Robert Lacey is an acknowledged expert on the royal family. An acknowledged expert, and he's come up with all sorts of things in the book. One of them, which was very interesting, which struck a chord with me, it was when apparently the Queen was talking about Diana and her appearance on the television, saying, "Oh, 3 of us in our relationship, it's getting a bit crowded." And so apparently Her Majesty didn't seem to like this. No mention of the fact that Charles had gone on air and done exactly the same thing, but of course she always protects Charles. In fact, I do remember Diana said to the Queen once, about Charles, and the Queen apparently shrugged her shoulders and went, well, what can you do? That's it. But of course, if it's Diana, they were all having a good old stick the knife in between the shoulder blades. If it was Prince Charles, we just let him get on with it, because everybody must have known in the royal family that he was having the affair with Camilla. Long before Diana came on the scene, but unfortunately Camilla was married to Andrew Bowles, Parker Bowles. P. And it was always said, wasn't it, Andrew Parker Bowles who laid down his wife for the future monarch, and that was it. And they've been having an affair for a long while, but that's apparently quite normal inside the royal family. It's I mean, if you've ever seen Downton Abbey, or you've ever seen any of these sort of programmes about the big country houses, it was quite normal for the person who owned the big country houses to be having affairs left, right and centre. It's just normal. They don't think it's anything unusual. The amount of parlourmaids in the early days looking after the big houses, laying the fires, and then the master, managed to get themselves pregnant. It was quite normal. I mean, it's been rumoured for years about Philip. They have separate bedrooms, they have separate lives. The Queen stays at Balmoral, he stays in a little farmhouse on the estate, and his friends go and visit him there. It's been accepted for years that that's how it works. There was a very famous actress some years ago who was part of Philip's little group of friends where he goes out and... Because if you're married to the same woman, I mean, imagine, he's seen the Queen naked. Naked. I mean, seriously, standing there in bra and pants. You know, I mean, for goodness sake, an image in itself, ladies and gentlemen, to kind of put you off your breakfast this morning. It's not the kind of thing, mind you, he can't look much better, can he? Goodness sake. But he scrubs up well. 99, I think basically you would say to him, if ever you saw him in his Speedos going swimming, that would need ironing. I would think so. But I mean, you know, he's got to 99. He's still quite sharp. And that's what I like about him. I know people say he's terribly rude. No, he's just himself. He just doesn't suffer fools gladly. I remember when there was a well-known BBC reporter and she was talking to him about something, and he basically clammed up. I don't know what you're talking about. What are you asking? And she went, and tried to do her little girly thing, which didn't work at all, I'm afraid, and he saw right through it. But they have separate lives. Talking of separate lives, it's all kicking off. All kicking off, yes, Rebecca Vardy and Colleen. Yes, apparently Colleen has accused Becky Vardy of doing Dancing on Ice to drum up support. I don't think that'll drum up support. Well, why would that drum up support? Mum of 4, Colleen, who accuses Becky of leaking stories, joked she'll need all the money she can get to take me on. I've just got a feeling this is going to end so badly. I don't know why. You know, when you look at a story, and if you've been in the business long enough, you know, if you've done as many years as I have, you look at something and you think, oh dear, you've got no idea. Your money's going to be tied up in lawyers. And if Rebecca Vardy is going to say, which I think she will, this wasn't me. Because Colleen apparently set up an account, then she blocked Rebecca Vardy. Then she decided to unblock just Rebecca Vardy and feed fake stories like Wayne walking out of the house, her taking the kids somewhere else. They were all made up stories to see whether they would make it into the newspapers. And blow me down, they all did. They made it into the newspapers. So she put 2 and 2 together and came up with possibly 6 and said, well, the only person was Rebecca Vardy. She must have been the one who leaked the stories to the papers. Rebecca Vardy said, no, other people had access to my emails or Instagram or whatever it is that they were appearing on. And I know what's going to happen. They're going to get into court, and a very clever lawyer who's on an awful lot of money is going to say, right, if it's not you, these stories can only have been leaked through this account, which is your account. Who else had access to your account? And she's going to have to come up with the names of people who are going to be thrown under the wheels of the bus. Because either she's going to say that, or she's going to say, well, it was me. I was on a retainer from a newspaper, but she's not. She's already said that there were other people who had access to that account. And the judge and the lawyers are going to say who? There might be 5 people who had, you know, it could be the producer. He might have had access to this account. We don't know. But either way, I don't think they've realised just how these lawyers tie people up in knots. You know, it's not just a case of, you know, oh, here I am going to get my boobs out and you can take a picture of me in the newspaper and I'm dancing on ice. This is big boys' time. Big boy, Harry's been told, you've got a tax bill coming, pal. You can't just move out of the country and then think you don't have to pay tax anymore. You know that 130, 140, whatever it is, £1 million? You think that's free money? Taxman will think differently, pal. You're not American, you're British, and you will be paying over here. The one thing who is missing, apart from me, on the reality list, it's in Fabulous magazine. Though we can't find the magazine, so perhaps it's in demand already. We couldn't get hold of it. And there's no Peter Andre. Isn't that odd? No Peter Andre in there at all, which means that Peter Andre has got no money whatsoever. There's no Katie Price in here, you know, multi-millionairess, not Katie Price, and Peter, you know, mysterious girl, mysterious girl, mysterious girl, mysterious girl. I found an album, actually, which somebody very kindly gave me of Peter Andre's. Makes a beautiful coaster for a cup of tea, very kindly. Okay, the number you're looking for, we'll have to do it quick. Okay, that's the first number. Then... okay, wait a minute, then... come here, honestly. I hate it when the phones switch off, it's so annoying. Then it's the first one plus 3, yeah, and then it's half of that, yeah, then it's... and then it's plus 5, yeah. There you go. So we have to do this. It's very complicated, this, I promise you. It's so we can access the internet. We're in, yeah. Because if you don't do it within a certain space of time, it phases you out and you have to do it all over again, which is hilarious. Steve, Mr. Bates would never have an affair, says Bruce. Well, I wouldn't guarantee it. They were all doing it. It was considered quite normal. What was that other thing that was written by somebody? It's another one of those big houses. Those, it's a bit like, Downton Abbey, but it's not. And it was, I can't remember what the name of the film was. It's this big house where all the going on, and it's really good. And people come to stay in the kitchens and everything else. What? No, not upstairs, downstairs. No, it was a big film. I've got it on DVD. It's something like that. I think written by, I'm pretty certain, the same person who wrote, who wrote Downton? I can't remember. Was it Julian Fellows? I think it's a Julian Fellows thing. I'm pretty certain. And for some moment of madness, I've completely forgotten what the blooming thing is called. But it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. What's it? I'm stalling. This is called Padding. I was watching Bruce Forsyth doing an old variety show, and they've obviously said to him, "Can you pad for a couple of minutes?" And so he did. He did padding. Then he looks off stage. He goes, "Is that long enough for you?" Past master of doing everything. That's a man who was Mr. Showbiz through and through and through, which is great. Yes, is it not come up? Julian Fellows with wait a minute, Julian Fellows. I can tell you what it is actually. Downton Belgravia, Crooked House, I think English Game, Gilded Age, half a sixpence. I didn't even know he did that. Good Lord in heaven. Perhaps it wasn't Julian Fellows. Wait a minute, Julian Fellows Investigates. Go back a bit further. Gosford Park. That's a classic film. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's really super. It's a super film. Same sort of thing as Downton, only just a little bit more intrigue. Somebody's written in Gosford Park. Shane says, you start at 2 p.m. now. We've had to put our clocks forward an hour. It's nearly summer. Not over here, it's not. Over here, we've never had so much water. I mean, seriously, it tipped it down there. Luckily, I've got I've left me... I brought my umbrella. And I got quite panicky. Because if people see an umbrella lying around in the office, and it's tipping down outside, the chances is it'll wander off. People go, I found this umbrella on the desk, so I'm quite glad I brought it in here. So Rebecca Vardy wants to be paired with Matt Evers in Dancing on Ice. I wouldn't start pushing your luck, actually, darling. I really wouldn't. I'd sort of just sort of enjoy your 5 minutes and then get ready for sort of January, because apparently Colleen Rooney has submitted a document which is in defence of herself. Guess how many pages it is? 55 pages. They must have sat down for hours in her lawyer's offices, and of course he's being paid for all of this. He's being paid for it. Dion says, nice article in the Mail Online about the Savoy, very interesting. I love the Savoy. They put a little fountain in front of it. Now I'm supposed to get my car round there, but I shall have a good try. Dear, what else have we got here? Booze, Trump, how the election could be hit. Because some people are saying it's a bit convenient, isn't it? Perhaps he doesn't want to do another one of these up against somebody marginally cleverer than himself. A PTA treasurer, that's Parents Teachers Association as far as I know, stole £8,000 out of a school fund to fund her £100 a week vodka habit. It doesn't seem an awful lot to me. £100 a week if you're buying a really super duper bottle of vodka, you can pay £60 for it. So Karen Burgess should have banked the cash from fundraisers. As a result, the school had to pay for new loos from the school budget, and plans to buy iPads were delayed. So she was drinking after her relationship collapsed. There's always an excuse, isn't there? They put up the price of bread. I had to start drinking and all that kind of stuff. And she promised to pay back £7,926. So it's a bit short on it. She admitted theft. She got 26 weeks jail suspended. What sort of message does that send out to the crooks in this country? And there's no doubt in my mind she is bent. Should she not go to prison and teach her, and not necessarily her, but other people as well, that if you thieve from the school where you're working, and as a result, the school have to pay for toilets and for iPads that they promised out of school funds, do you not think you should serve time in Nick? I do. I do. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. Karen Brady's column I always like, because I like Karen Brady a lot, mainly because she used to work for LBC years ago. Yeah, Karen Brady. I remember Karen Brady a bit before your time, actually. She used to work in our sales team. And she went out one time to pitch a sales pitch to David Sullivan. And he was so impressed by her, he offered her a job. So she went to work for David Sullivan. All the best people start at LBC. You can go through the list of all those people who crop up on the well-overpaid BBC, and you will see all these people on there, and you go, oh, I used to work with you. Every time I turn on the television, there's another, ageing badly, other people on there, and you look at them and you go, I remember working with you. I wonder if you remember me. And the answer is, well, you do now. Karen Brady in her column, giving it to you straight, is talking about Brooklyn Beckham, not the most intelligent boy in the world. And do you remember that picture that we had of him grabbing his girlfriend by the throat? Apparently, it was only in fun. Only in fun. And Karen Brady says here, guys, it is never, ever funny to joke about grabbing women by the throat, end of. So find another way to show the world how hilarious you are. Brooklyn Beckham, thick as a brick. Thick as a brick. I don't care what he says about it. You do not put your hand around somebody's throat, whether she's laughing or not. That means that somewhere in his little dim and distant psyche, where that little brain cell is held, there's a side of him that you don't want to see. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, and why doesn't Becky Vardy and Colleen have a best of 3 rock, paper, scissors to decide their arguments? Well, apparently, depending on who you believe, Becky Vardy tried to reach out to Colleen to settle this out of court because they're both going to lose big time. You know, they're going to have to pay for their respective lawyers, and it could top $1 million. And then today in the paper, they're saying that Colleen reached out to Becky, and Becky said no. So, Stephen in Birkenhead says the Aston, my favourite team, are playing against the champions Liverpool tonight. Can the boys win? Listen, I don't even want to go there. I mean, come on, you know they're going to win. Heavens above. I think that, all right, we had a bit of an upset the other day, but I think there's a very good chance the boys will do themselves, proud, and we'll all be able to go come Monday morning, yeah, up the Aston. I mean, it kicks off 7:15 tonight. I will be watching, not. So please don't send me text saying what the score is. So, because I can't stay up late. I really can't. But can the boys win, Stephen? Yeah, it's a home game. And I think we always do very well on home turf. And no, leave it at that. I don't want to sort of say too much about it. It sounds like I've got inside knowledge that the players phone me and have a chat to me and stuff like that. Wayne the Trolley Dolly, he says, woken up just now, and I thought to myself, I'll put LBC on and wait for Steve to come on air at 5. And then your dulcet tones came out of the radio at 4:20. So I keep forgetting you start earlier on a Sunday. What a lovely bonus. It is a bonus. It is a bonus. Somebody said to me, how are you coping with starting at 4? And I want to start at 4 tomorrow and every day during the week. Doesn't make any difference to me. As I say, I was up half the afternoon yesterday building this ark to get in because I saw all this rain coming down, and I don't know why, but we all become like girls, don't we? Oh, we're going to get wet. So I put my hat on, which means I don't sort of feel it, because for some reason we'll stand in a shower and get soaking wet, but if a bit of a rain comes down and trickles down the back of your neck, it's worse than being sort of picked on by the school bully. So I've got my big umbrella, and it is a big umbrella, but it's not one that it could turn inside out. I was sitting on the bus the other day, as I'm sort of prone to doing, sort of staring out the window going, you're getting wet. And this woman's there, and her umbrella blew inside out. You could see she was really embarrassed, because now she's getting wet. So she pushes it back the other way, and then she puts it over her head, then blows inside out again. I was going to tap on the window and go, not working, is it? By this time, she looks drenched. She's absolutely drenched. Because you do see people getting on the train in the morning. I do. And they've obviously got out the shower and haven't bothered drying their hair. And I think they're people who've had cheap perms. I think that's what it is. You have a cheap perm, and the idea is you let it dry naturally. But the trouble is, if you're letting it dry naturally, you can get yourself a nasty head cold, because as it gets cold outside. I mean, it doesn't actually happen, to me. I'm quite lucky because I did have a perm some years ago, and now I don't have a perm anymore. I actually look quite good, actually. I thought all of a sudden it gives you a lot more hair, but it's very difficult to manage. You can't put a comb through it. So I had to use an afro comb, which ended up with me having an afro. And there's a picture, I mean, seriously, I looked like I'd wandered out of some reggae band. I looked ridiculous. It just did not suit me at all. But it was the only way I could do it, because it was a body perm, which gives you body perm instead of bigger rollers. And Well, all over body it could have been, but it's a body perm, and then it gives you bigger rollers, and then I quite like the look, and I went, let's do it again, and unfortunately that was the big mistake. 2 perms, one on top of the other. Not so good, not so good. Let's take a short break, shall we? It's a little bit after 4:30, but it does make 27 minutes to 5. Somebody says that story about Karen meeting Sullivan whilst... I didn't say whilst meeting him, I said she went to sell him adverts. I know, I was here. Okay, I was here. Yeah, the one who's talking rubbish, of course, is you. But there you go. It's always good to have a snowflake this earlier on in the programme. Because I heard one the other day. I think he was talking to Clive Bull. Was he talking to Clive Bull, or was he talking... No, Nick Abbott he was talking to. I mean, films. Oh, I was watching this film. Was it Brian? Can't he say the word film or something? I've never heard anything like it. Stockton. Do they talk like that up there? They call them films, do they? I mean, film would be F-I-L-U-M. This is film, F-I-L-M. I mean, if you can't even learn to speak the Queen's English, what hope? What hope? And then he started going on about the films he liked. Well, I nearly drove the car into a puddle. I'd lost the will to live. It was dreadfully tedious, I'm afraid. Steve. It was during a period of unpopularity with the public support, says Joe, that the continued existence was under threat, that the royal family reinvented themselves as a model family. They've never been a model family. They did make a mistake. They made a mistake when they actually went and they managed to convince somebody that they could film the Queen, not talking to them, but they could observe what she was doing, and the Queen Mother. And, of course, that was the big disaster, because the Queen Mother was pictured walking around the garden with, I think, Alistair Burnett. And he was walking around her garden with her. Of course, she was fairly advanced in years. And it came out in about 1969. It was generally negative, because what it did, it showed the side of them we didn't know. The Queen Mother and Alistair Burnett going, trees, Your Majesty, and the Queen Mother going, trees. And I thought to myself, there's not a lot of conversation there. And then the Queen going racing, but running backwards and forwards from the front of the box, so excited, almost childlike, a side of her we've never seen. And then they put her in an old people's home, and she was sitting at a table, all these elderly people drinking cups of tea, and she didn't have anything in common with them. You know, so she wasn't used to making she doesn't do small talk. So if somebody goes, oh, what's a nice jewel? She's not about to go, oh, yeah, this actually came from... She just go, thank you. Do you like it here? You know, they're in an old people's home. You know, it's like, are you happy? You have your own rooms, do you? I have 700 at Buckingham Palace. Would you like one of my rooms? And so that's what it was. So they tried to reinvent themselves, and it was all very sweet. And then it started going wrong. And it started going horribly wrong. And I can't remember when it was that it really started going pear-shaped. You know, we had Charles with Nicholas Witchell. They all went off. I think they were going skiing. So you've got Charles and the boys and Nicholas Witchell. And Charles doesn't know that they can pick up on the microphones. I can't stand that man. Can't stand it. But you think, no, we can hear you. We can hear you. You thought he would have realised when somebody picked up on the phone call he made to Camilla Parker Bowles, where he wanted to be a certain item, which we were all going, do you remember that? I think I have to tell you off air. I don't think it's repeatable. Absolutely not. Oh, it was ghastly. It was ghastly. You sort of thought, oh my goodness, what have you said? What have you said? But they don't realise that all these things people sort of come up with again, and they sort of dig it up and regurgitate it. But then, you know, Diana. And how many conspiracy theories were there around Diana? I mean, seriously, a lot of conspiracy theories. And then she dies in that crash, and people go, oh, that's not good news, is it? And then, ta-da, along comes... Have you found it? Yeah. Along comes Camilla Parker Bowles. And he seemed happy with her because he'd been with her for ages, for years. So she didn't know. You know, she had no idea that that's how the royal family operates. Although if you trace her lineage back, there's more royal connections in her family than there were in the royal family. Paul says, It's a Knockout was a huge downfall. Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely, for Prince Edward, a complete and utter unmitigated disaster. Steve says, Ted, I thought I'd stay in tonight due to the weather. I put the telly on. It's the film Armageddon. Well, I wouldn't bother. What's the point of going out? Unless you've got a dog. Unless you've got a dog to take out, in which case dogs don't mind if it rains. You know, but you can get little things. You get little umbrellas you fit onto their head, so it's like a little miniature umbrella, and little coats for them to keep them dry. Because they need to go outside for toilet. But it's like you going to the toilet in the bathroom, and right above your head there's a huge leak. You know, it's equally, but I mean, dogs just don't care. You get these little things, it just fits on. It's cute, isn't it? Yeah, I have one. I've had quite a few, actually, of those. I've never worn it. I think that looks silly. I'd look ridiculous. But my umbrella is the same sort of multicolour. And I bought some Japanese umbrellas. But to be honest with you, I think they're a bit too small. They generally go in a glass with a cocktail. It's a little tiny umbrella and a little paper thing. They're very sweet, actually. But I mean, to be honest with you, I took it out one day, put it up, and they're completely decimated. But no, I have got lots of Japanese umbrellas. I've got lots of Chinese umbrellas as well, which are waxed paper, and they smell divine. I can only tell you that waxed paper from China smells absolutely fantastic. Brings back lots and lots of great memories. More of your texts and emails. Somebody says about... imagine Gemma Collins exclusive about her having an affair with a royal. It's never going to happen. But she's way down the list, isn't she? 4.7 million, but I bet that's not instant cash. I don't think that these people could get their hands on 4-point-something million. I think that will be property and a car, and they'll add it up and they'll go, this is how much she's put through, but she's bought a house, so of course it won't. It'll be like half of that, I should imagine, because most of these people work cheap. How on earth Ollie Locke has amassed 7 million? God alone knows. That in itself is... my friend Phil Vickery. Phil, are you up this morning at 20 to 5? You're in the papers. Okay. You might know about this already, actually, because they have asked you to comment on this thing here. I feel almost slighted. Also, Penny Lancaster on piling on the pounds, boozing and her raging hormones. Is there something the matter with her? I mean, she had something the other day, didn't she, where she wants to become a special constable. And I thought we've already done to death that story. The Bond film delay, because they're delaying it again. This is No Time to Die. And they're hoping that the £4 entry fee at Cineworld, £4, will coax back fans. 103 million is the total that Skyfall took at the UK box office. Because what happens is, the big cinema chains will go to, for example, the makers of the Bond film and say, we'd like to run your Bond film. And they say, well, what sort of deal are you offering? And they say, OK, we're going to offer you X million pounds. And they'll go, all right, you can have it. So they then go into overdrive because they know that it's going to make them money. Depends how greedy the film companies are in sort of clawing back the money. So in the case of the cinemas who've actually taken it, it's a case of now it's been delayed again. So they're a bit stuck. They've already got all the stuff printed. This is where you can see it. They've turned it... So they don't have another film sitting there. So consequently, Cineworld, which has got 128 movie theatres, is believed to be on the brink after the shares dropped by 2.5%. It could cost them up to £50 million. What are they supposed to do? They've committed themselves to showing the film. The filmmakers have said, you can't have it yet. And so they're now stuck, so they could lose £50 million. £50 million is enough to close down some of these cinemas. So, to be honest with you, I mean, I couldn't care less. Gone are the days when I would sort of go rushing out to go and see a James Bond film. They run far too long now. I think this one runs about 3 hours. I mean, to be honest with you. I mean, I've had birthday parties that last less. I can't, the idea... of actually, spending money. And it's quite expensive to go to the cinema. Next door here, at the Odeon, some of their seats there are like 30 quid. Is it 18 for normal? And I was sitting down the front. We have some of our company meeting. I was sitting quite down the front, just to make sure that the boss could see me sitting there, Hi, Ash. And, and then James was there. Oh, the other, it was so fat. But I was sitting there, under I made sure that there was a spotlight on my seat. And then somebody said, you can tilt the seat back. You've got a button you push, and it's electronic. And so all you see is people going back, and then up, and then back, and then up. I got quite dizzy by the end of it. And you've got something you can put your hot dog in, your mouth, and a holder to put your drink in. Because people go to the cinema now, and obviously they haven't eaten for about 5 years. Because they go there, they've got to have a giant hot dog with onions. Can't take your own stuff in, so that's what I always take sweets. Fruit gums. They last the longest. There's no point in buying sweets at the cinema. Way too expensive. Too hard. No, you keep it in your mouth for a little bit. It melts down a bit. They're quite nice. You can make it last a long while. Really. And Darren is in Strood. Where is Strood? I can't remember where Strood is. Stroud? No, it's Strod. Strood. That's pronounced Stroud, is it? Are you sure? I thought there is a place called Stroud, which is Stroud. Oh, I'm right. Thank you so much. I'd just like to do a letter to my agent saying, and once again, Steve was right. There it is, Strood. It's in the authority of the Medway in Kent. Lies on, if memory serves me correct. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Look at that. Like a high street, and it's very nice actually. It's also it's part of the Rochester post town. Strood began as a manor and then a chapelry of Frinsbury until it gained its own parish status in 1193, which we all remember vividly, don't we? 1193. I was there, standing there going, oh yeah, woo, waving me a little flag. Looks lovely, doesn't it? If you like that kind of place. And they've got a Boots. Lovely, looks like a pound shop, and they've got a train station as well. Looks lovely, doesn't it? I don't know anybody who actually lives there or confesses to living there, but they've got it seems okay, doesn't it? I don't have a problem with that. It's in Kent. They've got carpet land. I mean, if you've got a town with a carpet land in, I mean, for goodness sake, that's it. And the trains are still steam, which is lovely, so we're very pleased about the area. But it's lovely. I mean, an area is whatever you want to make it. Paul says a 3-hour movie, I'd need an interval for a loo break. Listen, it's only got to be an hour and a half and I need an interval for a loo break. Or 45 minutes. And then somebody says, Steve, be careful with this Aston banter. You could accidentally find yourself becoming a football fan. I got the shirt, mate. I got the shirt, I've got the whistle, I've got the rattle, I've got my scarf and everything. I mean, I love it. Up the Aston. You know, let's hope we do well this evening. I'm sure listen, I don't think the boys will let us down. Although I am told that if ever the boys hear the programme and I tip them to win, they don't bother getting changed. They just sort of stay in the dressing room saying, no, Steve actually said we're going to win and we don't think we will. But, you know, there you go. And Shane says, I was just listening to you, there was a huge crash. A car just hit our neighbour's back fence. Good Lord. That's not here, actually, incidentally. That's in Sydney. That driving gets worse over there, doesn't it? I mean, it really does. I've seen the programmes, the police interceptor things. But mind you, my favourite was the other day. They managed to find... They were looking for one of those little scooter boys. You know, the ones on the little Vespers or whatever they are. And he'd obviously nicked it. He was a drug dealer. And so what they did, they saw him... No, here. They saw him coming towards them down by Cranford Park. Which I think is Ilford sort of way, and he was riding on the pavement. He thought he was being really clever, so they blocked him. He went straight under the front of the car. It was hilarious. I laughed like a drain, and they pepper sprayed him at the same time. So not only could he not see anything, but his little moped, which wasn't his because he'd nicked it, was completely wrecked. And then they found the drugs and then they found the money. And I thought, oh, that's nice, isn't it, really? I love it when the police ram into these people. Happy ending. Yeah, I mean, honestly, where else? Yeah, if I'd only had a tin of toffees with me, I could have celebrated with the police. 40 years. Well, we're talking about drinking and smoking. And the amount of people I speak to, you know, in the course of a year who go, oh, what's the secret to giving up smoking? And I said, you have to want to. You really have to. If you enjoy smoking, you're going to find it an absolute nightmare. But if you think to yourself, I mean, if you went to the doctors, I've always said, if you go to the doctor and the doctor goes, listen, you need to stop smoking, otherwise, you know, we can't be responsible. And so I didn't know, I got angina. So I had to stop smoking because I went to hospital and they put me on this blooming thing. I hate treadmills, but I hate treadmills where you have to take your shirt off. You can imagine, can't you? You know, you go to the hospital and they go, right, we're going to test you, because they want to see what's working, what isn't. And so they cover your body with little stickers, and about 10 of them, and then they connect you up. They're all chatting away, and I'm happily walking, and then they speed it up, because they want to make you sweat, and they want to see how it, well, I hated that. So they then said, oh, you know, you've got blockages in your arteries. And I went, and they went, we're going to give you stents. And I went, okay, fine. And so I go and have stents put in a hospital in London, which does, they all do stents now, which is great. In fact, the one down the road from me, the West Mid, they've started doing stents over the past few years. Little stents are these little tiny things. So looks like a little tiny horseshoe, but tiny, like 1/8 of an inch across. And they're spring-loaded. So what they do is they have, it clips onto the edge of this long wire, which goes in your arm, on your vein, and it goes all the way up your vein, from your wrist all the way up, I'm demonstrating, across into your chest. Yeah, you got your shirt, well, you got everything off by that time, and they can see it because there's a camera at the end of this wire. Not only is this wire got a camera on it, which is infinitesimally small. It's got to be. It's going up your vein. Comes in, and then it deposits the little stent, which springs open. And I had 4 put in first time round. Second time round, they said, "Oh, we'll put you on the treadmill." I said, "Oh, is there not another way?" And there was another way. They didn't need to put me on the treadmill. I just lay down and they covered me with the stickers, but I didn't need to walk anywhere because I found that very painful. And so I've now got 8 stents. But you can have, apparently, up to 20 or something like that. So I thought, no, I'm being good. And that was purely through eating basically rubbish food over years. I'm also basically, I'm just one of those sort of living people, but I never say to people, if people say to me, "Oh, you know, you must hate smoking," I don't hate smoking because I smoked since I was 14. So I loved it, but I appreciate the fact I can always spot smokers, generally because they're holding a cigarette in one hand and they like that, sort of gives it away really. But no, I never tell people. Makes you sound awful, doesn't it? "Oh, don't smoke, you're going to die." You know, admittedly, you know, you could get emphysema, you could become quite seriously ill. But it's a case of, if you want to give up, you give up. If you don't want to give up, don't give up. It's as simple as that. It's like, you know, do you want to wear a mask or not wear a mask? I always worry about people who don't wear it. As I say, there was a bloke on the bus the other day. He came down from the upstairs. Old bloke, should have known better. No mask on. And I was tucked up to like that. But loud enough so they can hear. But he was obviously deaf. But you could see his mask. It was sticking out of his pocket. Stupid place to have it. Anyway, he then walked straight into Waitrose. So I follow him. Tutting all the way round. What an idiot. What a complete idiot. Steve, what puts me off the cinema, says Anne. I do agree, length of show comes into it. But then a moment, you have to wear a mask all the way through. I don't fancy that at all. Well, then you won't get in to watch a film. That's what they do. People are dying. We had 12,000 people tested positive the other day. 700 people the other week, or the other couple of days ago, 700 in one university tested positive for coronavirus. They stand a very good chance of dying. I mean, I don't want to sort of lay it out and frighten anybody, but frankly, if you really want to take that risk, it's like, here is a loaded pistol. There's 2 bullets in it. Want to pick it up and fire it at your head? You know, and people go, "Don't be so silly." And you go, "Well, you're going out without a mask on, aren't you, idiot?" Ridiculous. Steve, and Matthew says, "Can you tell Nick Abbott there's loads of people not wearing masks on buses?" Well, there's not loads of people, but there are people who don't wear masks on buses, and these people are called peasants. Okay, it's as simple as that. You don't have to. You can, even if you've got asthma, you can put something on which will save you from inhaling. You don't have to put a mask on. It can be a visor. You know, there's no... These idiots who sit there going, "Oh, I'm not going to put it on," and the idiots we had down in Trafalgar Square. It'd be interesting to find out, actually, out of all the pictures of all the people there with no mask on going, "Well, it's our right not to wear a mask." Yep, it's your right to collect coronavirus. You know, I'd love to find out how many think, you know, also, "Oh, I think I've got symptoms," and go to the hospital, and the hospital goes, "I'm terribly sorry, we saw your picture on the news. We're not treating you." But of course we don't do that, because we're very helpful. Very helpful. Costco is selling gold bars. Did you know that? But I have to tell you that Costco, who sell also, I was in there the other day. I bought three cases of water and tin of toffees. Also, not for me, obviously, for the people, for the little people, the little people. And they're now selling a gold bar. How much? £24,500. Now I have to tell you that the price of gold is fluctuating all over the place. So you might spend £24,500. But in fact, by the time you get it home, it might have dropped in value. So the advice, I mean, it's an odd thing to buy. I don't want to discuss how many I've got. It's an investment for the future. I never bought Krugerrands, actually, when I was offered Krugerrands some years ago. And I thought, no, in fact, I've just got normal investments. I say normal investments. But, you know, I've got this sort of money which I put away years and years ago, and then they write to me. I think it might be twice a year, but I can't remember exactly because I don't take too much notice of it, because a friend of mine who was advising me said, "Don't look at your investments because they might go down, and in which case you'll get depressed and take the money out. Leave it. Just leave it." So I've left it, and it has fluctuated a little bit over the last 3 times. I think on one time it went down a few thousand, but then blow me down the last time round, it went up. Which I thought, well, this is a bit of a thing. And then the Bank of England said that we're all right at the moment. So I thought, that's great. And so I get this big, thick, not a big, thick book. It's like a book. It's got all these numbers. I don't understand what it is. And it just says, this is what it was worth last time. This is what it's worth now. And at the moment, it's looking healthy, mainly because I'm not doing high risk. I'm doing medium risk. Because I thought high risk was a bit dangerous. Definitely. Roger says, when I was younger, I never watched things like Wheel of Fortune or Catchphrase, but I'm enjoying these old shows now. Is it a sign of old age? It's a sign of being a bit decrepit, actually, Roger. But they're good fun. I love Wheel of Fortune. Brucey on Wheel of Fortune, very good. He was on the... not Wheel of Fortune. He does... Yes, he did. Yes, Bruce did Wheel of... Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Play your cards right.
No, well, he did Play Your Cards Right, but he did Wheel of Fortune. No, Bruce Forsyth. Go on, Wheel of Fortune, here we go. Prepare to open your wallet. Moths everywhere. And, Brucey, good game, Wheel of Fortune. Yes, he did. Oh, no, I'll tell you which one he did. He did Price is Right. Price is Right. Same sort of thing.
There is a wheel.
There's a wheel. It's a similar sort of thing, you know, and they have a thing. Bruce was very good. Very good. And, Paul says, I'm having a stent removed. Really? I've never heard of stents removed. Oh, no, they just leave them. I've never heard of having a stent removed. And in your bladder? Are you sure? You're obviously very peculiar. Will Guyett, who's with us, he had to write to somebody the other day and said, listen, Steve and I are cousins. Yeah, we're actually cousins, for the purposes of the programme. And he says here, did you see the bloke using his snake as a face mask? Yeah, when you say using his snake, can we try and clarify it is actually a boa constrictor? He says, I'm investing in old arcade machines and pinball machines, not gold. I've seen all your arcade machines. I've seen them. They're lovely. I mean, I used to love things like that. But if you collect them, it's great. Great. I mean, I love stuff like that. I was always a big fan of... there's a museum of funfair memorabilia, and they've got all these pinball machines. You know, I used to hate the noise of them. Bing, 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 bing. You know, you watch your balls whizzing round. I never won on things like that because I'd take I'd take it and it went straight through the middle of the flippers. But I used to like, and you can buy them. You can buy them reconditioned. The things used to have at the fun fair, and it was like a tableau, and it would be the cemetery, and you were looking at a glass box about yay so big, something like that, and there'd be a cemetery and a church, and you put a penny in, an old penny, work out what that's worth today, and all of a sudden it would come to life. Ooh, and some of the graves would lift up and a skeleton would pop out, or the church doors would swing open. It was all animated, and they did all sorts of things. They were very good. Then there were the other ones where you could look through and a girl would get her boobies out for you, and you could see that for a penny. It seemed very cheap, actually. And it was little photographs that flipped over, so it made it look as though she was taking her clothes off. But in fact, they were just individual photographs. This was back in the 60s. Yeah. What do you mean? We make it sound like it was in the Egyptian days or something, you know, Nefertiti or something like that. Yes, it sounds a bit old, but I promise it wasn't. 84850. I hope the idiot comment wasn't for me, says Anne. Well, if the cap fits. I've worn a mask from March, even when they said masks were not effective. I said wearing one through the film at Cine would put me off. Well, then I said, if you listened properly, well, then you're not going in to watch the film, are you? If you don't wear a mask, they're not going to let you in. It's as simple. Why would you want somebody sitting next to you or near you hasn't got a mask on? I mean, I appreciate the fact that if you're eating a giant hot dog, Anne, then you'd have to sort of take your mask off and then just slip it in. Matthew says, I'm not one for Poundland normally, but popped in yesterday to buy some sweets and picked some Snow Patrol album up for a pound. Oh, I don't know Snow Patrol very much at all. But, I should imagine it was probably only worth £1, actually. Only worth £1. Oh, that music means that we've done an hour already. So in the next part of the programme, we've got Amanda Holden. Oh, she loves pushing the buttons on all those snowflakes out there who are complaining about her exhibiting herself on Britain's Got Talent. And last night she had a very revealing outfit on, and why not? Who are the people who watch I mean, have they ever seen Love Island? Good God, they get all their bits out on Love Island. That's just the boys. God knows what the girls are doing. So she's also got an album out at the moment, which I'm more than happy. Nice to have your company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This is LBC. We're on Trump watch because I don't know what to believe. And I know it sounds awful, but you tend to become quite cynical. And you go, so first of all, he goes out, he's not wearing his mask, he criticises people who are wearing their masks, he's not really a fan, or he doesn't even believe, I think, in coronavirus. And then one of his aides, Hope, goes down with coronavirus, And all of a sudden, they then go for a test. So on Friday, at the beginning of the programme, he was going for the test, and they weren't sure what the outcome was going to be. By the time we got to 6:15, he tested positive. And we were putting out the news on LBC that he tested positive for coronavirus. So they then go, oh, he's going to self-isolate. And then the next thing, they take him off to a military hospital. And he started wearing a mask. I mean, there are certain places where he wasn't wearing a mask. Everybody else around him was wearing them. But for some peculiar reason, he decided that he was immune from things. Well, really not. Really not. You know, he wasn't. And so the next 48 hours, because he's already done a speech from the hospital saying, you know, America will be great and all this kind of stuff. But in fact, we're going to have to wait and find out. 48 hours, we'll know either whether it's going to be, you know, thumbs down or thumbs up, and he's going to come through it. We just do not know. But they're separated. Him and Melania, she appears to be in the White House. I don't know why they moved him to a military hospital or a big hospital, because they've got a fully equipped hospital at the White House. Whenever the president goes out on tours, you will see, and we had it in London, the entourage of all the cars, all full of Secret Service men, and there's a hospital car as well, so should the president become ill on the trip or in the car, they've got fully equipped hospital cars there, which have got, you know, doctors and medics and everything else. So now he's sort of tested positive for it. Is it mild coronavirus or is it not? Hence, we have to be keeping an eye on it. Tony, my friend, he says, I miss you and I love you. I knew that was the case. He says, I'm driving in with tears rolling down my face of laughter. He said, you're on form this morning. We try our best. We try our best. And when I was in Lidl the other day, Steve, I said shame from Game of Thrones. 2 people not wearing face masks. They looked at me and said nothing. Needless to say, they avoided me for the rest of their shopping trip. I just don't understand how people could be that stupid. You know, even if you don't like wearing a mask, I mean, do you not want to protect yourself? Do you not want to protect yourself? Nicky says Trump is the boy who called Wolf, cried Wolf. I don't believe him. Well, I mean, according to the internet, a lot of people don't believe it. It just seems convenient, doesn't it? Just seems convenient. It's the way that, you know, life goes. You have to decide in your own mind. I mean, none of us will know because we're not there. We have no idea at all. Steve, talking about the royals, on Diana's wedding day, I cycled a nearly empty M1 to visit my first love, and we spent all day at home. Forgot the live TV. Oh, I was up early for the Diana thing. Whew, dear. Wonderful. Absolutely. Another one here. Keith says, I think your co-presenter's microphone isn't working. I can't hear her properly. I don't do co-presenters, and Keith is obviously on medication, and somebody else talking about it's amazing how you don't seem to believe him, do you? I mean, I've never heard of people sort of disbelieving people. I mean, unless it's being done for sort of reasons that we're not aware of. But we'll have to 48 hours. That's what we've got to wait for. Somebody from Towie called Courtney Green. I was watching Towie the other day. Why is it that all the girls in there speak like 3-year-olds? There is nobody who can actually have a conversation with anybody above the age of 11, because they'll talk like that. Everybody talk like that. You know, they sort of drag out the last word. It's almost like another subculture. You know, Amy Childs, I don't like that. And you go, I'm sorry, where did you learn to speak, dear? And then the other one, they all sort of abbreviate. I mean, have you heard Chloe Sims? I mean, as for Gemma Collins, poor soul, she's never been able to string 2 words together. She can certainly string 2 hamburgers together, judging by the look of her. But when you look at people like Chloe Sims, who's like everybody's favourite granny, it's like some little girl's voice. It's really very worrying. Very, very worrying. And Courtney Green, you won't know who she is, but she's bound to have a silly voice, is having her lip fillers removed. So having had lip fillers put in, which is an injection, she's now going to have them... what do they do? Insert another needle and suck it out again. So she wants to return to a more natural pout. She says, I've had my lips done a few... This is the extent of how intelligent she is. She's had them done a few times. Everyone around me was doing it, and I wanted to try it. I've always had plump lips, and now they look too swollen. You look ridiculous, dear. They look as though we could stick you onto the butcher shop window. She said, I'm too scared to get Botox as my face would freeze. How old is this person? I don't think she's very old at all. Why would you want Botox at an early age? You know, unless you're 95, dear, and you're sort of hiding it well, why would you... I can't understand why you'd want to even think about Botox. Well, she plans to introduce her boyfriend, called Callum, later in the series. She says, I was a bit wary as when my last relationship with Miles Barnett was on the show. It all went up, taught me a lot about what I don't want in a man. But then we had to suffer the one I looked at the other day with Bobby Cole Norris. He's another one can't speak properly, isn't he? He was there with his boyfriend who speaks exactly the same as he does. Both got the same voices, and somebody had allowed them up the shard. I think that's what they said. Anyway, they were there, and Bobby, who's now had the most ridiculous perm and grown a bit... You've never seen anything like it. It's even more hilarious than it was before when he looked like Ming the Merciless. Now he looks like Bobby the Stupid. And the boyfriend is where I can't believe it's a year. And I was sort of sitting there thinking, is this entertaining? Or are we just there to take the mickey out of him? Because he doesn't seem to be able to do anything. I mean, what does he look like? I mean, and the boyfriend, where they found him, I've got no idea. Bobby, it's a very odd... You know, Bobby goes out wearing what can only be described as the campest outfit you've ever seen in your entire life. I'm sorry, dear, white shorts with a belt and white socks. I don't think so. And that ridiculous perm and a beard kind of thing. But yet we've still got the same silly little voice. I just don't get it at all. And the boyfriend, we've been going a year, and then Bobby goes, I'd like kids. He was talking about, I'd like kids. And the boyfriend goes, yeah, I'd quite like that as well. Since I was like this high, he goes. And I'm thinking, is this the most vacuous conversation you ever heard? What does it... He looks a bit freaky, doesn't he? He looks as though he's one of those waxworks from Madame Tussauds in Blackpool, where Louis Tussauds, where they couldn't get anything right, where you never recognise anybody at all. And in poor old Bobby's case... You know, he's managed to find somebody, so they walk down the street holding hands. Bet that goes down a treat in Brentwood. But anyway, so poor old Courtney Green, she's having her lip filler removed. Sounds dangerous. But believe it or not, and they always call her Cheeky, don't they? Cheeky Louise Redknapp. Cheeky Louise Redknapp, who sort of left the husband and then seemed to have sort of... We don't know what she was doing, actually. Best not to think about it. And then they actually put her down as a singer. To be honest with you, I don't know why they do that, because they put Peter Andre down as a singer, and we all know he's not. But she's revealed she'd snog David Beckham if he wasn't married to Posh. Louise, cheeky little Louise, I have to tell you, he wouldn't want to snog you if you were the only person left on that desert island up a palm tree, okay? He's not... I love the way, you know, I'd snog him if he wasn't married to Posh. He wouldn't be looking at you twice, dear. Can you imagine, from one failed singer to another failed singer? What would be the purpose? There would be no purpose in that at all. I feel very sorry about some poor woman here. She was in Ingatestone in Essex, which I know very well indeed, but they had a bit of water the other day, like the entire country, you know, and the advice is don't go out. You know, you don't need to go out. The train lines were flooded. And they had 4 inches of rain, which in Essex, of course, is not very much at all. If somebody says to you, you know, 4 inches, and you go, no, seriously. Anyway, the Met Office issued a danger to life amber warning. So she goes out and she gets caught in a flood. And the water is now up to the top of the door. So she has to phone her husband, help, and he has to go and rescue her. So he has to walk through this... I mean, seriously, you've never seen anybody. And this is the first... danger to life amber warning. 30 flood alerts were in place. It's all over the place. And as I say, it's down to local councils. You know, had they employed their leaf-sucking machine, they could have cleared the drains out and the water would have sort of disappeared. But of course it isn't, because they're all blocked up, and because the amount and, you know, the volume of water that comes down, it clogs up. All the leaves mashed together and you're stuck with it. So, you know, you drive... I mean, it's dangerous. It is blooming dangerous. So just be careful. And Matthew says, I like Courtney Green and Chloe. Demi Sims. As for Bobby Norris, now he's had his hair cut short. Well, I think he looks ridiculous. I mean, seriously. He had to go around and see Jem, because he was out with Charlie. Or Charlie turned up or something. Anyway, Bobby's one of those infuriatingly dull people, which a better phone call comes in, he goes, I've got to go because Jem needs me. And you go, she doesn't need anybody at all. She's just a disaster all by herself. And Jem goes there because she'd been finding out if she could have babies. And the bloke was saying, don't freeze your eggs, don't do this. Of course, we had to share all of this. And so Bobby went round to comfort Jem. I mean, hilarious, because you never get your arms round her. It's, you know, you just stick them round her neck or something. A bit embarrassing. And she was going, I don't know, Bob, I don't know. And then he goes, well, I don't know either, Jem, but don't worry. He says, I'll predict. he says that you will find somebody and you'll have a family. And I thought, well, you know, what are you, Gypsy Rose Bobby or something? Ridiculous. I don't know where he got that information. He's got no idea at all. Not a clue. What else we got today? The quirky habits of Brits revealed in a new survey. Around 38% of us sleep naked. I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, they always say, my mother used to say to me, you know, just in case there's a fire and you need to get out quickly. I said, I don't have gym jams, no. No, I just sleep in pants and a shirt. You know, which I think is quite normal, isn't it? Who wears gym jams now? I mean, do you have gym jams? Do you? Lord. Oh, I don't think that's very good, Joe. I mean, are they stripy? Why are they all stripy? Why are gym jams stripy? Yours aren't stripy. Well, they're sort of Japanese kung fu design. Plain. Probably best. Probably best. But stripy, I never understood why pyjamas had to be stripy. But they always were, weren't they? I used to have a nightshirt, which was French, which is sort of like it looked like a dress. You just sort of put it over... Perhaps it was a dress, I don't know. Got it in Miss Selfridge, seemed all right to me. And Bruce Forsyth did that. He's on stage at the Palladium, and he's sort of doing his hair, it's grey, and obviously some woman looks at him and he goes, so what if I am? And it brought the house down, it was great. 23% leave the door open when using the toilet. Well, only if you live by yourself. I mean, if you live with other people, you don't leave the door open, do you? And yeah, and 43% of pet owners let their furry friends sleep next to them. Oh, no, I don't think so, no. No, definitely not. I mean, I don't, it's just not right, is it? To have your sort of... Well, if it's a boa constrictor, the answer is no. It might sort of want a bit of warmth in the middle of the night, and you might not wake up ever again. But, I mean, cats and dogs on beds, I don't think so. That German Shepherd taking up the whole of the bed. Well, I suppose they like it because you generate so much heat, but what worries me is when people let them lick their faces. I don't think that's right. It's all right for a cat, but I mean, when you've got some dog slobbering all over you, no thank you. I mean, you know what they lick. Goodness sake, you don't want to share. It's Sunday, but it's miserable, isn't it, honestly? There's something about rain. It's all right, the cars look the same, and your garden, at least, is getting a bit of a drenching before you have to start dismantling everything in time for the winter snows, which can't be that far away, can they? So, today, heavy rain, moderate breeze, as if that's going to make any difference. 11 degrees. Is it 11 degrees? That's it. Tomorrow... 16 degrees, cloudy. Tuesday, sunshine and rain, 15 degrees. Wednesday, 15 degrees, sunshine. Rain back on Thursday, sunshine back on Friday, sunshine back on Saturday, and cloudy on Sunday. Can't make up its mind, can it? It really cannot make up its mind. I was a bit disappointed. I was watching QVC this morning, and of course, if it's anything to do with Christmas, I just sit there staring at it. And they had Christmas trees, which looked brilliant. They went up to, I think, an 8-foot Christmas tree, and I'm debating to pick up the telephone, but I thought, no, you can't, Steve, don't be so silly. And then she was saying, oh, that there is a shortness of the items that we're selling. She said, we're down to less than 40 of these particular trees of the 7, and I thought, perhaps they might get some more in. And then they had the Santa that climbs up a ladder, which is 80 quid, and then climbs down, and I liked that as well. I was very impressed by that thing. In fact, anything that I think reminds me of Christmas is very good, but the trees were very good. Definitely. Matthew says, you're right about Gemma and Arj. So big. Can't be a lot of room in a king-size bed. Well, there isn't, because he's not with her anymore. He called her a hippopotamus, I think, or he called her a hippo, which is, I think it's a short abbreviation for hippopotamus. And so, of course, but also, she can't find anybody. She can't find anybody. And the reason is, she's got no conversation. If she could hold a conversation with somebody about, you know, the state of the economy or COVID, I mean, that would be different, but I don't think she can. I don't think she's bright enough, and she's pushing 40 now, so it's getting to that sort of desperate period of her life where, you know, she might have a bit of money and live in a little... It's not a big house at all. I was quite surprised how small it was. Very small. Perhaps it's all she can afford. And even though she's got, they say here, what do they say? 4.7 million. I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe it. In the bank, you think so? No, I don't think so. Definitely not. Steve, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, here we go, but Trump being ill with COVID might be what he often calls fake news. That was me not trying to do an impression of Donald Trump, I'm afraid. He might be trying to get sympathy votes. It's a bit elaborate, though, isn't it, when you think about it, that you would invent something which could potentially kill you. Why would you invent that? I mean, I'm not sure if he would. It's a bit difficult. At the presidential debate, Steve, the Trump entourage deliberately removed their face masks, which were strictly against the debate rules. What arrogance! Also, the White House do not have an intensive care unit, says Jeff. They don't need an intensive care unit. They've got full hospital facilities there. Full hospital, as they have in Buckingham Palace. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. It's all there. And that's why Melania is still at home. In case anything goes wrong, there's people there. So it's as simple as that. They don't need to... It's not exactly a fully built hospital, but they can certainly deal with most things. Another one here says... Paul says the stent was put in during a kidney transplant and now not needed as the kid... Well, you just leave it then. Why would you bother take it out again? I'm not sure they can take stents out. They put them in. I've never heard of them taking them back out again. Depending on how long you've had it in, it would blend into the flesh of the artery. I've never heard of that. Well, you just leave it there. It doesn't make any difference at all. I don't go, because I had some of mine 10 years ago, we can just take them out. No, I've never heard of them taking them out. I don't believe a word of it. Don't believe a word of it. What have we got here? Oh, look, we haven't had it's a picture of, all sorts of people. Tom Hanks, Julia Roberts, Pierce Brosnan, Robert De Niro, and James Cameron. And these are movie legends staging a Hollywood exodus to escape COVID, high taxes, social unrest, and a lack of work. Yeah, but it's not like they haven't got any money, have they? I think you'll find that Pierce Brosnan's house is up for sale for $100 million. Makes old Harry and Meghan look a bit cheap, doesn't it, really? It looks like they've just bought an outhouse for $11 million. What do they say? $14 million. And you think to yourself, but his is $100 million. Poor souls. Poor souls. I mean, it's one of those things, and you can't do that. Robert says, when growing up, Mum used to say, make sure you change your pants every day in case you get knocked down. I think you should change your pants every day anyway, regardless of whether you're going to be knocked down. Or do you sort of keep them on? You know, what, for more than a day? Oh dear, not sure about that one. Also, a former royal butler who lost his job in lockdown has landed a new role after handing out CVs at train stations. Trevor Walford was made redundant from a cruise firm in March after just one interview from 700 applications. He stood with the sign, "I'd like to work, please feel free to take a CV." And he's got a job training 337 staff at Churrasco's 10 northern restaurants. He worked at Buckingham Palace and the Ritz. He says people thought I was mad. Well, listen, he's done what everybody else should do. He's sort of got off his bottom and gone out there and gone for a job, which is, I think it's very good. That's very good. I mean, all right, so it's a bit different from working at Buckingham Palace, but I bet it pays more money than working at Buckingham Palace. I mean, Buckingham Palace, the royal family are notoriously tight. You know, they don't spend a lot of money, knowing damn well that once you leave their employ, technically, if you've been there for anything over a year, couple of years, you can get a job in America, easy peasy. The Americans fall over backwards. You work for the royal family? Do you know the Queen? You know, they love that sort of thing. Absolutely love it. What's this one here? This is the Sunday Mirror magazine. Have you aged in lockdown? Well, they have round here. Oh, my God, folks. Seriously, there's people walking past me. And they go, hello, Steve. And I think, who the heck are you? No idea. And then they've got a woman called Kerry Godliman. I've got no idea who she is. Not a clue. Why do they put people on the front of magazines that we don't know who they are? Aren't we supposed to know people? Kerry Godliman, she's a comedian. On what? Why do we not... On TV? Oh, on TV. What, you mean sitting on the TV or actually appearing on programmes? She says everybody's watching porn, apparently. An outrageous thing. Who is she? Comes from Perryvale. Oh, well, that explains why she's a comedian. Years active, 98 till the present time. Well, how on earth would we know this? She's appeared in Law of the Playground. Remember that one? Not. Spoons. No. Extras. No. Life's Too Short. Rush Hour. Michael McIntyre's Comedy Roadshow. Miranda. And Home Time. And she appeared in the final episode of Frankie as a seriously ill, hard-working parent. That's a thing to put down on your CV, isn't it? The show that nobody's ever heard of. And she was only in the final episode, playing a seriously ill person. It's like, and which part did you play? I was third corpse in the mortuary. Oh, right, how was that? Good, very educational, very educational. It's amazing. She portrays Carol on USA Network's Treadstone. And she guest starred in the 8th episode of the 8th series of Call the Midwife. It's not looking promising, this one, is it? I have to have these things explained to me, because I don't know who they are. She was in the 7th... She was never in the first series of anything. We noticed she was all in the 7th. The 7th series here. She guest starred in an episode of Damned with Joe Brand and Alan Davis. Actor, comedienne. I was watching a film the other day and there was a very, very young Petula Clark in it. Cracking little actress. Holy moly, fashion designer Victoria Beckham. Ha 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 ha. Her new jumper's not exactly able to warm her. It's selling like hotcakes. Yep. In other words, it's got holes in it. But I'm sorry, that's ripping off somebody else who was selling a jumper with holes in it a few weeks back. Her website says hand-stitched cutouts made by pinching and finishing 2 ribbed edges together were a key detail in the Autumn-Winter 2020 show. Here they create a 3-dimensional textured argyle motif based on an iconic signature cut from the VB Archive. The VB Archive? What in God's name is that? According to Posh, they're a key look. 4 rows of diamond-shaped... It's been done, darling. It's been done. You're copying other people. What's the matter with anybody nowadays? Still trying to find out if anybody's shopping in her shop or whether it's just sort of... I mean, look at it. And that's about £700, £800. What a pile of rubbish. It's £650. There you go, a bargain, an absolute... who would, seriously would ever want to go out with a thing like that? I mean, who is she appealing to? I don't know who in their right mind would have the audacity to even bother going out and putting something like that on. It's hilarious. It's not even fashion. It's just called holes in a jumper. You know, how they're actually made is immaterial. She hasn't made it. I mean, it looks moth-eaten. I mean, provided the moths have sort of been trained to just doing little diamond-shaped holes, I think. 84850... steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I experienced huge floods in Sao Paulo. I saw roads turn into river in 15 minutes, says Comrade. Well, that's what happens when you have a flood. That would be it. Have you ever been to Universal Studios? They have a thing there. You go on the thing, and then at one point it stops in a train station. It's not really a train station, it's just pretend. All of a sudden, all this water comes down the stairs. There's tons and tons, and you go, oh. But of course, you're quite safe. And then the train lurches to one side. And then the funny thing is, as you're going back out of this attraction, and there's quite a few of them, there's a tree that falls in front of you or something like that. And if you turn around and look, you can see it all resetting itself. All of a sudden, the stairs go dry, the train pulls itself back up together again, and you get it's like a theme park, but for sort of people who don't get out very often. Because there was another bit where you go over a bridge, and all of a sudden the bridge sort of appears to collapse, but it doesn't really. It's just pretend. And then up comes Jaws next to you. It's plastic, and you can see it's obviously not real, is it? Yeah, well, terrible con. I wanted the real thing. And then they show you where Cabot Cove was. They used to film Cabot Cove there, which is where Jessica Fletcher used to witness a murder every 5 seconds. Don't ever go on holiday with Jessica Fletcher. Guaranteed within about 3 minutes somebody will be dead in the room next to you. Then they have to call the police in and go, Mrs. Fletcher, we appreciate what you do for a living, but could you not interfere? And I want her to say, listen, I do this every week, and every week I find the murderer, all right? Now go away, you stupid little man. The good thing is about that show, she uses lots of old, big Hollywood stars who otherwise probably wouldn't get work, and that's what I like seeing. Mark Steele talking today about have a blast at Subway, because the bread that you get in a Subway restaurant, as you now know, cannot be classed as bread. It's classed as a cake because it's got so much sugar in it. But he says, I've always been quite worried, this is Mark Steele writing in the Mirror today, about the luminous green gloves the staff wear in these places. I've seen people making sandwiches. They don't wear any gloves at all. No, not at Subway. I've never been in a Subway. I went there once, I didn't understand how it worked. You know, oh, sorry, can I just have a ham roll? Okay, which sort of baguette would you like? Oh, I don't know, what you got? Oh, there's about 6 or 7 different baguettes on that one there. Okay, what would you like in the ham roll? Ham? And, anything else? What have you got? Apparently. Well, no, I thought I have to persevere with it because the place is full of students, so I'm assuming it's cheap. And I thought I'll just have cucumber and tomato. And so she looked at me as if to say, all the students just fill it up with everything you can get. And so I said, no, just cucumber and tomato. I should have brought my own cucumber. It would have been a lot easier. I didn't have sauce, no. And I walked out, I don't know why. It was an experience I didn't want to repeat again, so I never went there. And we have one in Twickenham. We have one in... Mind you, we have a Burger King in Twickenham, and I've not been in that one before either, which is probably tomato. Maybe later. No, I've never... They seem to open on odd days. And I just get a bit confused. And 84850, Ulrika says, most of your listeners seem to misunderstand the seriousness of President Trump's situation. The planting of the coronavirus was the failed attempt by the Democrats to kill the president. Oh, so another conspiracy theorist there. Another conspiracy theorist. Oh, Ulrika, honestly, pull yourself together, for goodness sake. It's a bit embarrassing, and you're supposed to be an adult. And then somebody says here, if Towie is so rubbish, why do you watch it? Let me explain. Okay, ready? I get paid. I get paid to talk. I can't believe it either. Seriously, I get paid to do it. But that's why. I watch loads of stuff I don't like, but I get paid. I know it makes you feel a bit guilty now because you obviously hadn't twigged to that one before. Let's have the news. Apparently today, and I'd forgotten to mention it at the beginning of the programme, they're doing a virtual London Marathon. How does that work? I'm not sure how that works. And Ellie says, it's chucking it down and it's dark. Can you give me a motivational shove? Stay in bed. Stay in bed? I mean, what is a virtual London Marathon? Does that mean you don't actually have to do it, or you're doing it but you're not going anywhere? I think it's in Hyde Park. I think so. So here we are. For the first time ever, we've invited participants to run the London Marathon their way, joining up to 45,000 runners up and down the UK and across the world. It will take place today. You'll have 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds to complete the 26.2 miles, which you can choose to run, walk or jog, making the event the most inclusive London Marathon ever. Please note, entry into the race is already closed. So, well, how does that, I mean, I don't understand how it works. So, you decide how you're going to do this, and you just run it in your area. Well, how do they know whether you've actually done it, or whether you get back and go, done it? I don't understand that.
We'll find out more.
So, yeah, we'll find, you think we'll find out more? I'm looking at all the things here, but I just don't understand how it works. Are people actually running? Are they physically running, or are they pretending to run? You don't know either, do you? Well, they say it's a virtual thing. Well, how are you going to do that on the internet? How's that going to work? I mean, there are lots of charities doing it, and they've said that they don't have any places left, but some of the charities have places left. So how's it, I mean, where are you running, Ellie? I mean, I don't understand what you're doing. Are you doing this, and so here we go. So this is, oh, right. So the Cutty Sark, Tower Bridge, Big Ben, thousands of charity runners, even more people. This year's London Marathon won't have any of them. Instead, the only sign of the race happening will be a barricade of screens around St James's Park. Good Lord. What time does it start? Apparently, the athletes who've been staying in a biosecure hotel since arriving will be able to monitor their pace more easily than usual. At the end of each lap, screens will relay individual predicted finish times. However, hopes that Kipchoge and compatriot Brigitte Kosgei, I don't know who these people are. Who are they? I don't know. Might improve on their world records. They're likely to be scuppered by the damp weather. Oh, excuse me. Have you been out there? It's like a flood. And also the 5 corners they encounter on each lap. The worst of the weather is during the early morning, with the women's field forecast to encounter heavy rain and temperatures of around 10 centigrade when they begin at 7:15. Oh, thank God for that. It doesn't affect me. I should get out of town as quick as, but that's very odd, isn't it? So I'm still none the wiser. Are they actually physically running, or are they not running? I need to know these things. I mean, can you use virtual legs, for example, or use, I mean, I'm at a loss on this one. 84850, Steve at LBC. The 45,000 other participants will run or walk a marathon, 26.2 miles or 42 kilometres, at a time and place of their choosing on Sunday, logging their process on an app to make their time official and secure a much revered medal. If there is an advantage, it's that people from around the UK and across the world can make their front door the start and finish line. What do? You run through the front door, then you turn around and go back inside again. Is that it? You have to go 26 miles. Well, where? Where are you going? And how do they know you've done 26 miles? I might just go to the phone box at the end. Yeah, I might just go to the phone box and go, that's enough, and I turn around and go back. Very odd. Of course it's cheating. You don't seriously think at my age I can do something like that. You run and track it on the London Marathon app. I'm running around the Surrey Hills. Oh. Didn't know there were any hills in Surrey. It sounds good. Apparently, somebody says every mobile phone has a GPS tracker that tracks you directly. I'm doing it in Maidenhead and Windsor. I'm starting mine at 6:30. Has the whole world gone mad or something? A virtual marathon. Why can't they just have a proper marathon? Is it because of the social distancing? Oh, right. Oh, hence day. Oh, right. Oh, thank God I never did it. I'm bored already with it. You know, to be honest with you, I'm sure it raises a lot of money and it's very good. But you have to have the official app to get the medal. Listen, I promise you, by tomorrow morning I better buy them on eBay. Somebody will be flogging them out. Get 20 quid. There you go, you can have mine for 20 quid. That's what will happen. And I go, look, I've got a medal. And I managed to do it while I was actually on air. How cool was that? I could just run around the studio here. I am. I mean, I'm running even as I speak. I mean, come on. Well, I mean, good luck to you, but you're going to get very wet. There'll be lots of people with colds tomorrow, aren't there? Honestly. Talking of VB's moth-bitten jumper, she's copied Gucci. Yes. And as for Gucci, they've launched men's dresses for 1,700 quid. You said it yesterday. It's a men's dress. I mean, it's Gucci. It's a dress, but it's for men. You can't miss it because it looks about the most stupid thing you could ever imagine. I obviously don't understand what they call fashion. I obviously don't. Wait a minute. Gucci sells dress with ribbon waist for men to fight toxic masculinity profiles, stereotypes. Well, I'm sorry. It's a dress put on a very stupid-looking person whose work is obviously so distant now that he's got to do anything. I'm sorry, we've got a modelling job for you. Oh, fantastic. Well, we're wearing Speedos. No, you're wearing a dress from Gucci. It's like the Emperor's New Clothes, isn't it? It looks ridiculous. I've never seen anything so stupid in my entire life. He looks like a sort of an out-of-work waitress. No, I don't want one. 1,700... These fashion houses must be laughing at us. Let's see what we can flog them this year. Let's try a jumper with holes in it, and now a dress for men. I mean, I don't know whether or not this is a direct dig at trans people, or whether or not this is for sort of butchy blokes. We had David Beckham, didn't we, years ago, in a sarong, and he looked a bit of a nerd. So this time round, I mean, it says here, the Italian firm says of its pricey Czech creation, inspired by grunge looks from the 90s and styled over ripped denim pants, this tartan smock in delicate colours reflects the idea of fluidity explored for the Fall-Winter 2020 fashion show, disrupting the toxic stereotypes that mould masculine gender identity. The contrast Peter Pan collar and smock embroidery on the front add a childhood-inspired element which ties to a recurrent theme of the collection. Pieces with versatile wares to wear and style embrace each person who is part of the house's individual spirit. For that read, if you wear this, we're going to be pointing and laughing, okay? Because you're quite clearly too stupid. It does come with a ribbon at the front so you can tie it up. Well, how rivetingly stupid. Honestly, have you ever heard of such a thing? A dress for men. I mean, I know that there are men who wear dresses. They're called drag queens or they're trans. I mean, this is for butch men, although the person wearing it looks anything less than butch, I'm afraid. Also, models don't look like models. Couldn't they find a really good-looking bloke? You know, as opposed to somebody who looks a bit emaciated. You know. Steve, bad weather Sunday morning bonus, waking up at 4:20, having a first cuppa, plugged in on Steve, looking out at the wildly waving treetops, says Bev, and raindrops on the washing line. I mean, I just can't understand why anybody's going to be doing this. She's a one-woman dedicated marathon-free zone. Good for you. I might go home and have a piece of toast. I bought some stuff the other day. It's not butter. It's like sort of a spread or something. A bit dreary. Only things like butter taste like butter. Steve, I'm in Japan, says David, and I'm going to do the London Marathon on my treadmill in my bedroom. I don't think you can. Can you? Well, how will they know where he is at any one time? How will they know when he's sort of done the amount... Tracks your movement. He's only on a treadmill. He's not going anywhere, is he? That's the whole idea. It's a treadmill. And then you turn it off. Honestly, the things we put up with in this country, I've never seen anything so balmy in my entire life. More of your texts and emails in a little moment. Here's a picture of desperately seeking Maya Jama. Apparently she's now laughingly called a TV presenter. I've seen it. Luckily they don't mention the radio at all. And here she is, obviously being paid to flog something. I saw something in Costco the other day. It was a complete little double box, all full of little gins. All different gins, like a gin advent calendar. The best one is Joe Loves. It's worth about 650 quid, and I think you get it for 320, but it's in short supply. I might try and buy one, actually. What do I do with it? I've got no idea. Not allowed what? To buy... Drink. Oh, no, the Joe Loves one. It's got all different little perfumes in and things like that. Unfortunately, it's not unfortunately, but it's owned by Estee Lauder, and whereas Joe Love's is called I forget what her thing is. So yeah, Joe Malone sold her company to Estee Lauder, and she's now got Joe Love's, and they've got a shop just down from one of the squares in London, Sloane Square. Steve, my daughter's doing this. Only the elitist runners are running the usual London Marathon. Unbelievable. She's been tracked, so they'll know how long it takes. Really, honestly, and they will run the allotted miles. It's pouring as well, so good luck to all the runners, says Spiker Lizzie. I've never anything so daft in my entire life. I mean, honestly, why do you want to go outside in the rain anyway? We used to try and push our cat out. I remember it sitting there. My dad would say, I'm coming out to bed now, to my mum. And he said, I'll just put the cat out. And the cat would go, I'm not going out there. It'd be absolutely tipping out. And eventually my father used to have to put his boot up its bum to sort of edge it out of the door. And the cat would look at him like, you are in so much trouble, I'm telling you. And then all of a sudden it would make a bolt for the car that was parked outside the back door. And I would sit underneath the car and just stare at him. And it was a case of it's tipping down with rain. I mean, honestly, ghastly. And now people are running. What else we got? What else we got in the paper? Oh, there was something. Oh, I think I've missed it. I think I must have put it into another paper. Oh, Gino D'Acampo. Have you seen him presenting the family fortunes? Oh, Lord above. It's not the best, I'm afraid. Not the best. Not good. But he says that they're actually going to go for another series. Must be dirt cheap to do. Can't think of any other reason why you'd want to see Gino D'Acampo. I mean, he wasn't much good at the cooking bit. So, ordering a sandwich in Subway is an American thing. Is it? Well, I don't know. A few years ago, I was in Grand Central Station in New York. I ordered a tuna mayonnaise sandwich. Took nearly 20 minutes to finish the order. I was asked the type of bread, the type of spread, whether I wanted cured tuna or fresh tuna, what type of mayonnaise, what type of salt or pepper. I was nearly skeletal by the time I received the sandwich, says Ken. So complicated, isn't it? I like it when you go in, you order just a bacon roll from Greg's, and they go, any sauce? I go, no, thank you. No, I never have sauce on, no. I'm always worried I'm going to bite into it, it's going to drip all down the front of me. Then I'm going to sit on the bus looking like I've sort of done it all wrong or something like that. Steve, the people that tore down the statue in Bristol back at the BLM protest have been fined £100, says Roger. You get fined more than that for going in a bus lane. Yes, I can imagine. Dresses for men. I can see them flying off the shelves, Steve. I know. I've just never anything like it. I think all these people are taking the mickey out of us. It's like artists, isn't it? You know, people like Grayson Perry, who goes around wearing a dress quite a lot of the time and has a TV programme based on the fact that it's a man in a frock. That's the only... I can't think of any other reason, because I've never quite understood art. I think they're all mad as toothbrushes. Seriously, they are. And this is, you know, I mean, I could... Sorry? Modern art. I don't understand modern art. I only understand something that looks like a picture of the person, or a sea, or horses, or something like that. Something they go, you know, I mean, the cubism kind of stuff. What was the point of that? Cubism. Everything looked like a cube. It was ridiculous. Picasso. Load of old rubbish, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, 3-year-old could have done better. There you go. It's dispensed with art fairly quickly on the programme. I just found Posh's lipstick. I mean, honestly, seriously. 34 quid for a lipstick. Have you noticed, though, there's not much of it? It's a thin little tube. Whereas most lipsticks are sort of, you know, proper. And apparently she never used to use red before. It's just rubbish. The whole fashion industry is just it's designed to make people look completely daft. Posh lipstick, 34 quid, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 colours. I couldn't even manage to make it to 10. The result, healthier, happy, fuller-looking lips. Ah. A single swipe of Posh hydrates and nourishes lips. Well, we expect to see Dave in that any time soon. Which is good, isn't it? Because Dave likes wearing stuff like that. Steve, talking about Greggs, I heard on LBC that Greggs bread is called cake. Yeah, there's too much sugar in it. We did this. And also, why are our councils paying for the upkeep of churches, graveyards and walls when they're full up? Haven't they got any money, says Jackie? Probably not. Well, they haven't got any money. They can't have. Because they can't manage to get the leaves out of all the drains, which is not very good. Steve, the Gucci dress for men is only available in sizes XS or XXS. I don't even know what that is. Is that a women's sizing? Extra small, which explains why the model looks emaciated, like you say, says Mary Lou. Oh, is that, XXS? That, we don't have that in men's thing. We either have small, medium, large, extra large, twice as large, 3 times as large, or if you're very lucky, 4 times as large. There is excess as well, is there? Where? I've never seen it. Oh, you can't fit into it. What are you talking about? Do you go, are you one of these people who goes and go, oh, I don't know, do I think that suits me? You know, I'm sorry. That's designed to fit up to your knees. It's not going to fit any further, is it? Both my children, Scott and Beth, are running today for muscular dystrophy in memory of the dad who died of COVID in April. Their routes from Epping, where Scott now lives, to Beckenham, where we live, taken in places where their dad Martin grew up and worked. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of a virtual thing before. Fancy running in this weather. People are going to get, you know, absolutely pneumonia, aren't they? I hope you can warm yourself up a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but nobody's going to be giving you a cup of tea en route, are they? They generally give you a bottle of water or something like that, which isn't very exciting. Oh, here's a picture of little Kim Kardashian hoping to take a multi-million-dollar bite out of Apple. Sources say they've made an early approach to snap her up. And they say for Apple TV Plus, and judging by the side of her bottom, she really is a TV Plus. She's had it injected, I think, hasn't she? Didn't she have something done? So she's got this huge... It just looks a bit odd. I couldn't quite work out why somebody would want a huge bottom. It's like sort of people who have their breasts enlarged. I mean, wait till you get about 60 and they'll be down by your knees anyway. What's the point of worrying about it? Ridiculous. Rachel Bletchley talking about on your bikes, your whingers. Cyclists want the term lycra louts to be banned under hate crime laws. I've never even heard of lycra louts. And I've been in London for ages. We have people who wear lycra, sad people. And, but I mean, lycra louts. The poor loves, says Rachel, claim they're dehumanised by media coverage and wrongly blamed for crashes caused by motorists. Well, probably they can't believe what they're seeing as somebody's bottom passes you at window level. But there was a TV presenter. She's got a show coming, just a one-off, and unfortunately the TV company got it wrong when they sort of said this is the programme, and they put a picture, but it wasn't of her. It was somebody else. She now claims to be demoralised, completely hurt and disgusted, and everything else. People really need to get over themselves. It gets so dreary, doesn't it? Oh look, here's a picture of Alison Hammond, the TV presenter, and what she gets up to with Holly and Phil. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Loads of adverts for face masks, aren't there? Pack of two, $12.99. That's for the shield. You know, the visor thing. Which actually I didn't think was much cop, because the air can get in underneath it. Supposed to wear a mask as well. I saw somebody in a hairdresser's in Twickenham the other day, just wearing this thing, and I remember thinking, and there was a person in the chair having their hair cut, no mask on. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. Not where I go. I'll tell you where I go. Masks, gowned up, everything. You know, I'm determined to survive this. Sweet apples and a nutty crumble topping make this a great take on a classic pud. Ultimate apple crumble. I love an apple crumble. Especially, what did I have the other day? I was very naughty. I mean, I was even naughtier than usual, because I was talking to a friend of mine, Sarah, and I said, shall I go to Greg's and get some donuts? And so I went to Greg's, and I bought some donuts. And one of them, there was a box that you had to buy 4, and they were like caramel. And I didn't know. I said, wonder what's in it. So she bit into it. She went, oh, look. She showed me. Custard. It was delicious. I mean, absolutely. I was at one point lying back and just tipping it into my mouth, and I thought, you know, the blood sugars go through the roof for, you know, a few minutes, and a few days. And I was quite excited, actually, because I hadn't had a donuts for goodness knows years. I mean, ages and ages. I used to buy the ones Krispy Kreme donuts. They used to do them. I'd buy a box of them from Costco and bring them in here, and then look at them lovingly, thinking I could just have one. They do a spiced apple at Christmas, which is particularly delicious. But I've noticed, when I went to the Bental Centre the other day, the Krispy Kreme donut place is not there anymore. It was up by the toy department. And also, you can go to the restaurant. I used to go there occasionally and get a breakfast in the morning. Not all the time. Now, you've got to sign in, give them your name, address, your bank details, your phone number. I thought, sod it, I'll go home. I don't want to start handing over information like that. Who's to tell what they're going to use it for? You know, I don't want to start receiving sort of chain letters from people going, ooh, you popped into Bental's the other day. Would you like to see what marvellous prices we've got towels at, or something like that? So I was watching this bloke, and, you know, and people and then John Lewis the same, handing over all their details. And I thought, what, just to get a cup of tea? No, thank you. I understand how it works. I've just decided I've got better things to do. So I didn't. I mean, I can go into McDonald's and get a double sausage and egg McMuffin. I don't have to have my name and address. I just go in and buy it. It's as simple as that. Takeaway. Oh, right, if you're sitting in there. Do you think if I asked in Bentall's, could you do a takeaway breakfast, do you think they'd manage that? Or would they look at me as if I was completely mad? Probably look at me. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Modern art, Steve, is naff, says David. I like it. You're right about that Noel Fielding, says Matthew. I saw a programme he featured on the other day. He's weird. He is absolutely weird. And not funny. And also, that hair colour. What colour does that say on the tin? Nothing worse is than when somebody who's fairly ancient starts dyeing their hair. It all looks very peculiar. And let's have another look here. What else have we got? Why should people in Middlesbrough and Mansfield pay for Frankie Boyle to trash their values? Because Frankie Boyle is presenting the show New World Order. This was the show in which the black comedian Sophie Duker joked about killing whiteys. Remember hearing that one? We did this a few weeks ago. I don't know why it's resurfaced at the moment. Martin says, have you ever had yam-yams? Oh, are those things that are covered in sugar? They're like yam-yams. Well, yeah, perhaps he means yum-yums. I don't know. You might have got it wrong. Yes, I mean, I've heard about that. I've heard about them. They sell them in Greggs, don't they? You get like £1 each or 3 for a shilling or something. I can't remember what it was. I've never had one. I just remember looking at it, thinking it's covered in sugar. There's no chance. No chance. He means yum-yums. All right. There's no such thing as yam-yam. I've heard of yams, but obviously not. Yeah, you've heard of yams? Oh, right. Oh, food, yeah. It's like a root vegetable, yams. That's why you wouldn't know. You don't do things like that, do you? Of course, if I'd said Kentucky Fried Chicken, it'd be there straight away. You'd have known about that one, wouldn't you? I bet you know the Kentucky Fried Chicken menu backwards. They did a thing the other day saying, this is what you should order in Kentucky Fried Chicken. And I thought, that looks nice. And it was sort of a bowl of whatever it was. And of course, not available here. It's only available in America. There's loads of things that they do in America that we don't do here. Why? Why can't they do it universally? It's ridiculous, isn't it? Pages on Boris, and his father as well, out again with no mask on. What can we do? And unless Harry takes a break from his £11 million US mansion, he faces a huge tax bill. Oh, diddums. He'll have to pay tax. What's the matter with that? But, Harry sent a message of support to those taking part in... Oh, go away. Nothing to do with us anymore. Who cares? If you were in this country, we could understand it. Steve, the donut with custard sounds nice. I wish that we had them here, says Shane. Well, yeah, I mean, I've never heard of it before. But they do the Krispy Kreme donuts, which have got, not a stewed apple, but it's an apple with, cinnamon on it or something. It's quite nice, actually. That was particularly delicious. That was very nice. Inside. It was like sort of a sugared, like a jam donut, but it had this spiced apple in there, which was quite nice. Right, it was very nice, actually. Steve, talking about double sausage and egg McMuffins, I'm now going to have to go to McDonald's. Oh, Lord, do you really? You know you'll feel guilty after you've eaten it. You will eat the double sausage and egg McMuffin, and then afterwards you go, oh, I shouldn't have eaten that, Steve. I really shouldn't have done. Peter Hitchens, talking about... the Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, using crude propaganda. Also, the bombshell royal series, one of Britain's top biographers. I think this is Robert Lacey. And inside tomorrow's Daily Mail, the brothers at war, they've fallen out. And as I say, I'm not at all surprised. That they've fallen out. Because William is part of the royal family. Harry got married. Up until she came on the scene, it was all looking very good. It was all fine. And then, hate to say it, but she turned his head and went, listen, what are we doing this for? You can be as important. Everybody loves you and all the rest of it. Unfortunately, his popularity has never been the lowest that it is at this precise moment in time. The special investigation inside the Daily Mail today, you should read it. You should absolutely read it. And it's on Deliveroo. And it turns out that a lot of the meals from famous names, like there is one here called Hakkasan, they say... it comes from Hakkasan. The delivery driver will be collecting the food from Hakkasan. It turns out that it isn't. They've been nowhere near Hakkasan. This is on a trading estate. It's on Editions, delivery-only kitchens for your neighbourhood. It's the rear unit, Finchley Road, an industrial estate by Swiss Cottage. Your order arrives in 30 minutes for £200. And also Deliveroo, they say, they saw evidence drivers got high. Delivery giant charges small family restaurants sky-high commissions. And these meals from famous names being cooked in car parks and windowless sheds. And the company rakes in millions but pays no tax. I think I might. I've never used them. I've got no idea, but I don't like the idea it's coming from an industrial thing. There's one really nice to be company. 6:03. It's the place everybody comes to listen on a Sunday morning. You know why? Because we just we whiz through the papers about as fast as you can do. We also do all the up-to-date news stories, so we're keeping an eye on not only Boris and his father, who's been caught again, the father, this time at an airport without his mask on. He says he sort of forgot. He's getting very forgetful. I think he needs to make sure exactly, where it's supposed to go, because otherwise you'd never know. Donald Trump repeatedly asked when positive testing for COVID came through, am I going to die? The answer is I don't think so. I don't think so. The next 48 hours will be the most crucial, which you'll hear it first on LBC. And because he's sort of the wrong side of 70 and he's overweight. So he's, he should have been wearing the mask ages and ages ago. Quite a number of people, like all the people in this country. Like those 700 students, all tested positive for coronavirus. People just do not realise. I don't know what else you can do to people. You can only say to them, listen, you stand a very good chance of coming down with it. If you end up with a cold or pneumonia or something, your chances of not surviving is multiplied by 6. It's as simple as that. I don't know what more you can say to people to make sure that people stay safe. I mean, if you really have a death wish, well, then nobody can do anything about it. You can only put out the information to somebody and say, listen, this is the way it is. The hospitals are going to be absolutely overwhelmed. People sort of coming back from holidays, not all will be self-isolating. Very, very tragic. Very, very tragic. A bit like the royal rift deepening as Harry and Meghan. I mean, who buys his clothes now? Do you think he actually goes out shopping, or is he ordering them online? Because I don't think he's ever bought clothing in his life. You can tell because he's way out of fashion. Way out. But also he's turned his back on Christmas of the Queen. That's for 2 years in a row. If you remember, he didn't do last year either. And he was sort of told, listen, your granddad's 90, whatever he is, plus now. And that didn't seem to make any difference. Couldn't really care less. So we don't care less about him. As I say, his popularity rating, well, it used to be quite good. It used to be very good, and I heard somebody talking on the television the other day, one of the royal experts, saying that he's blotted his copybook. People say it's Meghan's fault. Now, I don't know if it is or not, but I just know that he was never thinking about leaving the country when he was single beforehand. So why all of a sudden he want to do it? Because I think she's managed to get what she wants out of him. He's just sitting there, and he's got no idea. I mean, who his friends are, God alone knows. God alone knows. What do we got here? Let's have a look. This is conservation workers are baffled after David Jason broke into a historic mansion and left a bizarre shrine. Oh, a super fan of David Jason. Police called to reports of a break-in at Sutton Scarsdale Hall. They found a small collection of flowers and a copy of the 80-year-old star's autobiography. English Heritage said it was a bit flummoxed. Fairly flummoxed myself on that one. And a football fanatic has finally quit playing competitive games at the age of 80. Peter Webster apparently turned out for the Welsh leagues before moving to Australia with his wife Moira and 3 children in 1981. Preston-born granddad, a former steel worker, played his last game for Wollongong's Fig Tree FC. It all sounds so exciting, doesn't it? Wollongong's. I mean, it just sounds great. I love it. Wollongong's Fig Tree FC on Friday. He said, you think I'm wasting the shirt out there? In my first years, you wake up Sunday all bruised and it's gone by Monday. Now it's Monday before I feel the bruises. The perils of getting a bit older. Not so good. Also, Joe Cole has opened a hospital garden to provide a peaceful space for patients and staff to connect with nature. It's quite a nice thing to do, isn't it, really? I quite admit going for something like that is good. Also, 10.8 million, the audience for the Great British Bake Off new series, biggest Channel 4 rating since 1985. Wheel of Fortune, Jenny Powell, she just had to turn sort of letters round, it was quite complicated, has some advice for today's reality stars. She said, work hard and don't be late. Whenever I have a guest on anything, the ones who are late are from reality shows. Well, because they don't realise it's going to finish. They have no idea. It's limited appeal. Already it's limited appeal because there's so many of these shows coming out and you think, no, but it's a case of be nice to everybody, don't be a prima donna. She says, don't walk around like you own the place. Oh, dear. I hope that's not aimed at somebody like Peter Andre, who used to turn up with an entourage. Why? I've got perhaps to massage his ego, I suppose. But they're all doing it, aren't they? And people turn up and they think that they're celebrities, whereas all they've done is get their boobs out and been on a programme where sort of they either got picked or they didn't get picked. Most of them didn't get picked, and so they then became a little bit sort of bitter about the whole thing, which was always a bit sad. Also, the Queen describing Princess Diana's explosive interview on Panorama as a frightful thing, a new documentary reveals. And yet, strangely enough, she never mentioned her own son and how embarrassing he was on the television. So, you know, before we start throwing things Diana's way, as she explained, there were 3 in the relationship. She didn't have the faintest idea. He was the one playing around. She wasn't playing around. I mean, she did after a while. She just wanted people to talk to. He was at it like, how's your father? I mean, come on. It's not sort of, you know, go, oh, it was all her fault. The Queen was wrong. She should have actually mentioned, and Charles was just as guilty, because he did a television interview as well. You know, Diana was far more popular than Charles will ever be. Seriously. If she was on the front page of a newspaper, they could effectively double the amount of people that would buy it. Steve, I watched Layer Cake last night. What on earth is Layer Cake? I don't even know what it is. Daniel Craig's in it? Doesn't really help, actually, because I don't know what it is. I'd like to find out, just in case. Sorry, just have to have a sip of my hot tea before it goes cold. Layer Cake, here we go. It's another... Oh, it's a film. It's a film. A successful drug dealer's retirement plans come to a halt when he's forced to rescue the daughter of a trade magnate. At the same time, he must also retrieve ecstasy pills worth £2 million. That's a light-hearted little romp through, isn't it? For a Saturday night. And it's got... who's in it? It's got Daniel Craig, Sienna Miller, Tom Hardy, Michael Gambon and Jamie Foreman. Jamie Foreman, whose father really is somebody from the wrong side of the tracks. Freddie Foreman, yeah. I think we all know about Freddie Foreman. If you don't, check him out, which is easy. Connie says, would you ever buy a sandwich again after watching the programme The Truth About Your Sandwich on Channel 4 this Thursday? Well, as I haven't seen the programme, I've got no idea what the truth about my sandwich is. I would never, ever buy a sandwich in either a corner shop or a garage. I seriously would, because I have no idea where they're made. No idea what the hygiene standards are. I would buy a sandwich probably in a supermarket. I wouldn't have a problem with something like that. But you have to watch a lot. And also, if I was walking past a sandwich shop, of which we have a few in Twickenham, and they were putting sandwiches together and not using gloves, I wouldn't shop there ever, ever again. And there is one particular place, and I don't think I've seen anybody wearing gloves. If you're putting your hand on a piece of bread and cut it, I'm sorry, dirty. Dirty. Definitely not. So, Connie, I mean, I don't need to see the truth about the sandwich. I mean, if it was made, you know, in sort of a proper factory and it was approved and everything else by, you know, M&S or Waitrose, or because a lot of the sandwiches are made in the same place. There's one particular company which churns out millions of these things every week, and I suppose it must get a bit tedious and boring. But you know, some places, you know, there we go. Not Helen Skelton again. God, the Blue Peter presenter. You know, she investigates the hygiene conditions in the high street chains and how cuts to hospital budgets and food inspection budgets could be putting the public at risk. She also asked whether consumers can trust the nutritional levels advertised on the sandwiches they buy. Probably not, but I've seen them being delivered to garages and things like that. They come out the back of somebody's car or a little van. Yeah, seriously. They're obviously made in somebody's kitchen, so I wouldn't like to imagine where. And then they sell them to the garages, like £1 each, and the garages bang them out at £2. Never buy anything like that. When you go to a garage, buy petrol, okay? Don't bother about sandwiches. Unless it's an M&S outlet. Oh, of course, yeah. But, I mean, some of these go, just have sandwiches lined up, and you think, no, I've never heard of you. I did have 2 chicken samosas the other day, actually. I'm quite partial to a chicken samosa. And you know, it never affected my blood sugars, which I thought was rather peculiar. And then I got out of the car and realised that because samosas are, you know, they always heat them up in a microwave, which means they all go soggy, whereas I like them hard. So if it goes soggy, it's not the same. And I just realised I dropped half of it onto my seats. And as you know, I've got cream leather. Not a happy person. Not a happy person at all. Easy to wipe clean. Actually, luckily, I always carry cloths in the boot. About 300. And together with loads of other things. And so I was able to sort of get rid of... Oh, it's dreadful. It really is. But I love samosas. I haven't had them for ages and ages because they're fried. And there used to be a place, one of the race courses, Sandown. And I think there was another one as well. And there used to be a stall there. And this lady used to make samosas. And I could always take a bag of samosas away. Absolutely delicious. They don't go very far because you just sort of eat the blooming things. Is your freezer... not everybody's got freezers. Is it full of unidentified frozen objects? 1 million Brits have food in their ice boxes that's been in there since 2015. Because nowadays you're very lucky. Freezers years ago used to ice up, and you'd have to chisel it all out or turn the thing off and spray it or put warm water in and everything. It was such a pain to defrost. But nowadays you have frost-free freezers, which is so much better. So much better. And I quite like it. I quite like a freezer unit. But the trouble is, it's so tempting, isn't it? You go out and buy something, I know, I'll throw it in there. And then I'll sort of dig it back out a few years later. Never works out like that, does it? Because you completely forget of what you'd actually put in there. The truth of the pound shower gel. Very popular. Claims to have packed 40 real zingy limes, or an astonishing nearly 8,000 tingling mint leaves inside every one of its bottles. But scientists last night accused the makers of Original Source, I bought this before, I have bought it, of misleading consumers, saying only 1% of each bottle contains any fruit or plant product. 5.5 million Britons use this shower gel because if you see something that says mint, and it says on the front of it, it says 8,000 mint tea tree original source stuff. So you think it's... No, not a bit of it. The other one is Zingy Lime, 100% natural, they say here. Eye-catching packaging boasts that one of its gels contains 3 mouth-watering oranges in every bottle, whilst the label on the lemon and tea tree version claims it's made with 10 real zesty lemons hand-picked by farmers in Sicily. I mean, I wouldn't believe that anyway, whether or not it was true. However, some experts have accused the brand on relying on questionable science. A bit difficult to believe. I mean, they say here, at this price, 40 limes, which is what they say is in there, would cost £3.60. 3 times the £1 cost of Original Source's lime shower gel. And then in small print on the back label, that's where you have to look. It's like, my favourite was the Marks and Spencer's mince pies. Drenched in brandy, they said. What a load of old codswallop. When you actually looked on the back of it, it was basically somebody had waved a bottle over the top of a huge vat of the stuff that went inside. Anyway, apparently, on the small print on the back of one of these shower gels, it says, the Original Source lime bottle states it's made with citrus/lime oil, citrus orange peel oil expressed. The mint shower gel's ingredients list says it contains peppermint leaf oil. Cosmetic chemist Noshin Qureshi says when they say there are 10 lemons in a bottle, what they probably mean is there is 1 drop of oil. But you're not using 10 lemons to make that oil. You're using the remnants of the skin of 10 lemons because nobody wants it, because it's a byproduct. To say there are 10 lemons in every bottle is a huge over-exaggeration. Bit naughty, isn't it, really? But it's only £1. I mean, what do you expect for £1, for God's sake? I've had shower gels before that cost an arm and a leg. Or sometimes 2 arms and a leg. Very expensive. But I mean, £1, you know, for a shower. What do you of course it's going to be made with oil. It's like whenever you read about a juice, if they say made with concentrate, don't touch it with a barge pole, seriously. Go for proper squeezed juices. They cost a bit more, but I promise you'll taste the difference. STV Company, 6:20. If you're getting up to do the virtual marathon, good luck today. Very good luck today. You're going to need it with this dreadful weather. I mean, when it tipped it down the other day, I remember feeling so sorry for sort of businesses and stuff like that, because people look out when I went to Costco yesterday morning, and I was quite good actually, because it opens at 9:30 in the morning for some of us, and I have to be a sort of executive member. I don't know what that means, and so I was there for about 10 to 9, and actually as I was sort of humming away to myself. That, you know, sort of standing there, front of the queue. In fact, I was the only person in the queue. There was nobody else there at all. I was it. And I've got my umbrella up, so I'm sort of fairly dry. But I thought, if I get there early, I can get in, pick up the stuff I need, which is I needed 3 cases of water. Because it's like £4 for a case of 48 bottles or 40 bottles. So it's quite cheap. And so I was buying that for my friend Kasha, and I wanted some as well. And so I stood there, and then another couple sort of, you know, came and joined the lineup, but nobody ever talked. You want to talk? Why do you want to talk to somebody? And, you know, I'm standing there and I'm sort of on the phone checking the thing. And then I thought, if I don't look at the time, on my phone, and it'll go quicker. And it did go much, much quicker, actually, and blow me down at just before the 9:30. They open the doors. We walk in. I go straight to the bits that I needed, making sure I did a detour past the sweet department, and picked up some biscuits, picked up the case of water, and then headed straight for the thing. And so as I left, there was only a few of us in there, but the queue to get in now snaked all the way along the top at Sunbury and down, because it's the only Costco I've ever been where you go upstairs to it. It's not on ground level. And there must have been a good, 60 people, 70 people in the car. I thought, if I'd actually got there later, because it was raining, and of course nobody wants to go out when it's raining, of course it doesn't bother me in the slightest. I've got an umbrella and a sou'wester, which was lovely. Steve, happy Sunday, says Asher. I bought bunnies yesterday to cheer myself up with this COVID stuff. Oh, what, real bunnies? Oh, right. It's raining a lot in Brentwood, bit worried about them. Well, as long as you've got loads of... if there's an outside hutch and you've got loads of straw in there, they'll be all right. But also, what you've got to be careful... And the only reason I don't like to mention this, actually, because it doesn't seem very good, but sometimes foxes will come into the garden, and you need to make sure it's really secure. And also, I think the thing to do at night is put a covering over the box, so that sort of foxes don't get in, because they've seriously, foxes would take them. They wouldn't have any question. I love bunnies. My brother used to have bunnies. One of them was blind. And so they couldn't move the furniture, because the bunny learnt where all the furniture was. So if they moved the furniture, it would start banging into things, because it had memorised they're very clever, actually. I like bunnies, but just be careful. Just be careful in the garden. Andrew Castle's with you at 7 o'clock this morning, who is here with Weekend Breakfast. So, this morning, as you can imagine, the latest on Donald Trump. You'll be asking whether we need to take coronavirus more seriously. Oh, gosh, I wish people did. Make our lives a lot easier. He'll also look at the new restrictions that have been introduced in the north of England this weekend, and discuss the best way to deal with asylum seekers. Because you won't believe what Priti Patel's got the idea. I mean, she's got the most barking mad ideas I've ever heard of. Let's shove them out in ships, out in the channel. And I'm sure that Andrew Castle will have a field day with that one. But also, do we need to take coronavirus more seriously? Please God, yes. 12,000 people the other day. Admittedly, they've said that some of those numbers were a hangover from a few days before, but that's still 12,000 people who might go on to develop quite serious symptoms. So I just tell people now, all you have to do is buy one of these little masks. They're so cheap. So cheap. Where did I go the other day and they had if you didn't have one, you could pick one up and put it on. I can't remember where it was, actually. But you're supposed to wear them. It's as simple as that. If you don't want to wear them, well, don't go out. Stay in. Because, you might have coronavirus, because apparently out of the 700 students, most of them had no symptoms whatsoever. They just tested positive. That's the scary thing. Do you have any film DVDs to recommend? No. Do you know, I've not bought anything of any immediate value recently. Steve, I use the Pearly Costco. Oh, that's the Pearly Way, isn't it? We know that one. Always queues there. A friend of mine drove in the other day to use it. She happened to have some business in Croydon. That's what she told me. And so she went to Pearly. She said the queue was so big, she said, I drove in the car park and drove straight back out again. I said, I've done that. And you can have a jumbo hot dog in a large Coke for £1.50. How do they make a profit? Well, they're probably not making a profit. But it's a loss leader. But they sell the same in every single one. They all do pizza, slice of, or the whole pizza. They all do ice creams. They do everything. But it's a limited menu, and everybody knows it backwards. Tony says, why do you buy water when you have a tap? Oh, you don't drink out of a tap, do you? Good Lord above. Oh, no, I only drink bottled water. That's why I'm so pure. So pure and so healthy. Mind you, I'm also even more peculiar than that. I use bottled water in my hot water machine. I've got a machine which is looks like a box with a button on the top of it, and you fill it up with water, and then it dispenses boiling hot water, so you can have an instant cup of tea. We've got them here, and it's built into the taps, and I use bottled water in that. So it's I don't know if it filters the water. I've got no idea, which means that mine's double filtered, because I use bottles of water. I pour it in there, and people go, "Are you mad? What about the tap?" And I go, "Yeah, well, that's for washing up. You don't actually drink the stuff, do you? Good heavens above. No, I've not drunk water out of the tap for about the past 15 years. Wouldn't even think about it." Ridiculous. Steve, talking of Casher, the only hairdresser I found was a place called Mint in Church Street. Where's Michael's? Well, it's in Water Lane. You can't miss it. It's the only hairdresser in Water Lane. They've either got the funeral director, they've got a shop that's empty, they've got a Chinese takeaway, and Michael's. And that's it. You're using another one. Psh, shame on you. Shame on you. Steve. Another one here. Cats, they should be kept in at night. No, they like going out. They like... My friend's got two. And the one thing that they actually do is they love going out at night. In fact, one of them likes the going out bit. They can get back in again. They've got a cat flap. But they like going out. And my friend Lou has got cats that bring in dismembered animals. Like squirrels and things like that. Yeah. Cats can catch squirrels really easy. Really easy. And what they do, don't ask me why, but they take the heads off. And so she's had a lot of dismembered things found under her bed. Nice cat. But the trouble is, that's what they do, though, don't they? Cats like to sort of chase it. It's like mice. Have you ever seen cats with mice? They sort of play with them. They sit there because they're fascinated by it. Then they lift their paw up, and the mouse goes, "Should I run? Should I not?" Did you not see that? You see loads of these pictures of lions in the Masai Mara who will catch like a little deer. And they just sit there with it. And as long as the deer doesn't run away, it's fairly safe. The moment it goes to run, that's what triggers lions. So they just play with it. And they sort of sit there and they lick it. And the deer's going, "I don't really like this at all. This is not going to end well." But until sometimes it will stand up and the lions go, They're not sure about that. But it's when it runs, it becomes the chase, and it will chase it. If it just sits there, they're a bit dim. Although if you've ever seen lions close up, you ain't going to be arguing with something that's got paws the size of dinner plates. Because there was that dreadful story years ago, that school that went on holiday and they were camping in the Masai Mara and a lioness came looking for food and she poked her head in a tent. Well, you can imagine their heads are like yo big. And this young lad ran, thinking, well, you can't outsmart them. You really can't outsmart them. And unfortunately, it was the ultimate ending, which was really... And they've had the same with polar bears. I think there was a school that was camping near where there were polar bears. And these things, when they stand up, they're anywhere between 9 and 13 feet tall. Have you seen those huge trucks that you can go out to watch the polar bears on the ice, which are raised up so high that the polar bear can't actually get into it? Very vicious polar bears. They have to dart them and take them away. If they start going into town looking for food in some of these outlying areas, they dart them, put them in a net, and then take them hundreds of miles away and then leave them there. Very frightening. But yeah, so these poor little deer will be sort of sitting there. The moment it goes to run away, the lion's paw go... and it doesn't go any further. It's terrible, really, isn't it? Steve, Sheila says, I use bottled water in my kettle and you don't get lime scale. Isn't that funny? In my kettle, I don't use bottled water. I just use... I don't know what's the matter with me. I've gone completely round the bend. Even I think I've gone round the bend. And I know me. Steve, I bought a packet of 20 face masks for $10. What a bargain, says Shane. Yeah, you're on Australian dollars. So I don't know what that is in British money. Because I think the Australian dollars, could that be something like £6 or something? Would I be? $5.50. Look at that, honestly. I tell you, it's a gift. It's £5.50. So how much does that work out for each mask? Go on, dare you to do that one. So he got 27p each. See, I think that you can get them cheaper over here. But still, listen, for the sake of saving yourself, why not? 6:30 is the time. Let's go to Matthew says, my two cats never go out and they adore... See, a friend of mine had what they call a flat cat. It didn't go out the flat. He was in not a tower block, but he was on about the second floor, I think. And it just used to sit in the window until one day it fell out. Luckily it landed in a bush, but it had never been outside in its life. It didn't know the outside world, so it sort of was a bit stunned. But, it's okay. And, Steve, if a lion chases you, says Chris, you don't have to be faster than a lion. You just have to be faster than the slowest person in your group, which is one way of looking at it. Yeah, they have... I watched them doing a lion hunt the other day. You know, where the lions target something. And what they do is they sort of run, because they've only got a limited amount of time that they can run for. And so then another one will take over the running. It's like the hyenas and those sort of dreadful prairie dogs, which actually were chasing... What were they chasing? It was like a reindeer kind of thing. And all it did, it just stood in this water. and they won't go near the water. They're terrified of water. And it just stood there, but it was in the middle of winter. This thing looked frozen today. It was so desperate to get out. And eventually they all wandered off and found something else that they could sort of chase. It's lovely, isn't it? I quite like the idea you don't have to be faster than the lion, just faster than the slowest person in your group. Not a lot of fun, though, is it? Not a lot of fun. I'd be good, actually, because I'm very good. Steve, Evian is naive, spelt backwards. Yeah, I mean, I'm at one time, there was only one water that you could buy, and that was Perrier. And Perrier's downfall, if you could see it as a downfall, was when it turned out it was, with a twist, it was artificially put in there. I think most people think that the fizz arrived, mysteriously from some mountain stream or something. And then all of a sudden, water was everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. You go into the supermarkets now, they're piled high with water. We've got special taps in this building, beautiful taps, and they do hot water, boiling hot water, so you can have a nice cup of tea, and then you can do the ice-cold filtered water in the same tap. But when did we start drinking bottled water? Because I've been drinking it for ages and ages, and I like the individual bottles. I buy that pure water, because I like the look of the bottle for some reason. I don't know, it's made by Coca-Cola, but that doesn't seem to make any difference. But I've just been drinking bottled water, and I've always done it. I keep a couple of bottles in the fridge, because I quite like a cold bottle of water. And at the moment, I've got a case full in the car of about, 30 bottles or 25 bottles or something. But yet people say, oh, you can drink out the tap. Well, there must be loads of us. Loads and loads of us who don't actually drink out of the tap anymore. Because I'm quite happy not to. It's like somebody was saying the other day, was it, I can't remember if it was Nick Abbott, it might have been, talking about Earl Grey tea. And, of course, for people up north, this is an anathema, isn't it? I mean, you've got no idea what Earl Grey tea is, because it's like builder's tea. We're like builder's tea, Yorkshire tea, it's Yorkshire. And I quite like all the adverts for Yorkshire tea, but down south, we drink the Southern Jessie tea, which is Assam, or breakfast tea, or Anne Boleyn's tea, or somebody's tea, or we like Earl Grey, okay? And we like tea bags. Why? Because we're lazy, and we can't be bothered to sort of, filter it. If ever you go to Patisserie Valley, if you can find one that's open, all their tea is leaf tea. So you have to use a tea strainer, so you've got to pour it, otherwise you get a mouthful of bits all over the place. So tea bags were an absolute godsend. And over the years, they've done millions of different styles of tea bags, including a triangular bag, which came with a little drawstring. It was so sweet. You dangled it in the hot water, and then you could pull them together, and it squeezed the tea out. I'll just stick a tea bag. The tea that we've got here is really good. I mean, I drink quite a bit, and I don't know what make it is, but it's very nice. Very nice. And we've got individual sachets of tea, sealed, which are all, really posh stuff. Far too posh for me. COVID-friendly, but it's far too posh for me. I'm just your bog-standard Earl Grey. So I drink Earl Grey tea. But somebody said you're not supposed to have it with milk. And I remember thinking, well, I've always done it with milk. It's not like drinking China tea, where you have it without milk or anything else. And then somebody said, no, you should have it really with honey. And I thought, I'm sure about that. That would take away the taste of the Earl Grey. That's what I thought anyway. And I only drink Twinings. Now, funny, you get used to things. It's like, eating fish fingers or beef burgers, something like that. We've all got favourite makes. And then somebody will write in and say, oh, Steve, you should try this tea because it's really nice, or these beef burgers or these fish fingers. And I've tried them, and I always come back to this. I always come back to Bird's Eye. I always come back to Bird's Eye fish fingers, Heinz tomato ketchup, Hellman's real mayonnaise, or a certain thing, Branston pickle. There might be other people that do pickles, which are probably equally good, but it's what you've grown up with, isn't it, really? Martin in Margate says, I buy my water from Asda. I don't drink tap water unless boiling it. You see, it's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting that how we all do things like that, and we've been programmed into doing it. It's like, if you want to go and buy mince pies now, and they are on sale in every supermarket, every television station which does, internet shopping and shopping on your television screen, just pick up the telephone, is all doing Christmas stuff. So QVC yesterday had some lovely Christmas trees. Lovely. And they came in 2 bits. But you didn't need to wire up the top bit. You just put it in. It was already pre-wired, but the action of dropping it into the bottom bit of the tree meant that all the lights worked. And I thought, now that's good. They were about 250 quid for a false tree, but they were really nice. I seriously nearly bought one. I nearly bought one, because I thought, I can get a 7-foot tree. I've got to measure if I can get 7 foot up, and do it that way. Because they look, and I think they also did 116 different patterns with their light. But they were saying some of the trees are selling out already and they won't be getting them back in again before Christmas. And this is October. This is October. I mean, it's just unbelievable that already all the trees have gone, have they? This is not physically... They've got to get more. How ridiculous. I mean, surely the company that makes them just make more if you can keep selling these things. But they were very good. They look like very nice trees. But I bought these lights from John Lewis. So I've now got 3 boxes, just to upset Neil. And I'm going to give a box to my brother. And then I've got two boxes that I'll use on the trees. But I looked at these false trees. If they come back in again, I'm just going to have to pick up the telephone and call for it. Because it looks so good. And also it's the fact that you've just got one wire from the bottom of the tree, and the tree is so dense you don't see anything, but the top bit, you just literally slot in. There's no sort of having to match anything up. You just pop it in, and the top bit lights up. So it's obviously got some sort of wiring system in or something. White, colour, everything. It does. There's 116 different programs. I mean, trees now, you sit there with your remote control. I've got so many remote controls at home. I've got them for the air conditioning. I've got them for the television. I've got everything. I've got more remote... Sometimes I pick up a remote control and go, what the hell is that for? Because I've got no idea. Martin says, when you come into Margate, I'll make you a cup of tea. Never. Okay, I thought I'd mention that to you now, just so you're well aware of it. Mentioning water... Steve, I really fancy a soda stream. Oh, do you? I think you won't actually use it very often. Unless you drink a lot of tonic water or something like that. It doesn't interest me as soda stream. I can't believe the trees have gone. Well, all of them. I know that they said yesterday there were only 40 left of the 8-foot trees, I think. And I was thinking, perhaps I'll just get a 6-foot or a 7-foot. But they look really good. And this idea of it just comes in 2 bits. Because the idea, you don't want a tree, you've got to slot the branches. I can't be bothered with doing that. And so I thought it was actually a good idea. You know, for that amount of money, and for the amount of things it does. The amount of things it does, I was very excited. Because, I mean, I don't care what anybody says, but Christmas, as far as I'm concerned, is not just for little people. The little people like the presents. At our age, we're not bothered about I couldn't care less about the presents. I'm really not bothered. I mean, I do get presents every year, but not a stack of presents. I'm just not bothered. I'm more interested in what somebody's tree's like. I want to see the tree, I want to see the lights, I want to see what they've got. I even like people decorating, provided it's done tastefully, the outside of their houses. I think that's really quite nice. If they've done it properly, not if they've just shoved up a few penguins outside which light up. Yeah, I don't like the inflatable snowmen. I don't like that. They come with a little fan, and they did a snowman and they did Father Christmas and a couple of other things. I don't want that. But I do want Father Christmas who climbs up a ladder with a set of lights. Have you seen the Father Christmas climbing with a set of lights over his shoulder? How cute is that? How cute is that? I mean, that for me. And I know that my brother will have a nice tree at Christmas because I bought it for him already. It's a slim tree because they don't have a huge amount. Look at these. I bet all these are American. These lights. These lights. I mean, some of these, they're English, are they? Good Lord above. I mean, I think they're fantastic. You know, even if you don't like Christmas, well, don't enjoy Christmas. That's your business. But 99% of the country absolutely love Christmas. And the idea of decorating, and blue lights look pretty and green lights. The lights that I've just bought from John Lewis, they're multicoloured bulbs. The bulb does about 3 different colours. And so we can get all sorts of patterns out of it. Very, very, very nice. But I mean, I love people's decorating. In fact, if you go onto YouTube and put in Christmas lights, you will see people have done these lights to music. And it's mainly the Trans-Siberian Express. The Trans-Siberian Express go dun 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 dun, and they do it live as well. And people go to their concerts. I mean, if you live next door to it and you hate Christmas, you're in for a really miserable time, which is great fun for the rest of us, because I love it. Matthew says, I've got a remote control that activates the remote controls. It's finding all the different batteries, isn't it, for everything? You know, little batteries, little cell batteries. But no, every television programme's doing it, and they're selling out already. They're selling out already. Steve, they have the trees on their website. 6-foot largest as the 7-footer sold out. See, I don't think 6 foot's big enough. I don't want to compromise. It comes with a stand and everything. I mean, it looks fairly simple to put together, about sort of 1 minute. And then you can hang your balls on it, you know, if you're, or failing that. I don't bother doing that. I just put lights on. And also, they had a thing that put on... No, not tinsel. No, I do like tinsel, but not on a tree. I can never get it looking right. Never get it looking right. But they had a thing on the top of the tree that you clip onto the top, and it's Father Christmas going round on a wire around your tree. You've got to have enough room to do this. Enough room for Father Christmas, and he's going, I believe, or believe, or something like that. And it comes with music and everything. And I'm thinking, all of this great stuff. Christmas this year is going to be sensational. I don't care, that people have had a miserable time. I think this is the only time of the year that we can all come together as a country and go, listen, for a brief moment in time, like that. Oh, sorry. I can't do it with that hand. I can't do it at all now. We should kind of forget about all the misery and try and have a few nice days. Do you know they're bringing out smaller turkeys this year? Because they're only going to feed 6 people. Well, you can go and do a running jump, can't you? Who wants a thin, emaciated turkey? Why can't we have a normal turkey that can feed 6 people? You just get double the portion. And then also, it'll do you for Boxing Day and the day after, and then you can have soup and all the rest of it. Have you heard of it? Sounds to me like they're going to try and rip us off on the prices. And all that. Goodness me, Sunday morning, wet, miserable, and a reality marathon. One of these days, I might try and do one. OK, I got that out of the system. Finish on that one straight away. Steve, I've got a real Christmas tree in a pot with lights on, and Hellman's mayonnaise has got a funny taste. I prefer Heinz, says Dave. See, everybody's different. Isn't it? Everybody is completely different. Somebody says, we bought a tree from QBC. They're great. Well, I'm hoping they're going to get these others in, because I might have to go for a 7-foot tree. I should have bought it yesterday. When she said those magical words, we're on short stock, because I think they do that to try and sort of, push you into ordering as quickly as possible. Not everybody likes Christmas trees, but this one, just with lights on, I forget how many lights it's got on it, but it was enough to make a difference. And I thought, that'll be for me. That'll be for me. What else we got? Steve, please try Lady Grey tea. Oh, I've had that. Yeah, I've had most things. If Twinings make it, I've had it. And Michael says, I work for so-and-so. Turkeys I've been collecting are 20 kilos, not table birds, says Michael. Yeah, there was some story in the papers that they were thinking about making turkeys smaller because they're only going to serve 6 people. How do they know what we eat? What a stupid... It sounds to me like, what are they doing? Withholding food from the turkeys? Otherwise, surely turkeys now are being fat... They don't know they're being fattened up. You have to appreciate the fact that for turkeys, they just think, hey, more food. They don't realise that life, coming up shortly, because what they'll have to do, because so many are consumed every Christmas, that I wouldn't like to imagine how many millions of turkeys. I know that Sandy's, in Twickenham, the fish shop, he does the Norfolk bronze turkeys, and I would think he would be the most successful turkey seller, in Twickenham. They're all fresh. You have to order them. I think some of them in excess of £100 for a turkey. But, and that people queue. The queue literally goes half a mile down the road. He has new Christmas lights this year. He's always first one to put his Christmas lights up and the last one to take them down. So generally it's March or April when they come down. He's always got the lights up. But I turned them on last year for him. We did, I turned them on. And this year we can't do that because of the socially distancing. But he's always there. He loves his Christmas stuff, to Stuart. And he's done a lovely video, which they're going to be playing, which was sort of last year. They filmed loads of things outside the shop, inside the shop, with the lights going on, all sorts of things. And they've done it with a piece of music. It looks as good as the John Lewis advert. It's really good. Really, really good. I was very, very impressed, because he said, do you like the video? And I said, yeah. He said, I'll do you a special one. I said, that'll be nice. Very nice. So where do we begin? Trump. Sunday Mirror. The only one really, apart from... It is the only one, actually, apart from some of the heavyweights, who was talking about Trump repeatedly asking, am I going to die? Well, he seems to be feeling a bit better, but they've said 48 hours, and then we shall know whether or not it's going to get worse or not, because he's 74 and overweight, and that was always the crux of the matter. Front of the Sunday Mirror, Motzi says, I want Strictly Dancers to get Hotsy. Well, I don't think we do, really. They make such a big deal about Strictly, don't they? Like it was sort of, God's own programme. The Mail today, affairs, family feuds, dynamite gossip, major new biography by top investigative author. It's political book of the year. Boris's dad broke his mum's nose. just what you need on a Sunday morning, isn't it, really? So, and he also didn't wear his mask twice. He was told first time, and he completely forgot second time. Not very good, is it? Not very good. What do we got here? Kim and Marty Wilde in the Sunday Express magazine on making music and memories. I like Kim and Marty Wilde. I like Kim. We're the kids in America. Ooh. Sunday Express, hello David Attenborough. Kate's Cuties, Quiz TV's wildlife legend. We've never heard them speak before. And now you've heard them speak. Plus, just how ill is President Trump? The vital signs are very concerning. But he tweets from hospital bed, I'm feeling well. And we don't know. You have to take on face value what they're telling us. It's as simple as that. We don't know. We don't have an insight into it. They're obviously keeping it close to their chest. If they say he's fine, he's fine. If they say he's not very good, he's not very good. Whether it's, and there's still the internet gossip. The internet gossip is going, well, of course, can you believe him? He is known for fake news. And you go, why would you want to make something like this up? I mean, this is something that's a bit too serious to make up, isn't it? Also, Williams in line for Harry's Marines role, because there's another book out by Robert Lacey. Who knows? He knows the royal family. There are lots of people who jump on a bandwagon to try and sell books, but Robert Lacey would be way out. It's like, Ingrid Seward. You would talk to Ingrid Seward because she knows about things like this. There are other people who just try and capitalise on it. As Harry is no longer a member of the royal family, in fact, really, he's a bit persona non grata. He's become a bit of a millstone around their neck, and he's not entitled to wear his uniforms anymore, so William could assume those roles. But don't worry, he won't have to go and do anything. He just has to put on a uniform one day and go out for a photo opportunity. The Daily Star, here we go, Stanley, Boris Johnson's dad, reading, it looks like in an airport, actually, a Greek airport, and he's got the thing, he says it appears to have slipped. I mean, I'm sorry, we're not that stupid. Also, the telly faves hit by crisis, Mrs. Brown's Boys. I thought that they were recording the Christmas special very, very soon. I was pretty certain. The Sun have got the reality TV rich list, the free mag on the decade's wealthiest stars. But how accurate it is, I'm not too sure. Also, Desperate on Ice, Colleen's jibe at WAG rival. This is Becky Vardy, desperate to be famous, and they're both going to be in court in January. This is over, she said this, she said that, she's done this, she's done that. Nobody believes a word of it. And the only people who are going to benefit are going to be the lawyers, who could make an awful lot of money out of it. Because that's what lawyers do. Even though I think both sets of lawyers have said, listen, this might not go anywhere. Because it all hinges on the fake accounts that Colleen set up, and she then announced, I know who's been accessing my account. It's Rebecca Vardy. And Rebecca Vardy said, no, I haven't. And then there's all these stories that have emerged that she said other people access my accounts. I don't know how many other people. Could be 5, could be 6. Either way, in court, somebody's going to call her out and say, we need to see who these people are. If anything, they can subpoena people and put them into court to find out exactly what they know. Was she paid by a newspaper? Is it all a load of old hogwash? Does it really make any difference? All they say is that Rebecca Vardy managed to get herself sitting behind Colleen at a football match, and they tried to remove her because she was in the wrong seats and she refused to move. So, as I say, watch and wait. It's going to run, I mean, for the whole of January, I think. And at the end of it, somebody's going to end up with bills of, not only bills, but whoever loses will presumably have to pick up the other person's tab. Which, I mean, it could be huge. It could run into 6 figures, depending on how much work. I mean, already Colleen has submitted a 55-page document to her lawyers. I mean, I didn't know she knew 55 pages worth of stuff. Sunday Times this morning, Trump gambles on radical new drugs to beat the virus. It's only funny, isn't it? A short while ago, he denied the virus. Cinema giant to shut. This is Britain's biggest cinema chain, Cineworld, 128. And it's all because of the James Bond film delayed until the spring. Why? I mean, I haven't quite worked out why the film has been delayed. I I think studios have been spooked by the lacklustre performance of Christopher Nolan's Tenet. Cineworld had reopened the majority of cinemas in July, but now they're getting a bit panicky and might have to close them down because they could be in line for losing something like 50 million. They need it. I mean, more people can see it in the cinema. They can't fill the cinemas because of the social distancing. But I don't know how big their cinemas are. I mean, I'm really not sure. I'm doing an Ian Dale show. I'm interviewing Ian Dale for his book in Twickenham, as we know. And that's a 300-seater. It's a brand new theatre called The Exchange. And I think they've sold 160 seats. We could have sold it out 10 times over, as you can well imagine. But because of social distancing, you can't have 300 odd people sitting in the same place. So people are distanced. They've all been told how the distancing is going to work. I, of course, will be removed from everything. I'm probably going to appear courtesy of a television screen, I should imagine. Unlikely, but that's what people have to do now. So we'll wait and see what happens with Cineworld and the new Bond movie, which strikes me as being way too long. Sunday people, Trump, the next 48 hours critical, and a general's veterans plea in a letter to Prince Harry: come home to help your hero pals. Well, he might have to come home soon, because he'll have a huge tax bill to pay. If you think you can leave the country and announce to everybody you've done a deal with Netflix for 140 million or whatever it happens to be, the taxman's going to want his share of it, okay? No matter what you're going to do about it, you're going to have to cough up. It's as simple as that. You can't just disappear abroad and go, well, I'm not going to pay any tax. Laura says, looking forward to my QVC Christmas tree, and I've already ordered my Christmas fruit from M&S online. Well, for Christmas? It's going to have gone off a little bit, isn't it, really? I would have thought, actually. And Warren has just landed from Nigeria. Obviously on an aeroplane, I think, as opposed to a hot air balloon. He said, and winter's arrived. I left during summer. Surely I wasn't away that long. Well, the temperature has dropped. Not only has the temperature dropped, Warren, but we've now got rain everywhere and puddles. Huge puddles. So if you're heading out today, take care. That out of the way. Now moving on to other things. Athletics. Donald Trump's on steroids. And so he's obviously going into bodybuilding, I'm assuming. Most bodybuilders go into steroids, don't they? I did know somebody years ago who did actually take up on steroids for bodybuilding, and it turns you round the bend. It really turns you round the bend. It's very sort of, I don't know, dangerous, I think. People use these. They used to be called anabolic steroids, and then they just called them steroids, which I suppose sort of makes sense. But I mean, it's obviously given him false sense, because he started pronouncing and doing all sorts of things. But how is this? Is this odd or not? What are they selling in the gift shop at the White House? They're selling Trump coins, basically saying he's come through coronavirus. And I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute. These things take months to go through, and yet they've got them on sale already? I mean, call me a cynic if you like, but I mean, he did have coronavirus, didn't he? Because on the internet, yeah, if you read the internet over the last couple of days, well, in fact, since it was first announced, people are very cynical about it. I mean, I don't know, because I'm not there. I'm not the sort of person who would sort of, if somebody says they've actually got something, I'm assuming they've actually got something. Otherwise, why would you tell lies? And then I've realised people tell lies. There's one in particular, like in the Housewives of Real Orange County, which is another fantastic programme on the television, full of a lot of horrible, over-made-up old tarts who don't like each other. They all hate each other. Nobody is happy on that programme. And Vicky was being dreadful about Tamara's husband. I mean, Tamara's not the most pleasant person, but her husband, Vicky, was saying, I think he's gay. Well, in America, I mean, that is just like the worst thing ever. If you're a homosexual in America, if you notice, they don't have many open gay people on the television. If it turned out that sort of certain big stars turned out to be gay, people would be going, surely not. Over here, H from Steps comes out and we go into meltdown. Nobody had any idea. They have Ellen DeGeneres, but there again, people have now got her down as a bully. She's trying to defend herself, and then the other day, after all this broke out, she has somebody called Stitch. He's the black guy who sort of, it was almost like the DJ, and he dances. It's terribly tedious. But he's been made an executive producer of the show. He wasn't up until about a week and a half ago. What do they call him? The dancer on Ellen's show. I'm sure it's Stitch. I can't remember what he's called now. But I sort of watch him, and she goes, and here he is. Twitch, that's it. Twitch. And she goes, here's Twitch, and he sort of comes out and sort of does this dancing. And then last week he dragged his wife out as well. And Ellen does her sort of bit where she, she has apologised, but she didn't do it properly, I didn't think. That's just my sort of take on it. Steve, up the Aston, my team Spurs, 1-2. Well, good for you. But 7-2 for us, eh? 7, I tell you. Much jubilation. Much jubilation in this building and all around, actually. Roger says, why was 76 such a great year? The weather was amazing, music was brilliant, and I was young and thin. Where did it all go wrong? Well, you got really fat, the weather's turned disgusting, and the music, I mean, almost non-existent at the moment. Very, very unappealing, isn't it, really? But it's the weather. It's the weather. I mean, the weather has been atrocious. I mean, I went home in rain yesterday, and then went out. I actually, for the first time in ages, had a whole afternoon inside, which is very unusual. I normally like to sort of get out there because I'd eaten all the things that were good for me, and I was left with all the rubbish things. Apparently, at Christmas time, Marks and Spencer, you know the little cocktail sausages? They're going to do those in batter with a curry dip. Well, I'm telling you now, call me Father Christmas. You know, I'm there. I'm happy as a little tiny sausage with batter on it. I mean, I couldn't contain myself yesterday. The excitement. Seriously. And then they said, and it comes with a curry sauce. I thought, do you know, I've died and I've gone to foodie heaven. It sounded, because normally the Marks and Spencer's food is a bit garbage mostly. It's the same thing. I've had the little chicken Kievs, which are quite nice. But you've got to be careful, because if you cook them in the oven, when you take them out, you'll burn the top of your mouth off. But I mean, a little sausage, a little cocktail sausage with batter on it, and a dipping curry sauce. A dipping curry sauce. My blood sugars are going through the bloody roof. I'm telling you now. Mind you, this morning I got a bit addicted to biscuits. I don't know why. I've got this inability to have one of anything. If I have anything, it's got to be 2 or 3. You just and so I had a biscuit, and it's only like a plain sort of. It's not a fancy biscuit. It's just a plain biscuit, and so I ate that. And I was talking to Zora Suleiman, and then I automatically reached over and picked up another biscuit. And before I know what had happened, I'd done 6. And I remember thinking, you are weak, Stephen. So I did my sugars, and bearing in mind they're not going to be good. Okay, when I woke up this morning, they were 6.5, which is what I'm supposed to be. Really bad. 18.4. Now, 18.4 is sort of well off, and it just says high glucose, and the graph is ever so pretty good. It's almost like the spike for this program. Although by the end of the show, it will come down to 10. I guarantee it. It just means that I won't be able to eat or drink or do anything at all between now and 7 o'clock in the morning. So I bet you anything, 10. We always have guesses. How much is it going to come down by? And it'll come down presumably by about sort of 7 or 8, which is good news. So I mentioned Peter Andre. We'll come around to him a little bit later on. Cineworld set to close their cinemas, all because of the James Bond movie. Don't these places have any money? I mean, the Royal Opera House, I think it's the Royal Opera House, are selling, they're having to look around the building and see what they've got to sell, and they don't have a great deal to sell. So they're selling a David Hockney picture of when he was president of whatever it was, and it could be worth about £18 million. They're going to have to sell it. They need to sell it. It's a case of, listen, if you've got stuff at home and you've lost your job or you're running out of money, you need stuff to sell. So you look around your home, don't you, for stuff that you can sell to bring in a little bit of extra money. And it doesn't matter what it is. It's if somebody else likes it. I mean, I'm sort of one of those sort of people. I buy to collect. I don't intentionally collect, but I've started buying, and have done for years now. I bought loads of Stife animals and stuff like that, and I've got loads of limited edition toys and things, but I've left them all in the boxes. It's all very carefully stored away, and it's there. I mean, not for my benefit, but for people who come afterwards. Matthew says, morning, Steve, to you and the gang. I mean, they're in gangs now, which is very sweet. They're very excited about being a gang. I don't think Callum's ever been in a gang before. No, you've never... Today is your time. Callum is very, very happy to be in a gang this morning. Luke's not particularly bothered either way, because that's what vegans are like. They couldn't care less, you know, in a gang 1 minute, out of a gang the next, you know. Sometimes you're in it, sometimes you're not. But the other two groovy gang members, one of them is ill, and the other one doesn't work today anyway. So I think Thomas is still ill. Must be the only person who's made migraine last 4 days. I didn't know that they lasted 4 days before, because I've never had a migraine. I've never had a headache. I don't get headaches. Doesn't that make you sick? You know, there's people listening at the moment saying, you're really giving me a headache. And I go, well, actually, I don't get headaches. But on the other hand, I'm losing weight. I've now got to put an extra notch in my belt, because I've now pulled it up to its maximum. So because at the moment I'm not drinking, and people keep checking me every day, they go, are you still not drinking? I said, no, I'm definitely not drinking. And they go, are you sure? You go, well, I'd remember. You know, I do have a case of Prosecco to go through. So I'm saying it's chilled nicely. In fact, it's chilled even better than nicely. They say, are you sure you've had a drink? I said, no, I've definitely not had one. I said, but I'm not saying I'm not going to have one. I mean, at Christmas time, I'm definitely going to have some. But not when I'm travelling. I'll have to do it when I'm not travelling, which is good. And so basically, I'm feeling quite good. But I've just got to make another notch on the belt. I mean, very shortly, I'll have to go down a size. Because I've just bought some jeans and just taking them up at the moment in the dry cleaners. But they're going to be a bit baggy around your waist, which I don't mind. But you know when you can get your hands down your jeans, you need to buy a size down because, I mean, you're supposed to put your hands down. They're not skinny jeans. No, on my body, of course, they would be. Or what, ripped? Absolutely not ripped. Absolutely not ripped, Callum. I mean, I'm the only because I think ripped jeans on blokes look a bit dated now. And also, it's okay if you've got sort of hairy legs, you know, because that means you can sort of plait the hairs outside of the jeans or something like that, or dye them a different colour. But I don't have hairy legs. Isn't that funny? In fact, I don't have hair full stop. I'm quite depressed actually this morning. I don't know why we're here. It's Monday morning. The weather's going to be atrocious. It's not going to be good. My friend Rich goes up the Aston. 7-2, eh, Rich? 7-2. You can't wipe the smile off my face this morning. And, my friend Ian had steroids when he lost his voice. Once I find that doctor who gave him those, there'll be trouble. And he said, I got a really strong dose of steroids when I lost the voice. They make you very angry. They do make you very angry. Little things, back to Peter Andre, little things sort of blow themselves up into something that's quite serious. And I did know somebody who was a bodybuilder, took steroids, but whose temper became quite difficult to maintain. And a lot of bodybuilders, I mean, apart from that, most things shrink, except their sort of chests and their arms and all this kind of stuff. But they get very bad-tempered if they're doing steroids. Hence the reason, don't do steroids. It's not very good at all, is it? Also, what do we have? Oh, I love the idea of a plane coming into land. So the pilot sort of brings it in, and as he sort of brings the plane down on the two back wheels and then the front wheel, one of the wheels at the back toddles off by itself and passes him in the cockpit. You can imagine, can't you? Imagine what it must have been like. Eamon Holmes is taking HMRC to court. This is the second time. He took them to court in February, and he lost. This is over another tax bill, $250,000. And he's not happy. He's not, but you know Eamon, very cross. A lot of the time he's very cross, except when they're doing food on this morning, in which case he troughs like a good un. He is shoving it in like there's no... Oh, I like that. This is good. And he speaks with his mouth full, which I think is disgusting. I find that absolutely the worst thing ever. And, but the moment there's food there, the moment Phil Vickery starts cooking, or some of the other people... Actually, I'm not sure... I bet he's not up at this time of the morning. Phil Vickery, who... hopefully, Phil, you are up at this time of the morning. You're in the papers again, okay? Just thought I'd tell you, just in case, you know... You want to kind of confirm or deny, or something like that. Steve, I slipped over in the rain yesterday and I think I've broken my right foot. I can't move it, says Ma. Well, you have to go to the hospital. You have to go to A&E, and they'll look at it, and they'll probably do you an X-ray, and they'll tell you if you've broken it. I've never broken anything, actually. I've never had... I always wanted a plaster cast. You know, just and then you could get... Then people write on it, don't they? Like, I'm so glad you're ill, and things like that. Very cruel, some of my friends. But no, I've never had a plaster cast, and I've never broken anything. Never. I'm actually relatively healthy, except for the blood sugars this morning, which are particularly bad. But it's my own fault. I've eaten biscuits, and I think the biscuits will go down quickly. When I go home, I'm going to buy blueberries. I'm now the blueberry expert. My favourite, Chilean blueberries organic. Bigger, fatter, sweeter. That's... What more do you want? That's what I say. Bigger, fatter, and sweeter, and I'm a happy bunny. Very happy. Hey, welcome to Monday! Monday, the 5th of October, otherwise known as Wet Monday, otherwise known as, oh, good, I mean, the drains were terrible. You know why? I said yesterday, council. The council were not using their sucky-up machine and sucking up the leaves, which were sitting on top of the drains, which are all over the place, even though it was a huge amount of water. If they'd sucked up all that, they just leave it. So the leaves block the drains, and the water then builds up and up and up, and before you know where you are, you've got the floods, which we got all over the place. And it's all down to the council. You know, if they spent... It's like... Around our way, we do have a council gritting service, and it's that horrible orange sand which makes your cars filthy. At the moment, my car looks nice and clean, because it is nice and clean, because I've only been out in a few little puddles, which, which is okay, which is another one. Mind you, if apparently, Jack says, I hope there's not another lockdown. Well, if there is, they're going to cancel Strictly Come Dancing. Pray for lockdown, pray for lockdown. I'm not interested in the Strictly Come Dancing, but he says, doing 2 DJ gigs a week and loving it, says Jack. I just wish people could get up and dance. Well, is there anybody there? He's on student radio. I shouldn't imagine there's any. Where are you playing gigs where there'd be people there? I don't. You can't play gigs, can you? I mean, Callum does it round here. He's sort of, takes his shirt off, gets in, hits a groove, all that kind of thing. People start sending him food. Eat more. Before you look emaciated. But no, I mean, there aren't any. I didn't think there were any gigs going on at the moment. You've had one in front of how many people? 30 or 40 people. Oh, right. Do you have your own equipment? Oh, so flash, honestly. I used to have our own... Well, it was owned by the youth club, which we had years and years ago. And a friend of mine used to do it, because nowadays people either play... You can put everything on a memory chip. You don't need to take around cases of records like we used to have to. And then it changed into DVDs, and then people recorded their own DVDs. You only need to take one, and then they took a memory chip, and they plugged it into the side of their equipment, and you've got an entire music programme. You've mixed all the stuff. You don't need to do anything. Just push a button, off it goes, like the Pet Shop Boys. You just play all the... And he stands there, and he just sort of nods backwards. He's not doing anything. It's on a memory chip. And I remember seeing a guy years ago who used to work for one of our stations here, and he used to do a regular gig in Twickenham, and it was all on the memory stick. He would record at home, and just put it out. And I used to think, God, in my day, you'd have to get the record out of the sleeve. You had to flick through to find the title of the record, put it on the turntable, blow the dust off it, put your little thing on to clean it, and then sort of hold it with one hand while you got your telephone underneath, listening to it so you could cue it up, and then you hold it there and you go, down 22 places, here come the Beatles, and let go with your finger, and I think it'd scoot off on its own. I remember once, you always get people, there was always people in discos that come up to you. You're in the middle of doing some really hot tunes, like Donna Summer, and stuff like that, and somebody would come up and go, here, mate, you got Rod Stewart? You go, oh, for God's sake. I used to go, yeah, later, mate. Having no intention of doing it. No intent. Just hoping that by the time we got to later, they'd be so far gone, they'd be comatose on the floor. And then he'd send one of his mates yeah, you talked to Barry a minute ago. Did I really? Well, there you go. And he wants to know, you're going to play You Wear It Well, Rod Stewart. There's no point in playing Rod Stewart in a discotheque. It's for nerds like this poor sad bloke and his fair weather friends who sort of just, you wear it well, and they start singing along to it. It's like being in the middle of a sort of a drunken orgy and you're the only one with a condom. It's a bit sad, really, isn't it? Because nobody's going to have any fun at all. So the Sun have got a new what do they call her? I better get her title right. I don't want to get it wrong, actually. I think she's their new sex columnist or something like that. It's that dreary Chloe Madeley, and here she is. So she is going to be the Sun's no-holds-barred sex and relationship column. What she knows about sex and relationships, you could write on a grain of sand, I should imagine. In fact, James Haskell has slept with, he says, 1,000 women. 1,000... amateurs. Honestly, 1,000 women. She says, but it's me who reaps all the benefits. I mean, really, this is convicted drunk driver and also smoked drugs. Why you'd be asking her any advice? Thank you, no. Thank you, no. Also, Harry and Will's, the rift, as I say, turns into a chasm. It's not looking good. There's a new book out, written by Robert Lacey, who knows all about the royal family. And Harry and Will's, who has obviously decided he must be getting off on this no end. Because Harry is sort of the one who's, he might have got some deal with Netflix, but the majority of people in this country can't stand him anymore. Just as well, he's not going to come back and spend time with the royal family. He might as well just not bother with the royal family. And she's not bothered about them anyway, so why should we care? I'm not sure about the turkey story. Because there's only going to be 6 of you eating, apparently the turkey distributors have decided that you don't need as big a turkey. Well, how does that work out? What's it got to do with them, what size turkey we order? Are you saying there's going to be a little turkey for one person, which is about sort of 3 inches across? Mini turkeys, and then they have sort of the turkey that will only feed 6 people. Just do them as normal, boys, okay? The turkeys don't know what's going on. They just know that maybe some of their friends are missing from the shed, and they're not eating as much food. So what are they going to do? Starve them? Well, I don't like that idea at all. I really don't. Katie Price has written a farewell letter to her career, to cocaine, and not that she ever had a career. The career was, getting your boobs out and posing and marrying loads of times and having lots of children and having ridiculous tattoos. I just don't see the purpose. Have you got any tattoos, Callum? You haven't, have you? No. No, not even one little tiny one. Nothing at all. Luke hasn't, definitely. His parents would kill him. You imagine? You've got a tattoo of me. Well, that I understand. I mean, even I've got a tattoo of me on my arm as well. Me younger. Me much younger. It's very good, actually. And when you lie in bed and it's a bit nippy at night, and I refuse to put the heating on, because I think, no, it's just going to give me a cold. Because if you've been outside and it's chilly, and then you come back inside and it's hot, it makes you can get very feverish. And you should lie there, and I end up pulling the duvet up quite high. And then tucking everything in around me, so the arms are in. Because if you have an arm that's outside the duvet, you wake up in the morning and it's dead as a doornail, and it's also freezing cold. And so you bring it in, and you go, as it touches your butt. It's really quite cold, actually. But I discovered the other day that you can almost cocoon-like yourself in bed in this weather, which means you sort of curl up in this sort of fetal position. It's quite nice, actually. And I love it when you find bits of your body that are really hot. And over the past few weeks, I've found quite a few bits of my body that are quite hot, which is very exciting. Louise Redknapp says she's very, very single. Yep, there's a reason for that one, as you know. And what was that? They've caught an all-white shark off the coast of Britain. It is an all-white shark. It's got no. I mean, at least you better see the thing coming, I suppose. The Loch Ness monster sighting. Apparently, the other week, some barking mad people went out there and they managed to get a sonar, and it's something that was about 83 feet long and 500 feet beneath them, and they said this is proof beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Loch Ness monster exists, which of course is yet another lie. We do not lead any more lies at all. This is the cruise Loch Ness director on a catamaran, the Spirit of Loch Ness. He's obviously running a business up there on Loch Ness, and it's obviously faded out a little bit. So he said it's compelling evidence it exists. Do not tell lies. It does not exist. It never has. Mr. Mackenzie said the contact lasted 10 seconds. We have real state-of-the-art sonar. What for, dear? Nessie expert Steve Feltham said the sonar image was the most compelling evidence in 30 years of its existence. More lies. There is no Loch Ness monster. There is a tourist industry, presumably run by Ronald Mackenzie on the catamaran Spirit of Loch Ness, and nobody's going up there because you don't want to be fooled or lied to by people. It's as simple as that, There is no such thing. And they go, it was 32 feet... Oh, it shrunk. 32 feet long, 500 feet below the surface. Yep, it's your imagination, and please don't drink anymore. There is no Loch Ness monster. I mean, this thing, if it was as old as they say it is, has barely got the effort to swim the length of the loch. I mean, what does it eat? There's nothing in there. There's no fish in the loch. It's all... So it would have to be vegetarian, and you know how ill they look after a while. So consequently, the Loch Ness monster is just made up to keep an industry going, because they've ordered presumably a couple of thousand, Loch Ness monster toys, and so that the kiddies can buy them. Oh, we've seen the Loch Ness monster. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. Listen, the only proof we're going to get of the Loch Ness monster is when they actually pull it out of Loch Ness. If they pull the plug out and the whole lot goes, and all the water disappears, and then you get the Loch Ness monster sitting at the bottom goes, hello. But there is no Loch Ness monster. I don't like people lying to you. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry about that if I've kind of killed somebody's industry, but, mustn't tell lies. Mustn't tell lies. Steve, why don't you grow blueberry plants in pots? They produce loads and you can freeze them. Well, because I just go to M&S. And the Peruvian ones, the Chilean ones, are really nice. Especially if they're organic. Big, plump, juicy. Absolutely delicious. In Storage Wars, Steve, somebody will buy a whole locker just for the one possible collectible item. Well, you can only buy the whole locker in Storage Wars. You can't buy bits of it. You buy all of it. It's the mad people who are on there. Have you seen the one who's called Heavy D? There's a talentless lump. Almost as bad as David from Ibiza Weekend, who knows he can't sing and yet sort of stumbles through this embarrassment of a kind of sort of, I don't know what he is, actually. Jack says, I played the student nightclub and bar, distance, and sat down in front of 300. They sit down? How does that work? Wait, we're having this checked out, Jack. You might be in breach of the COVID rules. I don't think you're allowed that many people. I mean, how big is this nightclub? 300 people? That must be quite big for 300 people. And you can socially distance. I'm not sure about that. I might have to put your name forward to the local constabulary. Somebody did that on the Isle of Man. There was some, they were, what do they call them, welders or something like that. They go to the Isle of Man, they go into the supermarket, and they put masks on. Why? Because they come from Northern England, and up there they put masks on. Not all the time, but these ones put masks on. Well, in the Isle of Man, they've hardly got any cases. So when these blokes walked in with the families and they were wearing masks, they went, who are they? They'd only just arrived on the island. They were on holiday. Before they knew what had happened, the police turned up at their bed and breakfast, and they were all carted off to prison. They're doing 2 weeks in prison for breaking the quarantine rules of landing on the Isle of Man and not self-isolating. So they spent the time in prison. Bit of a waste of a holiday, isn't it? Just thought I'd mention that now. Oh, and the audience figures, not the audience, I keep saying audience, I'm so used to saying audience figures because they're so impressive. But the figures for COVID-19 are more than we thought they were because they made a little bit of a mistake. Like for about the umpteenth time, they made a little bit of a mistake. 4:30. Apparently 300 is both the nightclub and the adjoining bar. They're distanced, says Jack, and they have to wear face coverings when not at the table. Oh. And Shane says, I agree with you about the Loch Ness Monster. When I have a big night on the grog, booze, I see Ned Kelly. Ned Kelly. And somebody says, Steve, it's currently 4:30 and I've got an exam at 8. I should go to sleep. Why am I staying up listening to LBC? Turn the radio off. Turn the radio. It's seriously, it's safer. You can't stay up now. You've got an I don't know, 8 o'clock. I mean, in theory, you could sort of get up now and get yourself ready, and then just sort of, all you've got to do is then put your clothes on. You know, if you've got your dressing gown or something like that, and lie down on the settee and watch a bit of television, but set a little alarm clock so that at least an hour before you need to get up, you're only going to get a couple of hours sleep in, though. And you've got an exam as well. So it's very difficult to concentrate on exams, isn't it, if you're feeling a bit tired. I had a moment a short while ago. I was watching the television. I thought, right, I'll go out and do so-and-so, and then I thought, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. I looked out the window. No, there was a little bit of drizzle the other day, and then on the, what days was it? We've had 2 days of torrential downpour. I mean, seriously, it's all right for me because I just put a hat on, I've got my coat on and everything else. But you know, if you're one of these people who sort of coiffures their hair, I mean, you can end up being really fed up, aren't you? You're going to be going, I didn't bring an umbrella, I didn't bring this. The amount of people getting on and off the trains, you know, when it's absolutely tipping down, and all over the country there are floods. But I've discovered another programme on the television I like. In fact, there are actually quite a number of programmes I like. Some I like for reasons of the fact that I can't stand them, but I still watch them. And then somebody said the other day, if you don't like it, because I assume they talk like that, if you don't like it, Steve, why are you watching it? And I had to ruin their day and burst their little bubble by saying, basically, I get paid for talking about it. It's embarrassing, I know, but, you know, luckily having an opinion comes with a paycheck. It's good. But I was watching the Housewives of Orange County, where, I mean, they really are horrible people. They really are horrible. But they were the first reality show. And, in fact, they're all horrible. In fact, the more horrible they are, the more people seem to like them. So in the Housewives of Cheshire, you've got a right little bunch of so-and-sos. You know, it's all one-upmanship up there. I've got a bigger house than you have. You've got a bigger house than me. We've got a swimming pool. Oh, we've got 2 cars. We've got a Bentley and a Rolls. Oh, we've got this. We've got that. And they're all a bit gross, I'm afraid. And then I discovered this programme, which I've watched for a little while now, and it's about a garage. It must be up north. It must be in Yorkshire somewhere near wherever it is, Bradford or something. I can't remember. And they deal in second-hand old cars. And they maintain them. They've got all these great characters, great British characters, who buy cars, take them home, and it's a labour of love to respray them, put them all back together, do fillers, and get these things back on the road again. And it's the best programme I've ever seen. I've never seen such a close-knit Yorkshire family. I mean, it's really good. They all get involved in it. They have these auctions every so often, and it's just lovely. It really is. It kind of restores your faith in sort of, you know, there are certain parts of the country where life is sort of at a much gentler pace, and I thought it was brilliant. I think it's absolutely lovely. So I'm watching that one, but I can't remember what it's called. Sidcup Julie says, I went to Ashford Outlet at the weekend, and to my surprise saw a patisserie Valerie. Immediately I thought of you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So you see patisserie Valerie, you see cakes, a lot of fat people, and you think of Steve Allen. Well, I mean, that's really, yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, if you saw me now, and by the time you, many of you have seen me at the theatre on the 18th of this month, interviewing Ian Dale, you'll be noticing how much I've lost. I've noticed in my face, actually. I looked at a picture of me with Cliff Richard. Hang on. I've just dropped another name. And, might do another one in a minute. Kelly Brook. And I sort of, and I looked at myself and I thought, gosh, you're a little bit fatty in the face there. Now, I'm quite slim and trim. You know, I mean, I'm not sort of washboard stomach yet. Not like Chris and Steve over in Spain. I was debating whether to undo an extra button on the shirt for a publicity shot, and I thought, to be honest with you, I don't want people throwing up all over it. There's no point, is there? That's Steve Allen with his shirt on, you know, it's just not going to work, is it? I mean, some people are lucky. You ask thin people who are thin, you know, do you think, you know, because anybody who's fat, as you know, Luke, you end up hanging around thin people because you think that you identify with them. Of course, the truth is you don't. They have nothing in common with you whatsoever. They can eat 6 curries on the trot, a box of crisps and 6 ice creams and not put on an ounce. And that's how sick it is. Whereas you only have to look at the packaging on an ice cream and the pounds pile on. But at the moment, I mean, I've seen people who sort of do that. They do these adverts on the television and you can buy this thing that's a workout and all the rest of it. And they go, I used to look like this. They're always American. There's never anybody British on it because we're all fat blobbies. And then they go, and now I look like this. And then you see them standing there and you think, I don't know, do I want a 6-pack? I don't want people to be envious. It's bad enough as it is. They'll only be even more jealous. They'll be going, not only has he got the biggest audience figures at that time of the morning, but he's got a washboard stomach. You know, and I will become a sex symbol. And to be honest with you, I'm not over keen on becoming a sex symbol. I've seen the way it's gone for people like Brigitte Bardot and Tom Cruise and stuff like that. The only advantage I've got over Tom Cruise is I'm tall. A lot taller than Tom Cruise is, who's like teeny tiny down here somewhere. But, no, we all want to be thin. But if you're a thin person, all you want to do is put on a little bit more weight. Because there's nothing worse having to put your pants on and then sort of do pleating over to make sure they fit properly, because the only place you can go to buy your underwear is Mothercare. And there's not many of those left anymore. So you have to go to sort of the junior children's section because, you know, that's the only stuff you can fit into, really. Steve, I think the programme is called Bangers and Cash. I think you're absolutely right. It's in Thornton Lee Dale in North Yorkshire, says Mo. It's really such a good programme. I don't often rave over those sort of programmes on the television, and I'm not a petrol head. I'm really not. I never understand people who go, oh, I love cars and this kind of thing, and they can tell you everything about them. And even the little 12-year-old in the garage who's part of the family, he knows about cars too. He knows about prices. He knows about all sorts of things. But they just came over as genuine. That's what they say about Yorkshire folk, isn't it? Salt of the earth. Salt of the earth, they are, Yorkshire folk. And I thought to myself, yeah, but I bet if you're an outsider and you move into the community, I bet you're not going to be as popular. Paul says you've got more of a washing machine stomach. It's not very nice, is it? We don't need that kind of talk. It's very unnecessary. And luckily, I've got your phone number, so I know where you live. We can track you, okay? Expect to get home and find your house has vanished. Just thought I'd mention it now, you know, just in case you were thinking of saving anything of any importance. 45,000 kept the marathon going the other day. It was a virtual reality marathon. I didn't do it. I could have done. But, you know, I would have been the only one running around holding an umbrella. And I don't look good in Lycra. It's a simple... some people look good in... I don't. I did a thing once on Living Television, and the producer obviously thought it was a bit of a wheeze to have Steve Allen modelling swimwear and a male model modelling swimwear. And so I looked at the swimwear, and there's a lovely pair of Hawaiian shorts. I thought, that'll be nice. No, I got the Speedos. The Speedos, I ask you. And so the model, frankly, I thought he was a bit camp, but there you go. He was the one who got to wear the Hawaiian shorts and came out with sort of the sun-kissed tanned body. And out came Mr. Blobby wearing a pair of Speedos. I mean, to be honest with you, it's not a good look, even on Russian weightlifters. So you can imagine how bad it looked for Steve Allen. A young mother is in the paper today. She wakes up, she goes to bed as normal. Nothing untoward, doesn't sort of think anything, nothing sort of hit her, anything. And she wakes up with Tourette's. Now, Tourette's is where they had somebody on Big Brother once. I think he came from Brighton, and he had Tourette's, and all of a sudden, there's this uncontrollable burst of swearing, of which, you know, and it can occur in all sorts of, and they can't help themselves. It just comes out. So this mum has only just woken up to discover she's got Tourette's. What they do about it, I've got no idea. I mean, I suppose there must be some sort of thing that you can take or that they can put you on to make sure that you don't do it, because in the middle of nowhere you just start swearing. You go, oh, and you think, oh my goodness, must be a little bit of a shock for parents first time round. Certainly a shock for this particular lady. Steve, we went up to the classic car auction in August, stayed at Thornton Le Dale for 3 days. It was lovely. Says Pat. Wait a minute, I've lost the rest of your thing. The owner of the business is a Londoner. Yeah, he's dual, isn't he? He's a bit Londoner, bit Yorkshire. But I thought it looked wonderful. All the people up there were all fans of old vehicles and motorbikes and signage. And they have some which is called wall covering, which is fake signage. In other words, it's copies. And then they have some original bits and pieces. And some of it goes for £600-700 for one of these metal signs, which you used to see all over the place years and years ago. If you'd known about it, you'd have saved the blooming things. But it's such a great programme. I was toying with the idea, but the road looks a bit narrow, of sort of whizzing up there in the car just to see what it's really like. Because you see places, don't you? And then all of a sudden you think, oh, I think I'll go there and have a quick look. And you change your mind. But I quite fancy doing it. The Real Truth Behind the Royal Rift by Penny Juna. She's another one who knows the royal family. In fact, I think she's very friendly with Charles. I mean, they must be despairing of Harry. But there you go. Wash your hands of him. Forget about him. He's not going to come back here. Couldn't care less. Do whatever you want to do. But and continue being a hypocrite. Because, 1 minute you don't want anything to do with the press. That's why they left the country, which turns out to be a load of old cobblers, doesn't it, really? Because, in fact, over in America, they're cultivating the press every minute of the day. Every minute of the day. The remains... you'd always find somebody with a metal detector. And this is Sue Washington. She's found the remains of an Anglo-Saxon military chief. The spears and an ornate scabbard, this is a thing that you slide the sword into, he was buried with 1,500 years ago, were well preserved. He stood 6 feet tall, would have been very impressive, and he'd been a formidable warrior. Sue was out with the Maidenhead Search Society. She said it's the best discovery we've made. It's funny, isn't it? You sort of go out there and you sort of dig something up, and you go, this person was buried 1,500 years ago. 1,500. Little did they realise when they buried them that they were going to be dug up. I don't think they should dig them up, but, that's just me, isn't it? Did you see on Bangers and Cash, the clapped-out rusty old Mini Cooper that made 18 grand? It's brilliant. It's such a good programme. I've seen loads of things like that, where they take these cars, some of which have been in garages for, the best part of 30 years, and they go, but actually, in the state it's in, which is falling apart, it's still worth £10,000, £11,000. And these old boys up there, and they're mainly old boys, they've obviously got these garages, like at home, they've retired, and they do cars up. It doesn't matter whether they make money, they just do cars up. That's what they do. And I thought they were salt of the earth. I thought they were absolutely fantastic. Steve says, Sue Ann in Brixton. I've been in a spa hotel in Sofia. It's got a jacuzzi, a Finnish aroma steam and sauna. I had a Turkish, the other one, the massage. I hate massages, Suan. I absolutely hate massages. They fill me with dread. I can't relax at all in it. I was given one for a birthday present once, and I hated it. Apart from the fact you have to lie there with nothing on, with a little towel round your waist, covering your nether regions. I mean, to be honest with you. And then they go halfway through, oh, can you turn over? Well, the one I was with, she sniggered. And I knew damn well why, because obviously the towel had moved itself. And there was light candles. I was like, put the lights on. I don't want this, none of this messing. And sort of soft music. Yeah. And the idea is you're apparently supposed to go to sleep. Not me. I'm like a coiled spring. A coiled spring, thinking, I'm hating it. The sooner this is finished, the better. And then gradually she gets onto I'll just do, oh, God. They sort of rub bits of you that are not spoken. Anyway, so we sort of did this kind of thing. And the moment it's over, she went, there you go. I'll leave you by yourself now. And apparently the idea is you apparently drift off, not me. The moment that door was shut, I was into my pants and all the rest of it, and out the door as fast as my little legs would carry me. Dreadful experience. Still to come, the British astronauts in the top 20 greatest space moments. Every Monday morning, 5th of October, should we check? Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently partly cloudy and 10 degrees. Expect cloudy skies starting in the morning and rain in the afternoon with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 17 degrees and the low will be 10.
Chance of rain today, 10%. Which actually is not too... I thought we were going to be deluged again, so that's not too bad. I can cope with cloudy skies. That doesn't bother me in the slightest, but only a slight chance of rain, which is okay. So, British astronauts in the top 20, the greatest space moments. I must have been the only person who never really got excited about space travel. If you could sort of click your fingers and you'd be on another planet, well, then I'm going for it. But the idea of sort of watching it and the space programs, it's so much money now that they can't really afford to do it and haven't done it for some time. So here we go. At number 20, the SpaceX Dragon Endeavour launch, May the 30th, 2020. Then the Mercury 7, creating a new profession, astronaut. People actually became astronauts. 18, Luna 3, the first pictures of the far side of the moon. You so want to find another planet that looks like us, don't you? With forests and lakes and oceans and stuff like that. First spacecraft on Mars was in 1971. The first spacecraft on the moon was Luna 2 in 1959. First American in space was Alan Shepard in 1961. First Briton in space, Helen Sharman, 1991. First crew of the International Space Station, makes it sound like Thunderbirds, doesn't it, was in the year 2000. Creation of the reusable space shuttle, 1981, which is amazing, isn't it, really? The oldest human to travel into space was John Glenn, 1998. He was 77. First American to orbit Earth, John Glenn, in 1962. Then he hung around until he got to be old. Number 8, Tim Peake's stay on ISS from December the 15th, 2015. First space station, 1971. The Hubble Space Telescope launched in 1990. Number 5, Apollo 8 orbiting the moon, 1968. Number 4, the first spacewalk by Alexei Leonov in 1965. First Earth satellite, Sputnik, October the 4th, 1957. Number 2, Apollo 13 returning to Earth in 1970. And number 1, the Apollo 2 moon landing, July the 20th, 1969. So that must be it's one small step for so-and-so. And then there's all the conspiracy theorists. You know, the people who go, oh, of course, you know, they didn't actually land on the moon. You can tell by the shadow of the flag and the fact it's not fluttering in the breeze. It was all done in an aircraft hangar or something. I mean, why you'd ever want to do that, I can't imagine. But these people don't seem to have a whole brain cell. It's hot here, says Shane. He's in Sydney, of course. It's not hot in this country. 31 degrees. So double it and add 30. Oh dear, that's worse. It's 92. Oh God, that must be awful. Didn't somebody do something once? They were looking at it was it a hotel somewhere, and they wanted it to be authentic. So they said, wait, you keep the air conditioning away from it. People cried, oh no, that's what it was. It was the Orient Express, Venice Simplon, and they were doing a programme about, which I thought was fascinating, because I love trains, and I like the idea of doing it. I don't want to dress up for things, though, and a lot of people like dressing up and make a big deal. There's one couple been doing it for 22 years. They've been going. They must have spent about 50,000 quid, and they've obviously enjoyed sort of going there, and they like the food, because it includes everything except your booze. And it's very easy to spend a small fortune on booze. Katie Price wrote a farewell letter to cocaine after she kicked the habit. Apparently, Elton John revealed he went through the same process. The trouble is, you can't believe anything that Katie Price says. I mean, the whole thing is just, you know, we don't know. She says, it tried to ruin me. No, you tried to ruin yourself, and then you went on this ridiculous embarkle of doing cosmetic surgery. And now it's, you know, there is no coming back. Phil Vickery in the paper. Oh, Phil, you're in all the papers again today. What is going on? But men are great, says Fern, and they've been married 20 years. But then, you know, we like Phil. I feel a kinship with Phil. You know, I think we should really, you know, we have to look after Phil. It's as simple as that, because he cooks, and anybody who cooks, you know, gotta be good. Did you buy tickets the other day, by the way? Gary Barlow's going off touring again, solo. Well, with Beverly Knight, she's going to be his support, as they say, and yet more complaints. Poor old Amanda. And people writing to Ofcom. These must be really sad people, honestly, complaining about her dress, because it's a very attractive, it's like a bustier, and then it's split up to the thigh. I mean, have these people never seen a Hollywood movie? You know, watch any Hollywood movie from the 50s and you'll see people wearing these type of dresses, all designed by a woman called Edith Head, who was, the dress designer for so many women. And she'd have approved of this immediately. I don't know, Amanda Holder must be laughing at these people because they're so stupid. Shirley Ballas is a fan of going commando, and she doesn't think twice about wearing no knickers. Dear, I don't know why people want to go commando. It's not right. It's not right. I know people sort of say, in fact, didn't Richard Madeley say that he actually sometimes went commando? And I remember thinking, again, too much information. You know, I mean, we were all sort of saying, please, Judy Finnegan, don't say anything at all. I think that would be better, wouldn't it? But it's. I think if you're a man, you can't go commando. It's just not very comfortable. It's a bit sort of, well, it's a bit unnecessary. That's all it is, really. So 45,000 of you went out there and did the marathon, and it was absolutely tipping down. And people did very well. The men's event was won by an Ethiopian, Shura Kitata, and the women's by Kenyan Bridget Kosajai, I think it is. Isn't it funny? An Ethiopian, 26.2 miles. I mean, some people could do it in their back garden. Somebody did it in Strabane, County Tyrone, in stormy weather. But, I mean, well done to everybody who did it. And if you raise money, very good. Bear Grylls has warned the I'm a Celebrity contestants to beware the gales in Wales. We like Bear Grylls. We like him. The bad weather, he said, will be brutal. Good. Let's see them suffer. Fantastic. The more they actually suffer, the happier we're all going to be. What's the point in, where they're going to get stuff to eat? I've got no idea. Where they're going to get stuff to eat about, because they don't have anything peculiar over there, do they? They say contestants shouldn't underestimate the weather. The campmates are due to start filming in this ruined castle. And but they've had days of cloud cover. But in fact, if the area goes into lockdown, it will be cancelled. It will be cancelled. It's as simple as that. So they won't know what to do about it. In the same way that if we go into lockdown, the I'm a Celebrity people have said that they're going to pull the show, and they won't put it back on next year either. So isn't it fine? They're cancelling the film, so we're losing loads and loads of cinemas, and yet gold and silver bullion bars celebrating Bond have been put on sale by the Royal Mint. They're currently 30 quid, I think, for the silver one, and 1,600 for the gold one. And they say from GoldenEye to Goldfinger, gold is featured heavily in the James Bond films. Yes, I can't believe it must have been Goldfinger. She was sprayed gold, but you have to leave a gap, don't you? Because otherwise the skin stops breathing. But they're doing these out now, and yet strangely enough, they're not going to be showing the film at any of this cinema's chain. And the reason is because at Cineworld they've been told that you can't have the film just yet. Might be next year. So this is the second time it's been delayed, which means that 5,500 Cineworld staff could be axed. They've said they can either take some redundancy or they can hang on for when the chain opens up next year. If it does open up next year, I hope it does. For goodness sake, we can't afford to. I mean, it's quite a lot of cinemas to lose, isn't it? I didn't realise actually how many. 127 cinemas. I think that's just not here. I think that's in Ireland as well. But even so, that's a lot of people who are going, and what are we supposed to do now? And the answer is they have no idea. Parents are facing a baby wipe ban because so many get flushed down loos. Apparently, a single wet wipe can cause catastrophic flooding to your neighbour's home and property. Oh, right. Well, surely loads of people use baby wipes, don't they? And things like that. And don't you flush those down the toilet? Oh, God. That's all we need. That's all we need. All of a sudden now, apparently you don't flush things down the toilet. And what was this one here? This is a Dalmatian with a heart-shaped spot on his nose, training to be an assistance dog for the owner's autistic son, which is lovely. Women were assigned their own weaving jobs during the Bronze Age. Marks on dental remains from 4,000 years ago found in Spain show they were biting on threads to weave textiles and baskets. Things you learn on this programme, honestly, it's a mine of information. And Rupert Everett says he might transition to kickstart his career. My best friend's wedding star has said coming out as a gay man wrecked his Hollywood career. I told you earlier. They don't seem to have this, whereas over here it doesn't seem to make the slightest bit of difference. Nobody cares less. Somebody comes out and we all go, yeah, whatever. Over in America, because of Middle America, they're very worried. Don't you remember there was that huge religious group? And I think that one of the big theme parks were offering all the gays, there was a special gay group, to actually go there and have the park for the weekend. And all these religious groups threatened to boycott, and people said, why? And they went, well, we don't want to encourage things like that. And you think, but it's just another group of people. As I say, you don't want to go onto YouTube. I mean, the racism in America. There was one woman, she's just been charged, luckily, so I'm quite pleased to tell you. She was the one who stopped a black guy in the park because he told her to put her dog on a lead. There's a big sign saying dogs must be kept on a lead in this public park. What did she do? She phoned the police and claimed that he was intimidating her. So because he caught it all on camera, on his phone, they prosecuted her. So she's lost her job. She also lost her dog at the same time. So it's James Bond Day. So, as I say, I mean, you really can't believe it, can you? So Cineworld are axing 5,500 people and closing all their things, and yet the Daily Star today are doing on Global James Bond Day. You know, like a celebration of James Bond. Not if you work for Cineworld, I wouldn't have thought so. Also, somebody says send Katie Price to the moon. We're not wasting that much money. Definitely not. Paul says it's my birthday today. God, that's a bit bad, isn't it, really? You're not going to get any post for ages. You have to go out and then come back. Which is sort of the best way, I suppose. It's Monday, the 5th of October. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast here on LBC. Now, the good news is that Britain has secured 340 million doses of 6 promising vaccines. There's one here made from a genetically engineered virus, 100 million from Oxford University, 30 million from Janssen, and they've got 30 million from Pfizer as well, plus inactivated virus vaccines, 60 million, then another 60 million from somebody else, and another 60 million from somebody else. Seems to be an awful lot of millions, doesn't it? But that's good news. Plus, farmers have got to decide, a bit embarrassing for the turkeys, when to, put your fingers in your ears, slaughter 9 million turkeys before they're too big for Christmas. What do you mean too big for Christmas? What rubbish are the newspapers coming up with at the moment? What is the rubbish? What do you mean too big for... I mean, surely, can't they be the same size as last year's? The most popular birds feed 10, and even if the rule of 6 is eased, family gatherings may be smaller than usual. Well, then you just have it for a bit longer. What's the point? I mean, how stupid. We used to have turkey on Christmas Day, turkey on Boxing Day, which was generally cold, sliced, obviously, and you'd have it with pickle and rolls and salad and stuff like that. I don't understand why they've got to start feeding the turkeys less so we get smaller turkeys this year. We're going to go home and stick one in your pocket or something. Ridiculous. Never heard anything so stupid. Also, what's this? Strictly, Shirley is dreading the idle trolls who she thinks they're going to target her because she said people have got very little to do. That Shirley, I've told you before, these are very simple, lonely people. They don't have anything. They never amount to anything in their life. They're jealous of everybody. They write to loads of people. You're not the only one. They probably write to about 30 or 40 people. Somebody will write to them and say, you know, so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. And that just sort of means that they're sort of suffering. Because the happier people are and the more money they earn, that really, really annoys them. Really annoys them. Rufus Hound just split with the wife, I believe, as the 12th and final star skater. Needs the money. Of course, if they cancel Dancing on Ice, then there won't be any money coming up. He revealed on Martin and Roman's Sunday Best that he completes the lineup. He says, I'm doing it for the money. Well, absolutely. Absolutely, you're doing it for the money. So he's split from his wife for 13 years. Other people, Colin Jackson, Miley in Class, Denise Van Outen, and it's Pip and Holly who are hosting again. This is the... I've lost this. I've got a very, very good story, actually, which is about some bloke who was done for parking in a disabled space. And, you know, whilst we all understand, you know, people who park in disabled spaces are, in fact, taking away a space from a genuinely disabled person. The problem is, in this particular instance, this is a private car park. This bloke is disabled. He has no legs. His prosthetic legs were in the front of the car, but still they gave him a ticket, and still it was upheld. And you can't understand exactly why somebody didn't have the presence of mind to realise that he'd fought for his country in Afghanistan and lost both his legs as a result. And so he's entitled to park in a disabled space. But this was one of those private car parks with one of these companies that sort of go, well, you know, you shouldn't have parked there. You weren't displaying a ticket. He was waiting for it to arrive, and he decided to go out. So probably that was his fault. That was his fault. But he said, I'm disabled. I have no legs. We don't really know, you know, what he's supposed to do. I can't think of anything else at all. Poor soul. Plus, they've got all sorts of people, the middle-class wannabes who do anything for 15 seconds of fame. And these are people who, I don't know what they do, actually, but their TikTok mini videos have been viewed loads of times, and so it makes them important. We've also got a story of a deported paedophile sneaked back into Britain using a false identity and then sexually harassed a care worker for 4 months. So he's been jailed again. He's from Ecuador, and his name's Juan Guerra Landazuri. And so he was thrown out the country, and then he managed to get back in again, and the government's checking system failed to pick him up. It must be a very lax system. I mean, you've only got to look at this gross paedophile to realise that you would identify him immediately. He just looks like that sort of person. So this care worker has now won damages, but the boss didn't pay up. So he's been told to pay, but he liquidated the company and set up another company, so she doesn't get any compensation. That's how sneaky some people are. Poor Mrs. Watson. This is Rebecca Watson, and she threatened to go to the police. The care home boss, Mohammed Asaf Hussein, told her he didn't want her or this bloke to lose their jobs, and then to my horror he called Juan in and had a shake hands and agreed to leave it where it was. This is a convicted paedophile. Fantastic. He changed his name, came back in after being reported to police. He was jailed again for 26 months at Ipswich Crown Court for breaching his original orders, and was later booted out of the UK for the second time. Mrs. Watson was unable to return to care work and made a discrimination claim against Lincoln's Cares and Mr. Hussein. The tribunal said you'll pay her £24,000, but this tight-fisted so-and-so liquidated the company, so he didn't have to pay her anything. So she will now not get any compensation. Meanwhile, Mr. Hussein's new company is still operating from the same address in Peterborough. Mrs. Watson said it's disgusting. I agree with her, despite the fact that on the driveway of Mr. Hussein's house were 2 Porsches. He said the firm was liquidated because of financial difficulties. Yeah, honestly, some people just sort of live on that side of the line, don't they, really? Steve up the Aston says, Jez, great result. Yeah, great result. Great result. Fantastic, actually. And also, your Speedos and massage stories. Where else could you hear stuff like this on a wet Monday morning, says Steve from the original Spikers group. I have to be honest, actually. I mean, today, the weather's not good. I don't know what it's like in your neck of the woods, but down here, we seem to be not okay, but it's a lot better than it was over the weekend. We just tipped it down. Absolutely tipped it down. Angela says, well done with the health weight loss. It's been inspiring following your progress. I've lost half a stone, only another 4 to go. I need to be something to be happy about, because it's only my 60th birthday today, says Angie. Well, there you go. 60th. Go. A child of the universe. A child of the universe. So what else have we got? The Queen comes down, a party, trios, and the COVID breach. Also, Tom Cruise filming on top of a train for the latest film. It's another one from Mission Impossible. I think we're up to Mission Impossible 7 now. I mean, dear Lord above. Talk about dragging it out. I mean, I know they did it as a series on the television, but it's a bit of a shame when they still keep dragging it out. I'm going to find the Eamon Holmes tax bill story, because it's not the first time that Eamon has taken HMRC to court. And I don't know who does his tax or how it works. I'm always quite intrigued. I have an accountant, like lots of people have accountants, and they sort of deal with it. Then they send it off, and then it sort of gets approved, and then they write to you, and then they take the money. They tell you how much they're going to take, which is always okay. I don't have any problem with that. I mean, if you're given the choice, would you like not to pay tax or pay tax? Everybody would opt not to pay tax, but it's not going to happen, is it? So Eamon Holmes, having lost the last one, he's going to challenge them. The scrap over whether he's treated as a freelancer by ITV will go ahead next year. So he denies short-changing the taxman, has filed an official court listing. His TV earnings, or his ITV earnings, go through his limited company called Red, White and Green. but officials have challenged it as it reduces his tax bill. Well, that was the whole idea. The taxman demands TV presenters pay up to 45% tax and not 18% corporation tax. Hundreds of BBC celebs have been targeted by HMRC, and it says here, which argues that they're employees and should be paying income tax and national insurance. Eamon has said it was a test case, and others, such as Anton Deck, may be targeted if he lost. He said, there's nobody more freelance than me, but they're trying to prove our jobs are regular and guaranteed, yet they could go at any moment. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's only got to blot his copybook and he's out of work. It's just, I mean, to be honest with you, I think he'd have to blot it fairly big. HMRC welcomed their victory in February and said the job was to make sure employees pay employment tax even if they were working through their own company. So, so he's going to go to court again. But if he lost last time round, it doesn't look very good for second time round, does it? Which is a bit of a shame. But he's right. There are loads of people who are freelance in this business. You might have a contract, and the contract it is. There are clauses in all sorts of contracts now. You know, if you work as freelance, you know, you are a freelance person. You're not a staff person, and nobody on television is going to give anybody a staff job, let me tell you, or in radio. It's not going to happen, because just supposing, hypothetical situation, you know, I own a lot of radio stations, and I take somebody on and they go, oh, well, they have to be staff. They have to be staff, and so they go, okay, you're staff. And then all of a sudden, their audience figures tail off, and they start turning in disastrous results, so much so that you start losing advertising and things like that. What are you supposed to do? You're stuck with them because they're staff. Whereas I always said that if everybody was freelance in the business, you'd have less sickness. Because if you don't work, you don't get paid. Don't get paid, don't earn any money. It's as simple as that. So why not make everybody freelance? You know, people can be, on contract, but you're only as good, as I keep saying, as your last set of audience figures. You know, there could be the time that they look at Eamon and go, he's too old. He's too old for this kind of thing. Drop him. And so that would then make him freelance. If he was staff, he'd have all sorts of benefits, but he doesn't get paid if he's not there. Ridiculous. Steve, says Connie, ridiculous. Outrageous. Tim Peake should have been number one on that list. This country should be proud of him. To meet Tim Peake, an astronaut, really was a big sensation. I can't wait to read his autobiography, which is published next week on Thursday. Thank you, Connie. I know, it's amazing, isn't it, the stuff that goes on there. Steve, don't you feel sorry for the offspring of these reality stars and wonder how they're going to turn out? Well, wasn't it Princess TME, Peter Andre's daughter, who called him ugly the other day? Nothing worse than honesty in children, is there really? And somebody else says, apparently BBC local presenters are 95% staff. They can't be. They can't be. Why would you want to give somebody a staff job? Because if their audience, perhaps they don't worry about their audience figures. I don't think they're absolutely necessary, are they? So, in fact, if you have freelance, I mean, I don't know anybody who isn't freelance in the business. Even friends of mine who work for sort of, you know, the BBC, are freelance. They're freelance contract. They are contracted out to do a particular job, and once that job's finished, like working for television. You know, there's loads of people work for you don't give them staff job. And also, who listens to BBC local radio? Nobody. 5:15 is the time. We get so excited about every new Bond film. I wish I knew. I think this one runs about 3 hours, isn't it? As far as I'm concerned, that's about an hour and a half too long. Anybody's attention span, sitting on a cinema seat, you know, giant hot dog in one hand, bucket of popcorn between your legs. 3 hours just might drive me mad. Poem this morning, a little bit later than usual. It's only because we were sort of deciding whether or not it was suitable or it was grossly offensive. It's called Hey Little Bug, and it's by Ty Shona Brito. Okay, so don't expect it to rhyme. I mention that now because we do expect poetry to rhyme, but not necessarily this one, okay? So bear with me. Hey Little Bug by Ty Shona Brito, read by Steve Allen, 13 3/4. Hey, little stick bug clinging to a stem, where did you come from? How did you land? Hey, little ladybug sitting on my nose, how did you get your wings red as a rose? Hey, little bumblebee, why is your bum so pointy? Please don't sting me. Hey, little marching ants, where are you going? He, on my pants, so tickly. Hey, little butterfly soaring through the sky, would you land on my finger and say hi and bye? Hey, little spider spinning your web, do you come out to play when we all go to bed? Hey, little lightning bug flying through the night, be my guide so I can follow your light. Hey, little beetle, why do you creak on my windowsill while I'm trying to sleep? Mama, mama, come and see all the little bugs playing with me. Okay. That's fine. That's another one for the archive. We do get them, don't we, in the morning? I mean, for a start, it didn't rhyme to start with, then gradually it... But I suppose poetry doesn't have to rhyme. It doesn't really sort of make too much difference, but it's just that if they don't rhyme, I've lost the will to live after about verse 3. In that case, verse 7 as well. Come on, you Astons, thank you. And, Steve, there's somebody here, I can't tell you his name. He says, believe me, they are. It says it's ridiculous. You're right about nobody listening. I'm on my way in to present a BBC local breakfast show, and I'm listening to you. Ah, you see, that's the trick of it. You know why you're listening to me? Because you're going to need something to talk about later on. I get more local radio DJs who listen to the programme to try and work, because I've already been through the papers, top to bottom. I've picked out 3 pages of stories that could fill any programme. It doesn't matter where you are. You know, so Trump on steroids could be out of hospital today, if, of course, you believe the fact that he had coronavirus. Harry and Will's, that one's going to run as well, the rift deepening. They're not talking to each other. Harry's not coming back to spend Christmas with any members of the royal family. Imagine that you can just write your family off like that, when they've literally bent over backwards to look after him. Literally. What an ungrateful little so-and-so. What an ungrateful so-and-so. Maskless train staff get an earful from one columnist. Dame Mary Berry. Nobody's going to disagree with that one. Thank you very much indeed. Nicola Roberts from Only Girls Allowed. She was the very pale one. She's 35 today. And poor old Amanda puts on another frock showing, you know, bits of her sort of body, and she gets Ofcom complaints. Ofcom must be sick to death of dealing with these things. I'm sure there's better things for them to do than worry. Steve, The Sound of Music is 3 hours long. That's The Sound of Music. Hello. There's singing. Okay. There's dancing nuns. Okay. There's children dressed up in curtains. This is not another boring Bond film. Thank you very much indeed. Where, you know, lots of gadgets and things. I mean, not once has Bond burst into song. Somebody says, up the Aston, you're very late. We did this an hour and a half ago. Why are people so late? We did that. Listen, we were doing this yesterday. 7-2, hello? The boys did good. I sent them a congratulations card and a voucher for W.H. Smith's, so they could go and get a bar of chocolate to share between all of them, which I think is quite nice, actually, isn't it, really? There's a pop-up TV channel for John Lennon, who would have been 80. Would have been 80, John Lennon. And, also, what was the other one? Oh, drinkers are going wild for craft beers. I don't even know what a craft beer is, but I'm assuming it's sort of something that's sort of, it's like a designer beer, isn't it? You know, probably made by somebody having a little still in their shed or something like that. That's what I'm assuming it is. I've got no idea. And a leading private school head teacher doesn't like teens being called snowflakes. I never assumed that teens were snowflakes. I always imagined that snowflakes were people in their 40s, a bit like Karens in America. Have you seen the Karens, Callum? Have you seen the Karens? You must get the Karens. Just put up Karens on YouTube, and you will get no end of middle-aged American women who are either racist, mainly racist, or they're just people who need medical attention, and they're disgusted. I will not wear a mask. You cannot make me wear a mask kind of people, but they've decided to call them in America Karens. I don't think it stands for anything, but you could probably make up some nice letters around it, which is quite good. And there's loads of them, you know, being abusive. On one of them, a woman said, "Get out." She's saying to a black family, "Get out. You don't live here. Go back where you came from." But they're all caught on camera. I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable how vile they are in America. Introducing Chloe Madeley, the Sun's new sex columnist. God, how an embarrassment. Especially when her husband, or whatever he is, apparently has slept with 1,000 women. And she says here, James may have slept with 1,000 women, but it's me who reaps all the benefits. What, that he's knackered? I should imagine so, sleeping with 1,000. What a tragic end to a career. Steve, another one here. Come on, you Astons. Mission Impossible shouldn't be dragged out. Well, they can't think of anything else, and it seems to be a formula that seems to work for Tom Cruise. But, you know, I don't know where they've actually got them all from. You know, when I say got them all from, because there were only so many that were shown on the television. Trump was on oxygen as levels fell, doctor admits. It depends whether you believe everything. I mean, he seems to have made a remarkable recovery. Remarkable recovery. Also, Captain Tom Moore, he's now doing a podcast. He's launching his first ever series as part of a national campaign to tackle loneliness among older people. You don't need to worry about loneliness. You've got LBC. You've got this programme at this time of the... That's Steve Allen bloke. He's very good for things like that. You know, if you're feeling a bit sort of lonely first thing in the morning, it's very easy to feel lonely. It doesn't matter where you are, does it, really? You can feel sort of lonely just about... You could be lonely in the middle of a football pitch. Wouldn't make the slightest difference. Plus here, Mo Farah was out running the other day, and Ken Jones from County Tyrone. This is one from... He's 87. 87. It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Plus the young and not snowflakes, as head of top private school, Sally Ann Huang, who's just taken over this first female High Master of St Paul's in London, is due to tell the Headmistress and Headmasters Conference that she fears the biggest scar left by 2020 may be the divide between the generations. Oh, so I was never sure that the people who were snowflakes were young people. I didn't think that at all. I always thought they were middle-aged people. Makes so much more sense, doesn't it, really? Plus, the protesters say felling forest for motorway is mockery of green targets. So there's a load of people who've erected houses up in a tree. And they try as they might, they can't get them down. Once they're up there, they tend to stay there. You know, it's ridiculous. Another one here, says Jonathan, the Inland Revenue view is if you're told where to work on the company premises and what hours you must work, you're an employee, you must pay PAYE. They must be responsible to ensure you're legally in the UK and arrange your company pension scheme. That's why they're now looking at your industry. Yeah, it won't go anywhere. Seriously, you can work outside these hours and have a private company, but pay tax on that too when you do your self-assessment tax return. Yeah, they won't do it because the argument will be from all the stations and the TVs that if somebody goes off the boil and their audience figures drop, why would they want to keep you? What's the point of keeping somebody on staff? You're not going to get anybody. Not going to get anybody. It'll never happen, you watch. It's happened to a few people, and the BBC have coughed up the money for it, so they're obviously as aware of it as everybody else is, I suppose. But they've been talking about it for a long time. Daily Express this morning, they're still doing The Crown. I've still not seen it. I should really see it, actually, but I haven't at the moment. But now Emma Corrin has fans all over froth in a wedding dress. This is the famous dress, designed by David, Emmanuel and Elizabeth, although theirs looks so much better. So much better. The fourth series of The Crown, I think, goes up to 1977 up to 1990. I think they're also looking at Andrew and his relationship with Koo Stark, because we remember that. So well do we remember Koo Stark. So well. Plus, what do we got here? We will always provide a sanctuary for those who need asylum, vows Priti Patel. I wish they'd make up their minds. They can't seem to make anything right, can they? And Mary would only say on her impending damehood, this is Mary Berry, I mean, she's done 60 years of writing cookery books and broadcasting. She said, I'm afraid I can't say. I'm not allowed to say anything. I do apologise. I have my instructions, which means she's definitely going to be a dame, but they're not allowed to tell anybody. It's supposed to be a secret. Supposed to be a secret for all those people who get the awards, which is lovely, isn't it? You know, people get an award, and first, I think they actually write to you. I remember reading my letter saying you've not been nominated, and I think they write you saying, you know, would you accept a dame? Of course she would. Good Lord above, she's fabulous. She's absolutely fabulous. I cannot find this thing. Takeaway owner wins bestseller competition, so that's good news. I'm quite happy about that. And a former firefighter turned fundraiser is tackling Ben Nevis wearing a diving suit. What is it with these people who want to climb everywhere wearing diving suits? Is it attention-seeking, or do they really raise a lot of money? Because I'm never up to speed with it. I'm always the last person. However, if you want to buy something for Christmas, which is a bit unusual, this is a letter from James Dean, who's on the cusp of stardom. The struggling actor was acknowledging a $700 advance so he could afford to travel to Los Angeles and start filming East of Eden. In it, he agrees to pay back $100 a week to the production company, Warner Brothers, if he doesn't fulfil the role. At the time, he'd appeared in a few shows, so they've got this letter. They think it could fetch about $8,000. $8,000, because it's a handwritten letter. Well, it's a signed letter, but signed by James Dean. Something to have, isn't it? Definitely something to have. Exciting. I like stuff like that. There is loads of it around. There is loads of this stuff, this sort of movie memorabilia. Because it's like the Marilyn Monroe nude photos. They fetched a small fortune a while ago. Really. And Keith says, Dear Steve Allen, I'm middle-aged from Loughborough, and my name's not Karen. You won't find me on YouTube. Got to go now. The nurse has arrived. Yes, I know. I know what's going on. I know Loughborough. Not. But and your name's not Karen. Well, not every day, but I mean, surely there must be a couple of days where you probably change. 5:30 is... We were talking the other day on the programme about the fact that all the marketing programmes on the television are in fact doing Christmas programmes. QVC are doing Christmas, every single one of them are doing Christmas, and it's lovely. And we saw these Christmas trees the other day, which I thought looked brilliant. They either do, I think it was 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 foot, but they've sold out. As indeed we knew they would, because at one point they told us they only had 40 left of one, I think of the 7 foot, which was a bit of a shame. Anyway, I was sort of thinking I should have ordered it when she said, oh, we're in short supply, and then I could have had the thing delivered. But anyway, that was neither here nor there. It's the fact that Lynn, my friend, had said, did you see these trees? And I went, see them? I love them, because they come in 2 bits. There's the bottom bit, which is built in, and then you just slide the top. Well, you don't have to connect it up with any wires or anything like that. You just slide one pole into another pole, and the top bit lights up, and it does about 116 different things, wave in and out, individual colours, all this kind of stuff. It was about 250 quid. And they did one which was green, and one which was green but with flock sprayed on it to make it look, and it's better flock than they've used in the past, which gets all over the blooming place. And so she said, oh, I don't know which one to get. Which one do I get? And, is it the flock one or the green one? I said, well, why don't you buy 2? And then you could save one for another year. And she said, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you buy one and I'll buy the other one when they're back in store? And then we can swap them the following year. So one year I'll have the green tree and she'll have the flocked tree, which makes it look like it's snowed. And then the next year we'll do swapsies around. You don't need to sort of add anything to it because it's got so many lights on, but she does like to do her sort of decorations. So that we've got to wait and see if they get any more in. You'd think actually October they've sold out already. Get more in. That would make perfect sense. Shane says, I've just noticed the packet of fish fingers use by date is 3 days over. Should I throw them out? Yes. I think so. Yes, I would think so. I would think that would definitely be it. Definitely. And because it's too risky after 3 days, and fish you can become very ill with. Definitely. Another one here. Wait a minute. Oh, somebody else saying up the Aston. Very late, all these people are doing up the Astons. Another one here. Somebody asking somebody to follow them back again, which I think is quite good, actually. How long is The Sound of Music? Find out how long the film The Sound of Music is. Just have a look and see if it's 3... I can't believe it's 3 hours. If it is 3 hours, it's very good. I know that Cleopatra ran for ages, but at least there was something going on in the Bond movies. I've never got that excited about the blooming things. Never. It's 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and every tweet and have we done all the emails and everything else? We haven't done the emails, have we? Let's do the emails, shall we? So they're going to need to check this. Oh, I found some Father Christmases climbing up ladders, which seem an awful lot cheaper than the ones on QVC, but it did look a particularly good version of one. And I think that was about 80 quid. And some of these other ones are about sort of 10, 12 quid, so I might have to get one of those. But they've got to have the lights on, and perhaps that's why it makes it a bit more expensive. Bit of a pain, really, because I so wanted one of these things, and I think those have sold out. Isn't it funny? Everybody this year determined, as I thought, that people would be sort of pushing, all the misery and all the bad stuff to one side and going, I tell you what, this year, even though the turkey's going to look a bit sad, if the turkey manufacturers come up with this ridiculous idea of not feeding the turkeys, then they're going to be sort of doing all sorts of things, aren't they? Because they say, oh, don't throw them out if they're frozen. I don't think they're frozen. I don't think they're frozen. Definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, if he's actually got a packet of fish fingers and their use-by date is 3 days over, I mean, most people, you can leave stuff in a freezer for about 3 months, can't you? So it wouldn't make any difference, I don't think. So if they're fresh, throw them out. Okay? Never wrong. Never wrong. Which is good. Somebody else was sort of saying, surely not another Mission Impossible film. Yes, yes, yes. And somebody says, I live on the Moray coast in Scotland, says Tina. You're on my dinner guest list. So let me know what your dream meal would be and a good date. Okay, my dream meal. I don't have a dream meal. Seems a bit odd, doesn't it, really? Because I can't think of anything that would be a dream meal. I mean, apart from cottage pie. Quite like cottage pie, especially if the potato's been popped under the grill with a bit of cheese on it. I quite like that. But I mean, I eat just about anything except fish. I'm not very good at fish. Steve, you can get a hole punched at the shoe repairers. Did it a few times. I've got a hole punch myself. I own a hole punch, my own hole punch. So I can put it on the belt and then squeeze the handles together and it puts a hole in. So I could because I'm going to need about another 2, I think. I thought I was doing quite well, actually. Well, I'm obviously doing quite well because I seem to be losing the weight, which is fantastic. So in Northumberland, it's very, very wet. Did we get the emails? Have you got them? Was it? Okay. Just checking, because sometimes we have to sort of put a code in. Obviously today we don't have to put a code in, because it obviously didn't sort of disappear from the other day. So people have had access to all my emails, which is terribly worrying. Terribly worrying. And, Steve, I hope you're well. Unlike you, I put my heating on last night in Manchester. Good Lord. And, but I was cold. I couldn't resist it. Best wishes and have a good day. I mean, I don't think you need... Isn't it too early for the heating? I mean, I appreciate the fact that, you know, if people get a bit chilly, you can pop the heating on. But you could pop a jumper on at the same time, couldn't you? And then you could save yourself the cost. Steve, the Loch Ness Monster, wouldn't it be really, really, really old now? It does not exist. Well, it would be, of course. I mean, I should imagine if there was anything, and of course there wasn't. There's no proof of this at all. In fact, it was been disproved by all the theory. I mean, obviously people want to believe that this thing is under the water and here it is. I mean, how does it breathe? Does it have an aqua lung or something? Or are there hidden caves at the bottom of Loch Ness, you know, where it can go and hide and go, wow, that was a deep dive, wasn't it? This thing's got to come up to breathe. It's got to come up to eat. And it obviously appears to do neither. Absolutely neither. So that's why it's a load of old rubbish. They've never managed to, in 30 years, they've never managed to get a picture of it. So, you know, you can get those pre-lit trees from Balsam Hill. Check out their website, says Carol in Glasgow. Ooh. I mean, I thought they were really good. I'm very jealous if you were one of those people that actually got one from QVC, because Lynn and I, we're going to be very upset. I mean, we can always have a real tree. It doesn't make too much difference, but I just thought they looked particularly good. Steve, it's our 44th anniversary today, and I'm looking forward, says Trisha in Hatfield, to having lunch out. Great start to the day, hearing you first thing. Well, I hope you have a lovely lunch. I've got to find out, actually, when Little Italy is open. I think they're doing lunch times. You know, in Soho. You know, we've been there quite a few times. We like Little Italy. We like Tony. We love everybody there. So we always have a nice time. And I'm still waiting on Joe Allen's. I'm getting really depressed. It's dragging me down, actually, on this one. Things might sort of get better. I hope, but I'm not holding my breath at this precise moment in time. Something to mean to snowflakes. And having a conversation with somebody from a different social class may require more brain power than speaking to someone with a similar background. That's interesting, isn't it? So people's prejudice towards those who are richer or poorer than them even make basic small talk more taxing, a study has found. 39 pairs of strangers had their heads scanned as they held conversations. That's funny. I've always said that kids who go to private school end up being able to have a conversation with just about anybody, because they're sort of treated as adults, whereas kids who go to the other schools, which aren't the private schools, can just about hold a conversation on their own. I've only got to look at The Only Way is Essex. I mean, to be honest with you, even the poor old souls in Made in Chelsea, and don't get me going on Geordie Shore. There was a Welsh programme which they had to axe, because basically it was just pure filth from start to finish. Awful, really. Steve, Gone with the Wind was a very long film, 221 minutes, but brilliant, says James in Kent. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. I don't think I've ever watched it all the way through. I did watch something. The Cleopatra, it started off with an opener, the overture, then halfway through it had a rest, so I suppose if you were watching in the cinema, you could go to toilet. There was always a rush for the toilet in the cinema. Get up there. I always advise taking a small bottle. Which is sort of a much easier thing to do. Steve, heating and winter quilt, says Gary. Heating and a winter quilt. Is that a winter quilt's not a duvet, is it? That's a quilt. So I've never had a winter quilt. I just have a duvet, and it's very light. I think it's Siberian goose or something. I can't remember. It was. I think they just sort of helped themselves. Dan used to live in London. Now he's moved to America. Used to be a cop in London. Now a cop in America. They do a lot of those things, Dan, don't they? Work in a small town of about 1,000 people. Very quiet here. Just wanted to say hi. Right, 1,000 people. Are you sure they need a copper in a little town of 1,000 people? I was looking at some pictures the other day of friends of mine who are in America, and you get these little places where sort of nothing the train goes through about once a week. Bing, 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 bing. And the barriers come down, don't they? And then the train goes through and go, hello, hello, hello. I wouldn't fancy going to little places like that, but they only turn up in movies. I bet life's a bit different. Living in London and now moved to America. There's a load of coppers, actually, who are over here who went to New Zealand and Australia. And they became coppers there because you hear an English accent on quite a lot of occasions. It turns out that in Australia there's no end of pond life who doesn't actually have a licence. They just go out driving. And the Australian police are very, very polite. Would you like to come with me to the station? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're kind of a bit matter-of-fact about the whole thing, which is quite good, isn't it? So. I just need to know the length of Sound of Music. I need to know how long it is as a movie. If I was criticising the Bond movie being nearly 3 hours long, I can't think of sitting anywhere for 3 hours. But The Sound of Music, I think, had an overture. I think it had an overture at the beginning. There you go, Sound of Music, 2 hours 55. I mean, based on the real story of the Von Trapp family, but with a little bit of give and take on, a lot of the things didn't happen in it. And they do still exist. The Von Trapp families still exist in America. They moved over there. And I think some of the kids actually perform as the Von Trapp children. Because The Sound of Music, as you know, was made in Austria. And it all went terribly well. They didn't film in Vienna. There were little bits that they'd taken, but they were filming in Salzburg. And the people in Salzburg hated them. Absolutely hated them. Have I been to the Hill? No. I'm an adult. I don't need to do things like that. There is no stream in there. It was just made because the farmer who owned the field hated the stream. So every day they came into film, he put a hole in the covering, and it was dry again. And the trees that she liked, that's all fake. And also, that was the last thing that they filmed. Films are filmed backwards. So in other words, what you watch on the screen, at the beginning of it, that was filmed, out of sync. So the last thing they filmed, I think, or was it the first thing they filmed? No, it was the last thing on this particular case, because they weren't lucky with the weather. And they sent the helicopter up. And every time the helicopter went up, Julie Andrews got flattened by the downdraft, which didn't look very glamorous. The hill, and straight flat in her face. So they had to try and do it, and the weather was so bad, and they said, "Oh, sod that for soldiers, come back to America." And then all of a sudden the weather was nice. Went, now, do it now, while the weather was good. So that was when they get the end shot of her running up the mountain, and then doing the turning bit, the hills. But they were filmed separately. So I know everything about The Sound of Music. It was one of my favourite films. I can sing all the words, everything. I mean, most of it exists. The cathedral where she gets married in it, that exists. And the choir. All of those things. You like Edelweiss. Do you know what it is, Edelweiss? It's a flower, yes. So it's sort of a national flower. The Baron's Riverside house exists as well. And I just thought it was good, but of course now they're all getting on a bit. I interviewed all the children. All the children came in, and I flew to America to interview Julie Andrews. Wait a minute. That's a big name to drop. I was so excited I forgot where I was actually, sitting there talking to Julie Andrews, thinking, This is Julie Andrews. I nearly swore actually in front of her. Went, I can't believe it's Julie Andrews. Happy birthday to Nicola Roberts. She's been in The Masked Singer. Do you know, I quite like The Masked Singer, except it's ruined by when you discover who it is singing. Bit of a disappointment. Also, Nick Robinson, the Today programme presenter from Cheshire, the only person to have served as political editor at both ITV and the BBC. But he said the most embarrassing moment in his life was singing Bohemian Rhapsody on Children in Need. They all do something, don't they? They all have to do something. Look at the time. Oh, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I'm just looking at all the stuff here, you know, Tottenham and Martin Samuel, the chief sports writer at the Daily Mail, talking about Man United, Fernandes 2, and everything else, and also Wills on the front cover. This is not going to go away, this story, because there is a new Royal Book of the Year. In fact, there seem to be quite a number of Royal Books of the Year, and you've had their Royal Book of the Year, which was the one that was nothing to do with Harry and Meghan, but they didn't sue on it. It was completely unauthorised. Bit odd, really, isn't it, really? They don't seem to like things like that, seeing as they absolutely adore the press now. They can't get enough of them. Now we're told Wills enraged Harry by asking Diana's brother to stop him rushing into marriage. Because ever since, and it's whichever way you look at it, it doesn't really matter whether you sort of say, you know, people like her or they don't like her, but ever since she came on the scene, his life has collapsed. It really has. It's a shame. It's a shame, really, that he's sort of, you know, he was sort of a member of the royal family. Admittedly, he was the wayward child, wasn't he? He was sort of the one that went, oh, good old Harry. He's good for a laugh. He was. Now he's just miserable. Just very miserable. Huge Sound of Music fan too. Could you repeat the interview with the children at Christmas, says Caroline? Oh gosh, I don't even think we've got that on record. I don't think that was saved. So much stuff wasn't saved over the years. Julie Andrews will still be there, I would think. I can't remember how many. Maybe not. That was years ago now. We go back about 6 or 7 years. But the children, they all came in because they were launching another version of The Sound of Music. They were cleaning it up or doing something and had added extra bits where you've got them doing their auditions and stuff like that. And it was wonderful. But in fact, you know who owned most of the stuff from it? Debbie Reynolds. When she was alive, she had a museum, and she owned tons of stuff. And she owned the kids' outfits from The Sound of Music, made out of the curtains. She had the guitar. She had, I think, Julie Andrews' outfit with the straw hat on. I mean, loads of stuff. Steve, my mum took me to see The Sound of Music. Halfway through, there was a break, and we had an ice cream. I always want to cry when the nuns stay behind the doors at the wedding. Lord knows why, says Jill. Yes, that was it, when they went there, because she was the wayward nun, wasn't she? And then they all went through there. You could see that they were lovely, but I still like the nuns going, you know, the Germans were outside trying to start their cars, and they couldn't start them. And the Mother Superior said, yes, and she said, forgive me, Mother Superior, for I have sinned. And they'd taken off the jack leads out of the car so the cars wouldn't start, so the Germans couldn't chase them. I mean, bits of it was sort of exaggerated to make it look terribly dramatic. I just think the scenery in Austria is beautiful. The very beginning of the show, where you see, you know, over that huge lake and all the mountains and everything else, it really is stunningly beautiful. Food's rubbish. Seriously, there's nothing you can eat in Austria that sort of passes muster, I'm afraid. Thank God they've now got things like McDonald's. But it's so funny. You go into McDonald's, which is just off the Kärntnerstrasse, which is just leading down as if you're going to Stephansplatz. I can tell you this because I went there for so many years, so I know the place backwards. And on the right-hand side is McDonald's, and it doesn't have... it just got an M. There's nothing else. It didn't fit in with the signage of the Kärntnerstrasse. It had to look discreet. But it's the only McDonald's I've ever been in where you will find little old ladies, Austrian ladies, dressed up to the nines, drinking either a coffee or a beer. You can get a beer in there, and you can sit there at a table and stay there forever. Whereas in this country, well, a bit difficult to find one you can sit in, but I think it's about 10 to 12 minutes table sitting time, and then you're off. In Austria, you can go into any restaurant, and just sit down at a table and have a glass of wine or a cup of coffee. You don't have to buy a meal. There's no minimum charges. It's a brilliant idea. Very civilised, but the food, as I say, it's like, not the greatest. Even though they've got some lovely hotels, but it is like a city that's sort of steeped in cobwebs. But I do remember there being a break in the middle of The Sound of Music, and I can't remember when I went to see it. I must have seen it. I mean, every time we went away for Christmas, which was always nice to go and stay with family members, and The Sound of Music it was repeated ad infinitum on the BBC. And they go, Steve, Sound of Music's on, thank you. And I'd sit, everybody else would be doing things, and I'd be sitting down in front of the Sound of Music. Kind of answers a million questions, doesn't it? So, dubbed the Fab Four, but with a smitten Harry exploding at perceived slights to Meghan. The princes were torn apart by anger that survives today, as Robert Lacey reveals in the Royal Book of the Year. And Harry was just miserable. Just miserable. And then it's this, her hanging on to him all the time, like, they weren't members of the royal family. I mean, now they're not. And, listen, that's what he wants to do. Fine. Nobody cares. Nobody's particularly bothered by it. Gone are those sort of days. Who do you think Ray Kroc is? Or could be pronounced Krosh. K-R-O-C. Who do you think he is? I can tell you, he died in 1984, and he was the man who turned McDonald's into one of the biggest companies in the world, and Time magazine named the Hamburger Meister among its 100 persons of the 20th century. He had a policy banning the hiring of women until the mid-1960s because he thought they would attract rowdy male customers. How appropriate. How appropriate. In 1962, on this day, October the 5th, the Beatles released their debut record, Love Me Do. And also comedian Bob Monkhouse in 1973 hugged his bride, Jacqueline Harding, his secretary for 18 years, before she became his wife. And Jacqueline, that was at Marylebone Registry Office. Jacqueline had decided to emigrate to Canada, but the night before she was due to go, he took her out. We fell in love over supper. Bob Monkhouse. Fabulous. Lovely person. And also in 1957... Russia claimed to have launched the world's first space satellites, now circling the Earth at 5 miles a second. That is like fast. No sets of traffic lights up there at all. It's a 23-inch sphere packed with recording and radio instruments. It's describing an elliptical course of about 560 miles up. Isn't that amazing? The things that are up there, how they stay there, I've got no idea, but I'm very grateful that they're up there. And what's on its way to a scrap heap on its final voyage? Yes, believe it or not, HMS Hermes is going to the scrap heap, and they will just dismantle it. I don't know why. It used to carry up to 21 Harrier jets, 5 Sea Kings, and 2 Lynx helicopters. And then all of a sudden they sort of scrap it. Very depressing, isn't it? All those people who lived on it for such a long time. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. The marathon downpour continues in all the newspapers. Only 40% chance of rain today, so that's actually better than nothing, isn't it, really? Suppose you'll be going out to it, because I should imagine most of the garden centres have got their Christmas displays in. About the earliest they've had them. About the earliest. I mean, they're not too far off to Costco. Rough seas as the ferry arrives at Teignmouth, Tyne and Weir. That's a DFDS ferry. And the seas look particularly rough. The Express are the ones who think that Trump could be back in the White House today, making a lot of cynical people on the internet say, are you sure he had coronavirus? And I'm going, I don't know. I'm not over there. I don't know. Steve, it upsets me Cineworld could close. Apparently nobody goes to cinemas anymore, but it's a great Saturday night for me and a meal. Yeah, I mean, it's closing because the film that they were waiting for, which was the new Bond film, has been put off yet again. So they obviously don't have money in reserve, and so they're going to have to, I think very shortly, they'll close them all and lay off 5,500 staff. I mean, very shortly, the high street, places out of town, which have got cinemas, are just going to be boarded up shells. I mean, it's just ghastly, it really is. Somebody says, would you feel flattered to have a spitting image puppet made of your likeness, or would you feel outraged? I wouldn't feel either. Because it would never happen. And B, I mean, if somebody wants to make a puppet of you, then why not? I've had people do caricatures of me. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. But a spitting image puppet, I don't know. I wouldn't be outraged. Some people would be, but I definitely wouldn't. Heather, the Norwich nurse, says, I know exactly how you feel. We were planning a weekend in London, but then realised no Joe Allens. It's compulsory for us, and you never know who you might meet. Could be a lovely light-end presenter. She says, I know there are other places, but for us it's always been the highlight of the trips. I hope they reopen soon. My heart goes out to all the wonderful staff. Hang in there, guys. She says, we'll all be back the second the doors open. Keep safe and sanitised. See, Heather is there rooting for you. I'm rooting for them as well. I've been going there for more than 36 years, and I don't like to think about, what might happen. I really don't. I get far too depressed. Oh, look, music. The orchestra have arrived in. You can just hear them. Can you hear them in the background? There they are. They're playing my intro music as we take ourselves up to the news at 6 o'clock this morning. It's Monday, the 5th of October. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Welcome to Monday. I know. No good moaning and shouting at the radio. It's not my fault. Weekends get shorter and shorter. And, of course, this weekend, bit of a washout for most people. And, of course, as it rains up north, what's going to happen to all that water? It's coming down here. As if we didn't have enough over the weekend. I mean, there were floods all over the place. Okay, weather warnings were issued. They were saying, oh, this is a terrible situation. And I seriously thought it was going to run for all of this week. But today we seem to have escaped down here in London. Whether or not the rest of the country is going to be doing that. And it was funny because a friend of mine had a friend of hers to stay over the weekend. She was saying, oh, we can probably do all these things. Not with this water. Absolutely terrible. Johnny in Watford says, I remember about 20 years ago, I went with a group of friends to sing along a Sound of Music. They used to do it up here at the Prince of Wales cinema. And it was very popular. They also did it up at Kenwood House. You know, so you get a lot of people who go as the hills are alive, and a lot of men dressed up as nuns. And they would sing along to the Sound of Music. You'd have the bouncing ball, and you could do... to hear all people singing, it's very therapeutic. They've done it at the Royal Albert Hall, except they haven't done the Sound of Music there. But who knows, they might bring it back. But at the moment, you can't. You can't, because we're socially distancing, which is not so good, isn't it? HMS Hermes was my first ship when I joined the Royal Navy in 1975, says Martin in Oswestry. Shame she couldn't have made it into a museum ship. It's huge, isn't it? I remember being on an aircraft hangar and that huge lift that takes the aircraft under... I mean, just absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. Steve, all the complaints about Amanda's dress on Britain's Got Talent, says Vicky. Why has nobody complained about Alicia's? She's a lovely looking lady, and yet she looked, she did yesterday, like a badly wrapped present. Did you see Alicia Dixon's dress? It was all sticky out. And when I first looked at it, I thought, I bet that would probably cost an arm and a leg, but where you'd wear the thing, I've got no idea. But also, I mean, if you look at any of the Hollywood movies, like Gentlemen Prefer Blondes or all those sort of things, people were looking glam, and that's what Amanda looks. She looks glam. You know, she's got her hair done nicely, her makeup done nicely, and she's wearing a dress which is sort of split up to, well, just about there. You know, what's the matter with that? She looks glamorous. I mean, most of the time you don't see her anyway because she's sitting behind a desk. And also, there's no audience there, but I mean, who are these people who complain about what she's wearing? I mean, I can tell you stories about Five's company, but I'm not in mixed company, let me tell you. Far too embarrassing. But you do get, you know, complaints about it. So this is the second dress she's had complaints about, which I think is hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. That somebody would worry about it. Why would you worry about what somebody else is wearing? I mean, if I told you this morning that I'm half naked and wearing a pair of shorts, you know, I mean, people would complain about that, I have to be honest, you know. Not exactly the best look in the entire universe. But what difference does it make what somebody's wearing or not wearing? They were going to have a thing the other day. Now, where was it? Oh, Alton Towers. We're going to have, I believe, a nudist weekend. Family Nudist Day. Which, but they said it wasn't open to... You had to be a member of some nudist clubs or something like... Or naturist clubs. And then you could go there and go on the rides. Although, to be honest with you, they have to disinfect both sides of the, you know, I mean, sit on a thing with nothing on, no pants or anything. And then apparently a local council up there was saying, we don't want this kind of thing. I thought, well, I mean, naturists have got a right to do whatever they want to do, and if they want to take all their clothes off and go and sit on a funfair ride, that's surely up to them. I mean, I think she was worried, this councillor, that other people were going to go there just to ogle people with no clothes on. But, you know, it's not like that, is it, really? I mean, if you want to see people with no clothes on, go to Cap d'Arge over in France. I mean, there's a whole city, full of people with no clothes on. They go shopping and everything, and they push trolleys. How they manage that, I'll never know, but they do. Steve, you reminded me the first McDonald's I ever had was at the Vienna Kärtnerstrasse in 82. I was on a research trip seeking Freud's walking stick. Sounds very silly, says Keith. There'll be no more cinemas in years to come and no houses to live in. It's awful, isn't it? Every day I seem to sort of provide a little bit of bad news, and it gradually gets us sort of down a little bit, I think. I mean, we're not going to have cinemas, you know, in the future. What are we going to have? Nothing. Just have DVD. You'll have to sit at home. But I thought the whole idea is all these films were made for the big screen. They're meant to be seen on, 50 by 100 or something like that, and we just watch them at home. Meghan was attacked from numerous sources. In her, Harry found the love of his life and was happy, says Bill. He chose to protect her, his son and his marriage as best he could. The royal family, no example of happy relationships. Oh, no, I agree. To lose one relationship, a little bit careless. To lose about 4 is means that there's a problem going on somewhere. But everybody can see, as you know, Bill, that the hypocritical pair, having left this country because of the treatment at the hands of the press, go to America, where the press are even more vicious than they are in this country. Over here, they just sort of pap you and then put pictures in the newspapers. But of course, Harry, having, being a little bit temperamental, shall we say, didn't like that kind of thing. So they've already started complaining in America. They complained in Canada. Somebody was sort of, taking pictures of them. It's like, for goodness sake, wrap them in cotton wool. Somebody says, did you try the gastro chips? No, I haven't had chips in months and months and months. I wanted to. I nearly, coming in on Sunday morning to LBC, after I built the Ark, which I thought was lovely, I said, I'm building an Ark so I can guarantee I'll get into the studio, because they were flooding everywhere and it was absolutely tipping it down, and but I had my umbrella, so I was fine. And I remember sort of thinking, I'll get some chips on the way in, because the fish and chip shop's normally open. And then I suddenly realised the fish and chip shop wasn't open, so I didn't get chips coming in. So I was because I just fancied a portion of chips, but it's not going to happen, is it really? Not going to happen. 84850. I think all Cineworlds have become student flats when they close. No, Keith, definitely not. Definitely not. They'll never get the planning permission. Never get the planning permission unless they knock them down and put up something else. But they own them, so I don't think they're rented. So I can't see them changing into things like that. We do need cinemas. That's what movies are made for. They're made to be seen on the big screen. That's why people want bigger and bigger at home. I talked to Nick Abbott the other day. What was he after? He was up to about a 65-inch. He wanted a 6... I don't know what he had at the moment. Whatever it was, it sounded huge. My brother's got a huge television as well. Practically need to sit in another county to watch the blooming thing. Steve... says Richard, talking of being naked, how's the Naked Leapfrog Club going? It's going well, thank you. Very well indeed. How are you able to practice with social distancing? Well, there is a bit of a problem with the social distancing, but because it only lasts for a second, it's okay. Steve, oh my goodness, a nudist fairground, that's done it for me, says Anne. Nudist fairground. I think it's quite funny, actually. It's quite funny. Because the trouble is, if you're having a conversation with somebody who is a naturist, it's very difficult just to keep staring at them in the eyes, isn't it, really? At some point, your eyes are just going to sort of wander down their body a little bit, and that's when you think, this is not good. This is not going very well at all, I'm afraid. So you have to sort of keep your eyes, above the waist and not look at anything. But I don't think there's anybody around. Who knows? I might be working in a company where there are secret naturists. I've got no idea. I don't go round and check on these sort of things. People who sort of, enjoy taking all the... it's all right doing it at home, isn't it? But you don't want to do it in a fairground, for goodness sake. That could be very dangerous, very dangerous. What else we got? Oh, the 3 lions in a COVID wrap. I knew I'd forgotten about this one. This was a story that came up a short while ago. This is England stars Ben Chilwell, Tammy Abraham and Jadon Sancho have been filmed attending a packed birthday party ahead of today's squad meet-up. They were with a party of about 20 friends and family, clearly flouting the rules. Abraham says, I arrived home to find a small surprise gathering. Though I was totally unaware it was planned, I'd like to wholeheartedly apologise for the naivety shown. All I can do now is learn from it. Have these people not been out or read the news or heard about the news? That's what's worrying, isn't it, really? So Southgate, of course, you remember Mr. Southgate. He and 2 other stars, Phil Foden and Mason Greenwood, are out the squad for breaching COVID protocols with 2 Icelandic beauties last month. They're just not the brightest pennies, are they, footballers? We have to sort of accept the fact that they are a bit, to put it politely, dim. And they don't understand. You want to go out there. I didn't know there were going to be people around the house. I didn't know they were going to do things like that. But there you go. But if the country goes into full lockdown, the papers tell us that Strictly could be cancelled. Insiders said the BBC bosses would be unable to delay it until early 21. Couldn't they just play old programmes? you know, and close down the BBC and then just have somebody there who says, I'll put the reels on now, Steve. There's going to be an old film coming up. And do that. It's like London Live. You get loads of old films on that one. I mean, that's brilliant. I love that. Also, the 5 welders jailed in the Isle of Man for breaching COVID-19 rules. They don't mess around in the Isle of Man. Oh, no. They were caught. Tesco reported a court heard. They come from Doncaster, arrested for flouting the rules, and they've now got to, because they should have self-isolated immediately. They got off the ferry, but they didn't. So Robbie Rhodes, 18, Luke Fletcher, 22, Jack Smith, 18, Michael Smith, 43, and Christopher Lafayette, 62, admitted failing to comply, and they were sent to prison. So they've gone for 2 weeks to prison. Not the brightest pennies in the box. I'm still not sure about Dolly Parton to pose for Playboy, provided it's done tastefully. I don't know. There's not much of her, is there? Well, I say not much of her. She's got a very thin waist. She's a very, very tiny waist, which is lovely, you know, if you're lucky to be having a small waste. Britain will be hit by a week-long washout. The Met Office's warning came after more than a month's worth of rain fell at the weekend. The south was the worst hit. The village of Liss in Hampshire, deluged by 5 inches in 48 hours. The October average is 3 inches. But I mean, to be honest with you, there's not much between 3 inches and 5 inches. Another 2 inches. But that makes the difference between those drains filling up, which is not good. They say for some parts it's going to rain pretty much every day, except today. Except today, where it's only 40% chance. I mean, it's still bad. But I don't think it's going to be as much as we have been having. But if you are going out today, I'd take a small umbrella, actually. Make it so much easier, wouldn't it, really? Sorry, somebody's just done a gag. Apparently, when they launched the Big Mac at McDonald's in 1982, you could go into a McDonald's and say, 2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles and onions, all in a sesame seed bun, and you get the Big Mac half price. They don't do that now, do they? I bought some little tiny sausages the other day from M&S. The posh dogs don't sell them in our one. Obviously, we're not posh enough in Twickenham, but they're going to be doing for Christmas in batter with a curry dip. I thought I'd tell you that now, but don't bother, because I bought them all. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Leanne Pinnock apparently has celebrated her 29th birthday. This is somebody from Little Minx, and they've got Jade and Jezzy and Perry and all the rest of them. But this one, she's now a TV producer. Well, she's not. It's a bit of gross exaggeration from the Bizarre column today, who has learnt that the Little Mix star set up a company called Pinnock Productions, which is described as a firm dealing with artistic creation, registered with Companies House, and it's the singer's latest move into diversifying from the hit girl group. But they say here her new company means she'll be the one coming up with concepts of programmes and developing new shows. Well, I mean, that's about like saying I'm going to be whistling on Mars. You know, loads of people exist with different companies and they go, oh, brilliant, so you're going to be doing programmes for the television. Yeah, I'll be coming up with concepts. Don't waste your time. Seriously, it's not going to happen. They say she spent a decade in the public eye thanks to her success and has become respected in the industry. She's just somebody in a group. In fact, I defy anybody, if you put them up on a television programme, to tell you who they were called. They would have known. But she's also got her swimwear range. But that doesn't mean you can do television programmes. They all say that, don't they? It was like some hilarious list the other day of who the reality rich stars are. And Little Mix were at number 1 with 50 million. That's not each. That's split between them. It's about 12 million each, which means that they were way behind number 2 on the charts, who laughingly turned out to be Spencer Matthews, who they said had amassed a fortune of 21 million. Well, he's not been going 21 years, and I can't see him earning more than $1 million a year because he's hardly ever on the television. What does he do? God knows. God knows. When you go to Iceland, Steve, buy some Slimming World sweet potato chips. You bake them in the oven, they're delicious. Yeah, I just haven't had the need for chips. I've had mashed potato. I quite like the mashed potato, but not sort of wild about chips. They're okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm very into things like that. Somebody says you don't get the atmosphere of the cinema at home, even on a 65-inch. And Anne says oh, that's right. What's the forecast for next week? Oh, I don't know. Should we ask Siri? Hey, Siri, what's the weather forecast next week?
I don't have the full week. But between next Monday and next Thursday we can expect partly cloudy skies, followed by rain, and finally some cloudy skies. Daytime temperatures will hover around 14 degrees, with overnight lows between 7 and 9.
It's my new best friend. It's my new best friend. We have conversations, you know. What's the weather like on Mars? I cannot answer that for you, Steve. So a bit more rain next week. That's a surprise, isn't it? Somebody says the loss of Strictly would be no loss to society whatsoever. Well, do you know, Andy, I think possibly the same. It doesn't bother me. I'm not one of these people who go, oh, I've got to rush home. I quite like Gogglebox. You know, I like all the people on there. I don't like the hairdressers in Brighton. They're a bit naff. But the rest of it's good. All the families and stuff like that. I think it's doing a good job. We like Mary. Mary's good fun. I don't think there's anybody I don't like apart from the hairdressers in Brighton, just because they're a bit drippy, I think. And then the one who left was the boyfriend of the other one who's still there, and he didn't paint a very glowing picture of him, but there you go. Who knows why people stick together. But, you know, I mean, to see some of these sort of programmes on the television, very odd. Somebody says, what car do you drive? It's got 4 wheels on it. Well, actually, I tell you what, it's got 5 wheels. 6 wheels. I've just remembered. I've got a spare in the boot. Not that you'll ever better get to it, but that's the thing there. Also, thousands of retired police have been re-employed by their old force and get paid twice from the public purse. More than 3,000 former officers are getting paid twice. A freedom of information request by the Sun found, but just 26 of 46 forces responded to our request, suggesting the figure is above 5,500. And here he is, Tyler Christopher. You'll remember Tyler Christopher because he was hauled into court for parking in a disabled bay, despite the fact that he has no legs. Okay, he lost both his legs, and he was taking a nap in his modified BMW. This should have been the clue. He's an ex-Lance Corporal. He was waiting for a new blue badge when he was ticketed. I mean, his head and shoulders were visible between the 2 front seats. His wheelchair could be seen in the back. And his prosthetic legs were in the footwell. But by Vehicle Control Services, which is owned by a millionaire, Simon Renshaw Smith, dubbed Mr. Clampett, Tyler, he was fined 60 quid. Tyler was also captain of Team GB's para ice hockey team, appealed, but had to pay not 60 quid, but £150 penalty, even though, because VCS, which is the Vehicle Control Services, insisted the ticket was correct. Tyler says the warden must have been really sneaky to do it all the time I was sleeping. Some people don't remember the sacrifices others made. I can't believe that. I mean, surely if he's sleeping, okay, and he's in a disabled space and he's got no legs and there's a wheelchair in the back, bit of a clue there, why did they bother ticketing him? And then it went from £60 to 150. What a mean company they turn out to be. The Sun, of course, have a comment on it. I always love the Sun when they have a comment on these things, because generally speaking, they will sort of get something like this removed because he's disabled. He was a hero. He was a hero. What does it say here? Plainly unjust, they say, that a war veteran who lost both legs to the Taliban is fined for parking. It's not the warden's fault he couldn't see a blue badge. But once Tyler Christopher explained the circumstances, why didn't anyone show a bit of common sense? Perhaps the parking firm's millionaire owner can. The omens are not great. How about it, Mr. Clampett? I mean, come on, for God's sake. Otherwise, what a horrible company. Done yourself no favours on that one, mate. Somebody who lost his legs in Afghanistan fighting the Taliban. And then you up it from 60 quid to 150 because he wasn't displaying his blue badge. But surely you can quite see, unless your parking attendants don't have the gift of sight, he's got no legs. They're sitting in the front of the vehicle and there's a wheelchair in the back. What do you think it's there for? Fun? Horrible people, aren't they? Blimey. Steve. Oh, somebody else saying, loss of Strictly, no loss to society. Well, I mean, it's a nice little programme, but they waste far too much time on it. Far too much time. I mean, I don't think you need an orchestra, a band, or whatever they have there for Strictly. You don't need to invite an audience in. Well, in fact, I don't think they'll be having an audience in, will they, at all? Which is a bit of a... But yet it sort of seems to do well in the ratings, but some people want to watch it. It's like, watching the Strictly Dancing on Ice thing. I mean, that's the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen on the television. Some ghastly stuff on at the moment. But they hail it, don't they, Strictly? Oh, let's put somebody on who's sort of a rising BBC star that we can promote. And yet they always turn out to be the worst ones, which is a shame. Also revealed the plan for the 3-tier lockdown regime in England. And this is what it's a leaked government document, obviously leaked no more, as they say, including the closure of pubs, a ban on all social contact. The draft proposal for a traffic light system, seen by The Guardian, is designed to simplify the current patchwork of localised restrictions that apply to about a quarter of the UK. No social contact outside households, no organised non-professional sports or other communal hobby groups and activities, such as social clubs and community centres. And yet, I mean, all of these things are fine, provided they adhere to it. Was there not a funeral the other day? 300 people turned up, and the police did nothing? Nobody was fined? Come on, goodness sake, honestly. I mean, that's just absolutely ridiculous. I've never heard anything so stupid. Also, the Daily Star. So, if you're in the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and to be honest with you, as it's being done in Welsh Wales, I can see that this might not go ahead if they close down many more places, because they seem to be closing down left, right and centre. They say they might have to put it on hold, and then all those poor people who were hoping that this was the money that was coming in that was going to change things, it's obviously not. It's obviously not. I mean, because they might close it down. They haven't said that they will, but it's going to be fairly brutal, Bear Grylls tells you. The Gales in Wales, he says. It could provide them with their toughest challenge yet. So they've sunbathed before in the sweltering heat of the Aussie jungle. So what are they going to do for making them eat funny things? I can't, he said the bad weather will be brutal. Contestants shouldn't underestimate it. And so you get persistent wind and rain. Weather forecast looks grim. Days of 100% cloud cover predicted. But what are they going to give them to eat for testing them on their little thing? And which one shall we nominate? I don't know. Billy says a few weeks ago you were talking about eating mince pies with a helping of extra thick double cream. I certainly wouldn't be eating things like that, but I would recommend it. He said Tesco's finest cognac, brandy and port mini mince pies with the extra thick double cream. It's got to be spoonable cream. Mind you, I use double cream for stirring into all sorts of things. Chili con carne, a good spoonful of double cream in it just makes it into a sensational meal. It really does. I mean, and luckily hardly any calories, provided you don't actually swallow. In which case, if you did, you're going to sort of put on pounds. But no, it adds so much. I didn't realise that you could add all these ingredients to something quite bland, such as chili con carne. So I don't know what to have today. I really don't. Somebody mentioned earlier on not having the right date on their fish fingers, and I thought perhaps I could have fish fingers again. Quite fancy some of those. Might go. I don't know. Who knows? Honestly, life is an open book, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have the LBC News, shall we? 6:30 is the time. We're Monday. Welcome to not as much rain as we've had over the weekend, except up north, where you might be getting a little bit more rain than you really want. Such a pain, isn't it? It really is, honestly. Mind you, at least it saves having to get your car washed, because all you do is just leave it outside. It's a good idea. The garden then gets watered. All of a sudden, when we think we were going through the summer, then we're going, what are we going to do if we don't get any rain? Hello? Here it is. You left all your clothes outside. Oh. What do you leave them outside for? It's been raining all weekend. So you thought it was going to be all right. Did you listen to LBC, to my programme, saying it's going to be raining all weekend? It's a storm coming in. Okay, you normally switch off that bit. Okay, right. I'll send it to you in letter set. We'll send one of those planes up with a big thing behind it going, it's going to rain very shortly. It's what you're getting now for the production staff. I mean, seriously. Everybody went, storm coming in this weekend. Muggins here. Nothing. Not a thing. I'll leave all my washing outside. So, in fact, to be honest with you might as well just leave it there. There's no point bringing it in, because you're only going to have to sort of spin it out. You might as well just leave it where it is. Running out of pants. How many pairs of pants have you got? They're all outside. Oh dear, how embarrassing, honestly. Bet the neighbours are going, all his pants are out there again. All these multicoloured pants. Well, just go and buy more pants. That's what I do, see. If in doubt, buy more pants. But leave them there, because today you might get enough draft to actually sort of drip dry them. I mean, if I were to, I'd squeeze them out, because they're a bit receptive to holding liquid, aren't they? And if you've got the tenor pants, and it's a case of sort of do that and then leave them there, and then because at some point there might be is there nowhere inside where you can dry your stuff? Not really, no. And drape them over the bed. I used to do it over the bath. Did you not buy one of those things which rests either side of the bath, and then you can put all your stuff on there? That was the easiest thing to do. And then it sort of drips into the bath, and then it's they sort of no, they're not. Just me again. Amazing, isn't it? Seriously. All my pants are wet. Well, you just have to go commando, won't you? Just don't tell anybody, which makes it a bit... we don't really need to know. It's one of those not need-to-know basis. What else we got? Oh, a bird. A bird. I had a dream about a bird the other night. A parrot, I think. This is a lost cockatiel called Smidge. And he was only tracked down, Smidge, singing because he tweets the Addams Family theme tune, and I think the Addams Family is a do 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 do, and that's how I think the Addams Family goes, and that's what it does. But the owner, who's Rhys Owen, Welsh by any chance, says that it's like sort of finding your kid when you get the bird back again. Oh, bless. So sweet, isn't it, really? So sweet. I was going to a revolutionary eye drops that could give perfect vision for up to 12 hours, could make reading glasses a thing of the past. Oh, I'm going for this idea. I mean, although, to be honest with you, reading glasses, I mean, I wear reading glasses. They're so cheap. So cheap. You get about 10 pairs for sort of like £9 or something like that. I found some cheap masks the other day as well. You know, the masks you put on? 50 for £9.98. Which I thought, was it £7.98? Whatever it was, I remember thinking it was quite cheap. It's James Bond Day, and when you look at them, you've got Sean Connery, toupee, Pierce Brosnan, Mamma Mia, here I go again, Timothy Dalton, George Lazenby, hired for the role when they had a departure from the Bond franchise, Daniel Craig, Roger Moore, David Niven. You might not remember David Niven, but he was in Casino Royale, which is sort of one of the first of just 2 James Bond films not to be made by the production company Eon. I think it was Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. I think. I might be wrong. But David Niven, of course, wrote 2 books, The Moon's a Balloon and Bring on the Empty Horses. He died in 1983. He had motor neurons disease. His books were supposed to be, and I read them, as indeed did everybody at the time, and they were apparently a little bit works of fiction. There were a lot of things that didn't quite happen in there, but they were good Hollywood stories. Tish in Shirley, Croydon, says, I ordered my Christmas meat from Costco, ordered a 4 rib of beef and a pork pancetta stuffed with Italian herbs. Only trouble is we usually have 18 people for lunch on Christmas Day, so might have to cut it in half and put it in the freezer. Well, that sounds fine. Is it too early to order? I bought liqueur chocolates the other day. Liqueur because I quite like a liqueur chocolate. I haven't had one. They're in the boot of the car at the moment, which is sort of like a fridge as far as I'm concerned. And so it's got all the... And I bought some chocolate money. Haven't seen that in Costco. They normally do Belgian chocolate money. It's really nice. Proper Belgian chocolate money. It is great. It is great. I bought some the other day in John Lewis, but it's not Belgian chocolate. And there was too much of it. I like, Belgian chocolate. But I don't eat very much of it. But I'll have a look, actually, in Costco, because I can't believe that they don't have it in unless they're leaving it nearer the time. Because they've got mince pies in and stuff like that. Do you not like mince pie? You're not a mince pie person, are you? No. Have you ever had it with really thick cream? They're really quite nice, actually. And they're slightly warm. So it's like, no. Do you have Christmas lunch? Do you do normal Christmas lunch, Callum? You have all the trimmings? What do you have for pudding, then? What do you have for pudding? It varies. Ice cream. See, he can eat anything, and he's not putting on weight. Just telling the other producer, the vegan in the family. And he wants to be a Groovy Gang member. No chance. Mark, former producer of mine, he says, your rendition of the Addams Family theme sounded more like the theme from George and Mildred. No, it didn't. It sounded like the Addams Family. The Kiki and the Cookie. The Addams Family. Anne said you change your mask daily. Well, people have asked me this before, and I've said this about 300 times, twice a day. If I go home, I take the mask off and throw it away, and then I put another one for going on later on. So I have throwaway masks. I've got hundreds of them. I must have about 300 or 400 masks at home. Very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Also, the one thing I shan't miss about Strictly is the sound of the audience clapping on the wrong beats of the bar, Steve. Makes me cringe every time. Well, unfortunately, Errol, they're going to have fake clapping, like they do in football. Have you heard all of the fake whooping and cheering in the football? Have you heard that? I mean, I don't know how they manage with that. It's very odd. And then also in the Britain's Got Talent, that's all fake because there is no audience. The only people who aren't the audience are the judges. And they all seem to stand together, don't they? Ant and Dec stand together because I should imagine if one gets it, the other one's definitely got it. But Ian in Somerset, absolutely. Absolutely, matey. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I couldn't tell you how much, but, you know, yeah. Somebody else saying, do you change your mask daily? Yeah, twice a day. You have to change it twice a day. You can't keep the same. What, you keep the same one? Steve, I'm a supermarket snob. M&S food all the way. If COVID affects their stores, get rid of the clothes, but keep the food halls. Oh, I like that. I like Waitrose. What else? So, I mean, sometimes I've been into Sainsbury's and Tesco. I've been all sorts of places. It just depends. But, I mean, given the choice, I'd do Waitrose or M&S, because that's the two that we've got in Twickenham. We've got a Sainsbury's, but it's too far to walk. You know, the others are sort of right slap bang in the middle. I tell you what they do. Must tell you this, because it was highlighted the other day. Marks and Spencer's are doing Harry Potter chocolate. They've got a hat, and they've got various bits and pieces, all made of chocolate. And one of them they've got, and this is the bit, put your fingers in your ears if you've got young people. There. They've got the Harry Potter wand. And a lot of people have said, unfortunately, it looks like a sex toy. Looks like a sex toy. Because it doesn't look like Harry Potter's wand. It looks most bizarre, most peculiar. Not for you. Don't you look at it, Callum. Don't you look at it. But they've got the hat as well and everything, which is crumpled and all that sort of stuff. So it sounds good. So they'll be doing that for Christmas. But I'm still getting... I'm sorry, I'm still going to have to get the little cocktail sausages with batter and a curry dip. I mean, that just sounds exciting. Good Lord, I mean, that's like manna from heaven. Steve, I go to Belgium once or twice a week and I get given boxes of Belgium chocolate, says Simon, so you can have them if you... No, I'm diabetic. The funny thing, I talk about chocolate, I don't necessarily eat chocolate. I have had chocolate before, but I don't necessarily want to eat the stuff. I've been to Belgium too. Once. That was a day I'm never going to get back again. We used to have two cats called George and Mildred. Poor old George was bullied in that relationship as well, says Jimmy. Thank you. Can you still get chocolate smoker's outfit, says Chris. You can get all sorts of things. I'm not sure if the smoker's outfit is still available. It was the chocolate was never great chocolate, was it? I love it. Steve, can you explain why shops are allowed to sell masks that have no rating on, no N rating or no CE marks? The cheap masks specifically say not to be used as a PPE. Well, I've never seen those. Where have you seen those? But no, I mean, as far as I know, the masks being sold in shops are not allowed to be used on construction sites. I don't work on a construction site. I've never even thought about it, actually. We use PPE to protect ourselves from biohazards, yet the masks being sold do not. Well, they're all different, but I mean, the ones that I've got, this is... What did they say this was made of? I think they said it was paper. But it looks like material, but I think it's paper. But seems to be fine so far, and I'm top of the list of people who are at risk. I'm of an age, and I'm diabetic. Are you stocking up on sweets for Halloween, says Nick? Nope, we don't do Halloween. I think it's ridiculous. Halloween we definitely should not be doing in this country. And, Steve, if you don't have a pudding on Christmas Day... That's an ice cream, cheesecake and trifle in the one bowl with squishy cream, then you're not doing Christmas properly, says Finton. Yeah, I mean, I'd be quite happy to have a little bit of Christmas pudding with some ice cream, vanilla ice cream. You can't do any flavoured ice cream. Or failing that, I mean, cheesecake I'm not a big fan of, but trifle I quite like. I like a trifle with a bit of cream on it. In fact, quite a bit of cream. And then you could add ice cream to it as well if you really want to be decadent and really want to sit there going, I feel so full. How many people have Christmas lunch? Put their hands up. Come on. No, not if you're driving. Keep both hands on the wheel. And then you sort of say, I couldn't eat anything else. And they go, anybody for a bit more? You go, I'll just have a little bit more. Always put my hand up first. I'm never backwards at coming forward when it comes to getting a bit extra on my plate. Definitely. But Halloween, not. Definitely not. We don't do anything to do with Halloween. I can't bear it. Not that I can't bear it, I just think it's an Americanism and it should stay over. Well, everybody, 10 to 7 is the time if you're clock watching. Got trains to catch, together with buses and stuff like that. But, and take an umbrella. I mean, the 40% chance of rain is not too bad. Not too bad at all. Steve, I always buy a large sherry trifle, either from Marks or Waitrose, says Martin. Do you know, to be honest with you, it doesn't really actually pay you now to make anything yourself for Christmas. You can go and buy it all. You can actually go out to any of the supermarkets and they will start doing stuff and you can pre-order. And it's anything to make the day easier. You know, why you'd want to sort of get up at the crack of dawn to put the potatoes in and to put the turkey in. And if the turkeys are going to be smaller this year because there's only 6 of us, well, in our case, there won't be. I don't know how we're going to manage it. We'll have to think of some reason to circumvent it. Perhaps we'll do different rooms or something. I don't know. Never thought about that bit before. We'll worry about it nearer the time. But if the turkeys are going to be smaller and you have to order the Christmas puddings, you know, because they're going to be in short supply, God knows what Christmas is going to be like this year. There certainly won't be much festive cheer on the television, will there? Even though I think they're doing Mrs. Brown's Boys. I think that one's being recorded very, very shortly. Here's Amanda. Here she is. And again, people have complained to Ofcom about her dresses are too revealing. I mean, they're really not too revealing. It's, you know, you see worse than this on Love Island. In fact, you see everything worse than this on Love Island. The I'm a Celeb stars. It's going to be pretty cold in Wales. For I'm a Celebrity. Get me out of here. The Sun this morning, top year for Kelly addicts, pages 2 and 3. There's lots of pictures of Kelly Brook. And here she is. She's producing a calendar. She does a calendar all the time, actually. And so, I mean, why aren't people complaining about this? They're complaining about Amanda Holden. I mean, Kelly's showing an awful lot more. And that's all I can tell you. Superstar Ed Sheeran was told he wouldn't be a star unless he dyed his ginger locks black. Apparently, ginger not very popular. Well, as he turned over £38 million last year, I think he's actually made the right decisions. Can we have more eat-out schemes? I quite like the eat-out schemes. I never did it. Oh, I tell you a lie, I did. We did do it. And we actually saved a small fortune. I thought that was a very good idea. Let's do it again, please. Definitely. Also, the Loch Ness Monster story you can find in a couple of the papers this morning. They think that they found it again. Another load of rubbish. It's obviously a tourism industry that's collapsing. And so the bloke who seems to run the catamaran that sort of wanders across it goes, oh, this is the nearest thing yet we've had. And somebody from the Loch Ness spinning you another yarn society say, yeah, this is proof positive that something is down there. Yes, a load of dirt, a load of rubbish, no fish, no monster, no nothing. The Express, Trump could be back in the White House today. I mean, seriously, I mean, it must be the first person to have actually managed to get himself through coronavirus so fast you can't believe it. Is it going to be Dame Mary Berry? She's not allowed to say. They're not allowed to say. If you're told you'd have had a phone call from somebody or they send you a card saying, would you accept a damehood? And then she'll say yes or no or whatever. I think the Beatles turned down, didn't they, some years ago? And then you've got to keep it quiet. It must be a nightmare. Imagine trying to keep something like that quiet. Goodness, I'd be the first person to be telling people, well, surprise, surprise, you know, arise Dame Steve Allen, as if that was going to be happening anytime soon. And somebody says a good idea for, yes, we've done all the gags about the funeral for the turkey on Christmas Day and getting 30 people in. It's a bit old, but it doesn't matter. Steve, does the new Harry Potter chocolate range have a wizard? I've got no idea. I just know that they're doing it, and there's quite a number of items in it. So, you know, if you're a Harry Potter fan, you'll be buying the chocolate, I should imagine. It's got nothing to do with Christmas, has it, Harry Potter? And as far as I know, there isn't a Harry Potter film out, is there? I never understand why they do these things, but the packaging looks quite nice, so I shall probably have a good look at it. The Daily Mail, they've got a row erupting over the UK daily COVID figures. They can't get it right. In 1 week, they missed 16,000 cases. How? I have no idea. Also, the Royal Book of the Year. Will's enraged Harry by asking Diana's brother to stop him rushing into marriage. Nobody can do anything with Harry. He thinks he knows everything, so we can't do anything about it. If they want to stay in America with the paparazzi, that's their business. That's their business, but just leave us alone, thank you. The Daily Mirror got the same thing. This is by Penny Juna, talking about the real truth behind the royal rift. Horror at the movies. Cineworld staff could be axed. 5,500 of them, as the chain set to close all 127 cinemas until next year. I mean, that is like the worst news you could ever hear. And it's all hinged on the new Bond movie. They've said, you know, the Bond movie, we're not getting it now until later next year, and they can't hang on. So obviously, these cinema chains and even the Royal Opera House, they must be literally eating hand to mouth. because I think it's the Royal Opera House are going to have to sell that David Hockney painting. They said it could be worth 18 million, but what happens if it's not? How long is that going to last them? They said they need the money to guarantee jobs, and you think, so they don't have millions in the bank. I mean, are all these people just operating on a shoestring? Amazing, isn't it? Also, a few years after his abdication, the Duke of Windsor and Wallis Simpson began spending the season at the Waldorf Astoria in New York, where the armchairs were upholstered in the Duchess's favourite shade of blue, and it had pictures of her dogs on the cushions. But now the royal suite and its treasure are assembled in a disused shopping centre beside a motorway in Massachusetts. They're on display, and they will go under the hammer. It's unbelievable. Marilyn Monroe was a Waldorf regular. So all of these things they've got, and they're coming up for auction. Wow! That's like very, very exciting. Very, very exciting. Front page of the Times, they've got cover-up fears over Trump's health. The doctors say he could be released from hospital as soon as today, giving several indications that COVID-19 was hitting him harder than they wanted to let on. Although if you read all of the internet and all the conspiracy... I thought the conspiracy theories happened very, very quickly. And he's here. He's been given steroid treatment, normally used in serious cases. So he was working at the hospital. I mean, whether it's a posed picture and after the picture was taken, he collapsed in the bed again, I've got no idea. But it's certainly it's about the fastest anybody has been through the COVID virus. Priti Patel has lashed out at lefty lawyers opposing asylum reform as she vowed to push through the biggest overhaul in decades. And the Vatican, a senior cardinal, has denied using 700,000 euros of Vatican funds to bribe witnesses to secure a sex abuse conviction against his rival. Lord above, honestly. And this is in Vatican City. They're supposed to be, holier than thou, whiter than white, for goodness sake. And Steve, no doubt Trump will say his COVID was worse or in some ways unique to everybody else's. And a lot of people just don't believe it, do they? And Joe in some place called Loughborough says, in these countries, try to shop local and British for your Christmas dinner. As opposed to where? Everybody shops locally. We actually have a high street, unlike certain places. Also, Trump, I'll be back soon. I mean, it's a miracle, this, isn't it? I've never known anybody recover so fast. And here we go, the Daily Telegraph. Trump's oxygen levels dropped 2 days running, the doctors revealed, but they're saying he could be back today. Burglars to be tagged and tracked around the clock to stop reoffending. And 45,000 brave people went out to race their own marathons. And Ulrika Johnson on the Who Dares Wins programme. Because obviously, they sort of start digging people up now and they go, oh, you can do it. COVID tax rise is on the way. In other words, to pay for COVID, they're going to put up everybody's taxes, which is great news, isn't it? And the funeral mourners berated for sitting too close. So there's this poor lady, and I think it's her partner who died, and they're all being socially distanced, and then somebody goes to sit next to her. And the attendants from the funeral home rush in and go, no, separate. I mean, honestly, you think to yourself, for goodness sake. So, moment, she needs to be comforted by people. It's a blooming funeral. Anger as pure Jim likens a workout to being a slave. Can't believe it, can you, really? A pure Jim. It's a cheap and cheerful place. But this was one in Luton and somewhere else. I mean, God knows, somebody obviously with half a brain cell came up with that one. George Michael's ex, this is Kenny Goss. He says that George Michael's estate should continue paying him, and he wants 15 grand a month. He said that George looked after him, and just because George isn't here anymore, he thinks that George should still pay for his lifestyle. What an ungrateful little so-and-so. I mean, for goodness sake, George and Kenny split years and years ago. That's why he was with Fuzzy, if you remember. I mean, and then for sort of, Kenny Goss to crawl out the woodwork and go, I want 15,000 quid because he took me away from my career. Well, that's your problem. Why should people have to pay you? He didn't leave anything to him in his will. That kind of says everything, doesn't it? If somebody doesn't leave you something in the will, that means if you've been out together as an item and then you'd finished as an item, and then they don't leave you anything, it's because they didn't want you to have anything. Simple as that. I bet he didn't do too badly out of George Michael memorabilia. Ashley Banjo doesn't think the Brits are racist. And he'd know. He'd know. He's far more qualified than Prince Harry to talk about it. Perhaps he should have a sit-down with Prince Harry and try and explain the finer points in life. Like, stop being a spoilt little brat. 13 children taken to hospital after eating cannabis sweets. I've never heard of cannabis sweets. I've heard of hash cakes. Because years ago they used to be fairly popular in the 60s and 70s. People would go, you go to a party and they go, oh, do you want a piece of cake? And you go, what sort of cake is it? You go, hash cake. And you go, oh, hash cake? What's that? They go, it's got drugs in it. Okay. You'll have it and the table will melt and all the wallpaper will drip from the walls and the Alsatian dog will fly around the room. Oh. And this is supposed to be fun? Yeah, hash cake. Okay, hash cake. We all have it because we're sort of hippies, okay? Then we all join hands and sing, let's go to San Francisco. And then we all put flowers in our hair and stuff like that. Hash cake, okay? Get hash cakes. Very good for you. And makes driving an absolute treat in the 60s and 70s. Nobody had the faintest idea what the hell was going on. I don't know why. All of a sudden, there was a thing on the internet. No, it wasn't the internet. It was the interceptors. And they stopped a bloke, and he was giving it all this bunny, you know, like chat here, chat there, and all the rest of it. Turned out he had no licence, and all the rest of it. And they said, because you know what the police are like? I can smell weed, mate. I can smell weed. And so he goes, can you? They go, yeah, because if you don't smoke, you can smell it. I mean, the dogs. You've seen the dogs that they bring, they're off their faces most of the time. I remember setting up at Twickenham Station because occasionally the police have a bit of a go and they bring in 2 sniffer dogs, and a lot of the students who go to the local college have been done for drugs, and of course they sort of stop them. The dog will just sit in front of them and staring at them, because that's the trick. If a dog ever sits in front of you, it's either going to take your kneecaps out or it's a drugs dog. And they say, just stand still. They use them for sniffing out money, sniffing out fruit, vegetables, all sorts of bits and pieces. And, of course, they do drugs. And at Twickenham Station, there were loads of people coming out, including somebody who worked at the stadium. And they were wearing their stadium uniform. They were obviously sort of somebody guiding you to your seat. You know, it's like over there, all right? Well, yeah, where over there? Just over there. Let's go and sit in it, for God's sake. It's a rugby match, all right? You just sit there. And every so often somebody will score a try and you stand up and go, yeah! Okay, and that's it. But you've been doing drugs. And this dog sat in front of her, and she looked quite normal. She looked quite normal. All of a sudden, you know, and they had to use 2 dogs because occasionally, apparently, dogs get stressed out when they do them for the druggy stuff. And so they'll use them for half an hour, and then the dog will sit back and have a sort of a cigarette or something, and sort of a quick flip through a holiday brochure for Llandudno. And then the other dog comes in and sort of that doesn't want to have a cigarette or go to Llandudno either. So he's actually got the Intersun brochure, which means you can go to Spain for about 13 quid for a weekend. I mean, not for drugs or stuff like that. You know, go to Ibiza, I mean, it's kind of de rigueur, isn't it? Some people find it impossible to enjoy their holiday without drugs. Me, it was Halib orange tablets. And, you know, a couple of those in the morning, I was buzzing until breakfast. I was like, woo, Halib orange, but at least I never got a cold, which was good news, isn't it? Steve, cannabis gummy bears are all the rage in America. Do you know, I'm so glad I never got round to drugs. Can you imagine just how peculiar your life must be? Because the worst thing is when you listen to them phoning up LBC, you know, the drug, I've been doing like drugs for ages, Darren. It doesn't affect me in the slightest. Yeah, of course it doesn't do. That's why you sound like you do. What else we got this morning? We've got wind power to run homes in Britain. Mary Berry and her fortune. She's moved. You remember I told you she lived near my auntie in Penn in Buckinghamshire. She's moved to near Henley, so it's near where my mother lived. We're gradually sort of, you know, reeling them in, I think. Also, the brothers at war, Harry and William, apparently not particularly exciting. Not particularly. I mean, after yesterday's disaster, I mean, God knows, that was a very odd one. 17,000 people have to sell their homes to pay for their care. When you go into an old people's home, it's very, very expensive. You know, and people go, oh, is it like £250 a week? And I think you must be joking. It runs into thousands of pounds a year. A friend of mine, his mother was in a home, and I think it was something like 30-something thousand a year. Well, where are people supposed to get that from? So he sold her flat to pay for it. I mean, it was just terribly, terribly expensive. And you almost get to that stage thinking, well, what's the worst that can happen? You know, if all of a sudden we run out of money, what do they do? Turf your mother out? I don't know. It's terrible, isn't it? Robbie Williams and Shaun Ryder are bonded over their love of UFOs. And you got more heavy rain and thunder. So it's not particularly good. The Odeon, which is only opened at weekends, and Bruno Langley. Do you remember he used to be in Coronation Street, and then he had, let's just call it some issues, and then they decided they weren't going to use him anymore. Well, they've now brought in another character. It's a character who is playing the part that he played. But it's just, they do it every so often. There was an actor in Emmerdale many years ago, and they wanted to make the character gay. And for some reason, he didn't want his character to be gay, so they just wrote him out and brought in another actor. It wasn't particularly bothered about whether he was gay, straight, anything. It didn't make any difference to him at all. And the show carried on, because they can't do that. It's like a Mrs. Brown's Boys, of which they're filming the Christmas one. Well, two of the lads on there, who I think play a gay couple, but I couldn't swear to it, they went and complained to the management of Mrs. Brown's Boys, saying that they discovered that they were paid less money than other people on the show. And they said, well, that's the way it goes. I mean, I'm quite sure that there are people at LBC who probably earn more money than I do. I mean, who cares? Doesn't make it. Anyway, for these two, it made a difference. So one of them said, well, I'm going to quit. And they go, well, okay, that's your prerogative. And the other one, before he had a chance to say anything, they went, oh, by the way, we've written your character out anyway. So both of them have gone, and they've said that there was a culture of Mrs. Brown's Boys all being family members, which they are. He uses the family. But I mean, surely, as he writes the stuff, I mean, it's up to him, isn't it? It's his programme. He is Mrs. Brown. And so when you get people on there, and of course, people always moan about it. It's like that old argument some years ago. Somebody said to me, I'm going to go to our bosses. This is years ago, 30 years ago plus. And I'm going to ask for more money. And if I don't get it, I'm going to leave. I said, what do you do that for? And they went, oh, because then it'll make them give me the money. I said, no, they won't. I said, of course they won't. Gone are those days where you could go up to somebody and say, okay, I want £10,000 a year pay rise, and if I don't get it, I'm going to leave, because they'll go, see ya. Because they don't have that sort of money now. You can't hold people to ransom all the time. Say, I think I'm worth... We all think we're worth more money. It depends whether, they decide they've got a little bit extra that they can sort of put in your hand, pop it in your pocket. There you go, see, packet of gummy bears. Whoopee, whoopee. And that's how it works nowadays. But never ever threaten people, because they'll just turn around and go, I'm sorry, my hands are tied. I don't have any more money. In the budget, there is no more money for you. I'm terribly sorry, so much as though we don't want to lose you, if that's your choice, we have to lose you. And of course, you're then stuck, aren't you? What do you then do? Go, well, that's it, I'm going to walk out. And so you walk out, and then you sit outside the front door thinking, right, what do we do now? And the answer is you can't do anything. There is no comeback on that unless you go and eat humble pie and go, I was only just joking. And they go, oh, we already replaced you. They go, have you? I go, yeah, somebody works even cheaper. It was even better than we thought. You deserve more, says Marl, than all the others put together. Well, you're so right. You're so right. But I've always been very happy, actually. Apart from one time, years and years ago, and I remember thinking, and I'd gone kind of as high as I could have gone, on my sort of pay scale. And so I said to my boss, I said, I'd love some more money, so I'd love to give you some more money. He said, but it's not there for established presenters. He said, however, if you leave and then come back again, he said, that's when you get more money. So I left. Not intentionally. Not intentionally. It was a case of another company took us over, and they didn't need loads of us. About 30 of us disappeared. And then I came back to LBC, and I got more money. So he was kind of right. But it's never been the be-all and end-all. Some people are motivated by money. I'm not one of them. Let me just count this. 50, 100, 152. I'm not influenced by money at all. I've never have been. Never have been. It doesn't, people say, oh, aren't you jealous of people earning more money? No, why would I be? Why would I be? I've got a rough idea what other people earn here. It makes no difference to me whatsoever, the swine. No, sorry, I got carried away there. But anyway, it's nice to have your company, so we're not going to drown. Well, I don't think we're going to drown today. Let's find out, shall we? Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently cloudy and 12 degrees. Expect rain starting early in the morning at 4 a.m.
God.
And partly cloudy skies in the morning with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 15 degrees, and the low will be 11.
Chance of rain? Oh, 90%. 90% chance of rain. But I mean, come on. You've had water before. It doesn't make any difference. It's only a bit of water. It's only a bit of water. I mean, I didn't go... Sunday, it's the only day in the past, God knows how long, I didn't actually go out. I came back from work, and I stayed in for the entire day. In fact, at one point, I ran out of blueberries, and I thought, I'll nip out and get some... And I thought it means getting dressed. And I couldn't really be bothered, actually, to get dressed, because I thought, I can't go in my pants. So I just sort of sat in, bemoaning the fact that I didn't have any yoghurt in, and I didn't have any blueberries in. So I just drank water. Still being good boy, as you can well imagine. Wayne the Trolley Dolly says, tucked up in bed. Oh, come on, nobody's ever tucked up in bed. You are tucked up in bed. Somebody tucks you in, don't they? Your mother would do that. You're in bed, and you've got your... Put your hands under the sheets. Whee. And so your hands go under the sheets, and then your mother tucks you in. So you're sort of done up a little bit like sort of Tutankhamun, which is lovely. Listening to the show, and I can hear the rain hitting the roof outside. He said, glad the Groovy Gang are back together. Sadly, they're not. Sadly, they're not. We're missing one. He's ill. Well, no, you're not in the Groovy Gang. You're not in the Groovy Gang. You can't be in the Groovy Gang. No, you can't be a requested member of the Groovy Gang. It's Thomas and Corey, okay? Much as though we don't want it to be. That's the way it has been. You can pay. Well, you never mentioned money before. How much can you pay to be in the Groovy Gang? £5 a month. I'll put it to the committee. £5 a month. Yeah, they said that's fine. They said that's okay. They're more than happy, provided it's cash. Don't want your old white fivers. Want proper money in the group. Yeah, Thomas is not well still, so I don't think he's back till Thursday of this week. So, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know what's going on, really. It's very odd. He had this migraine the other day, and I spoke to a friend of mine who gets migraines as well. I said, is it possible to have a migraine that lasts more than a day? And he said, oh, yeah. He said, you get all sorts of them. So I'm prepared for the future. I've now actually brought in some Anodin Extra, thinking that might sort of solve the problem. Steve, I love listening to you and all your listeners. Oh, sorry, I'm making up my own words here, Julie. I class listening to you and all your listeners as a little family. Little family? Hello? Big family. Last night, wrapping up Christmas presents. I had you in the background on wrapping up Christmas presents. Well, in October... Because, you know, I did that one year. I thought I'd be really good, because every time I went out, I bought another present. And I came back and I wrapped them all up and I put them all in these bin liners. So I had 3 bin liners full of presents in the days when, you know, you have to buy the godchildren presents and brother and all this shit. Now it's money. They only want money. Money says everything. So the £5 a month is going to come in very handy. Very handy. And so I wrapped them all up. And I remember looking at them and thinking, that's really good, isn't it? And I thought, at least I've done that, so it takes a job out of the way. And so I carried on doing other bits and pieces. A month later, I thought, I've just remembered something quite awful. I've wrapped all the presents up, but I haven't put labels on anything. I didn't know what anything was. I had no idea. 3 sackfuls of presents, all different shapes and sizes. And so I had my own Christmas. I had to rip all the paper off and start all over again, because I couldn't remember what the bloody hell I'd wrapped, or who it was for. It didn't really help. It was really annoying. I was so frustrated. I remember thinking, I wonder what that box is. And I've got, I don't know. And sometimes I used to put things in boxes if they were too small to wrap up. And it was always easy. If you're doing bottles for somebody at Christmas, you can buy these bags now. You put it in and you pull the drawstrings together at the top. He says, trying to sound cheerful as we sort of suffer another deluge. Blooming rain, honestly. It doesn't bother me, really. 90% chance of rain today. Tony says, what do you think would happen if we got rid of money? No idea. No idea. We have established this, have we not, on all the LBC programmes, that in fact you don't need money. I'm looking at some of the people out there this morning, sitting on the news desk, they quite clearly don't need money. You don't need it. You can use cards, credit cards, debit cards, you can use all sorts of things. You don't physically need money. Why? I've got no idea. I mean, what would change if you didn't have money? Answer, nothing. You put petrol in, okay, you go and buy your food, I use a card on that, use my debit card. You go and buy clothes, debit card. You know what I'm doing at the moment, actually? I got a bit carried away the other day. For some reason, I have another addiction, and I didn't realise it until the other day. It's buying coats in winter. I buy a lot of coats. Every year, I would buy about 2 or 3 coats. So I hang them up on the back of doors. And I've got all sorts of things. I've got a nice camel coat. I've got various 3/4 length coats, long coats and everything else. And I thought, I know what I'll do for this year. I'll get them all dry cleaned, and then when they come back, I can hang them on the back of the door, all be in plastic bags and stuff like that. And I took them in. I took another 2 in the other day, and Thomas, who does my dry cleaning and washing and ironing, he said, "How many coats have you got?" And I said, "About 20. And he said, 20 coats? And I said, "Yeah." I couldn't quite work out why he thought this was peculiar. And he said, "I've only got 1. I said, "Well, I couldn't cope with 1. I couldn't exist on 1 coat." I said, "So I've got loads of them. I've got sort of Anoraki types. I bought a lovely one the other day, which has got a fur hood. So, you know, which sort of go, and it's quite nice, but it's a beigey sort of colour. I'm not sure if beige is my colour. So I might have to wear it one day, and then somebody will say to me, 'That's really not for you, is it, Steve?' And I buy them all in Marks and Spencer's. It's the only company that sort of cope for my size, which is a bit of a pain. But yeah, so I'm having everything dry cleaned and having a bit of a clear out on the clothes department, which is good. Steve, there's a great website where you get a celebrity to record a 1-minute personalised video. Well, if you go to one of them, and I think it's, I can't remember what the name of the bloke is now. He did "I Am the One and Only, Nobody Can." Chesney Hawkes, a one-hit wonder. But for 300 quid, he'll do your own 30-minute private show. He will sort of sing and do whatever. And I think they're really good value. Really good value. 300 quid, you get something personalised. "Hi, this is Chesney Hawkes. I just want to say I love Steve Allen show on LBC." You know, that's you just tell them what you want them to say, and they will say it. It's like when I'm signing things, you know, on the odd occasion somebody stopped me in the street, police mainly, and you sign something, and they go, "Oh, can you do this for my wife?" And you go, "Yeah, it's really your name at the weekend, isn't it? Dear Beryl," kind of thing. Oh dear. Somebody says, "I bet you look great in a duffel coat." I look great in everything. There is nothing I don't look good in. Seriously, you could see me in a bin liner, and I'd be looking hot. It's good. What happens when the card readers are down? Well, you go to another card reader. Oh, blimey. What are you going to do? You're going to get to sort of somewhere in the supermarket, or something going to go, "Oh, the things are down at the moment. We can just wait 5 minutes while the system comes back up again." I mean, you know, you just have to wait. You don't need cash. You absolutely do not need cash. Definitely not. You can survive very nicely. Ian the Skip, still looking through the kitchen window. 4:15 in the morning, says Andy. I mean, you've got to call the police. I mean, it's just so much easier, isn't it, really? There's no point in dealing with this by yourself. It's got too big. And somebody says, what do you think about Eel Pie Island? My friend's thinking of living on a canal boat there instead of renting a flat. There aren't any canal boats at Eel Pie Island. I mean, there are the sort of boats further down the river, but not at Eel Pie Island. They're not. No, Eel Pie Island's got houses on it, but of course, when the tide's in, you can't get to it unless you've got a pair of Wellingtons on. You have to go to the bridge. It's a bit of a pain, really. There's a number of people who live over there, and but there are no canal boats on Eel Pie Island or round it. They're a bit further down the river, And I don't, as far as I remember, there weren't canal boats there, which are those long, thin things. I quite like canal boats. I think they're actually a good idea. But I don't think, you'll be moving on to Eel Pie Island anytime soon. Eddie says, if they got rid of money, what would you count apart from coats? Socks. Pants. Shirts. Tommy Bahama shirts. Oh, loads of things. Summer coats, winter coats. But the winter coats are my favourite. But now I've lost all this weight. I mean, seriously, it's embarrassing. I put 2 more notches in my belt the other day, and at last the jeans remain up, as opposed to, falling down. Joe says you're quite posh, owning a camel coat. My best coat is a donkey jacket. Well, of course it is. You're called Joe. I mean, nobody who can wear a camel coat is called Joe. I don't want to sort of burst your bubble this morning, but frankly, Ian says, I did speak into Andy's window this morning as I drove past. At least he was dressed today. Nothing worse, is there? Nothing. I spoke to some friends of mine. They're over in Spain, Chris and Steve. Chris used to be here, the weatherman, and Steve, and they've got podcasts going and all sorts of good stuff. And they've retired to Spain. And I said, how is it over there? And he said, it's fine. They've just had a swimming pool built at their house, and it's an infinity pool. And they've got this fabulous view of the ocean. I mean, seriously lovely. And I said, how are you coping financially? And he said, we're okay. He said, we're absolutely okay. He said, but the one thing you will notice in Spain, together with a number of other countries, is that you will wear a face mask. Everybody wears a face mask in Spain. It doesn't matter if you're asthmatic or anything like that, you will wear a face mask. And if you don't, they fine you up to €1,000. He said they even stop people in cars not wearing a face mask. He said, and if it turns out somebody in the car is not in your family, you get fined. He said it's the only place they've ever been to where every single person is wearing a face mask. I said, I wish it was the same here. I wish it was the same here. How many more cases the other day? 13,000. 13,000 people are now positive for coronavirus. Seriously. I mean, I love the way that Trump is going round and saying, oh, you know, don't worry, don't let this thing get you down. I think it's killed 1 million people. What are you on about? Don't let this thing get you down. If you remember, though, Boris had about a week before he went seriously ill, and this might sort of stop people. If Donald Trump becomes seriously ill, that will put aside all those dissenters who say, well, he's just made it up, hasn't he? How can you not have coronavirus, then have coronavirus, and then in about 2 or 3 days you're cured? Doesn't work like that, does it? Especially not for a 73-year-old fat bloke, you know, with a funny sort of hairstyle. So let's wait and see, shall we? Let's wait and see. Steve, I've got 23 coats, mainly from Jaeger. Said, can't resist, says Steve, who's the Waltham Abbey School caretaker. He says, I share your fetish. I don't think it's a fetish. I just see a coat and I think, my coats have all got one thing in common. Pockets. They've all got lots of pockets. I fill pockets up like there's no tomorrow. You know, it's got to have at least 4 pockets inside and 2 pockets deep for putting your hands into, and then a couple of top things which sort of align with your nipples, and zips. I like zips and everything. Or Velcro. I'm quite happy with Velcro on coats. But also, they've got to be a bit warm, and they've got to be shower-proof. I'm not bothered about rain-proof, shower-proof, because I've got umbrellas. But I'm going to go and buy some more of those. Remember I bought those rainbow umbrellas, which you put it up, and it's black, but it's fitted with fibre optics over the whole umbrella, and the whole top of the umbrella and the inside all twinkle with coloured lights. Yeah, well, it's not near here. It's in Holborn, the umbrella shop, yeah. It's not as old as you think it is. No, it's just made up old. Okay, yeah. Well, what do you think it is, the 1700s or something? Yeah. Well, it has been there for years, but just not as old as you think it is. But that's all they sell is umbrellas, walking sticks, shooting sticks. They're actually quite good. I used to have one of those, which was a shooting stick, which is a stick which you can sort of walk with, but also you fold out the top bit and you can shove your bum at. You couldn't. But, I mean, everybody else could get their bottom on it, and then you sit there. And, because they don't do them in your size, they just do sort of medium. The company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, the cheeriest way to start your day. It's always annoying, isn't it? I used to get annoyed years ago. I'd listen to the radio, be somebody really happy on the radio, think, you've got no right to be happy. But, of course, we didn't have trolls. And, you know, who's that chef that we like? Paul... Is it Paul? It's not Paul Martin, is it? James Martin. He's actually come off social media because of pathetic trolls. And I've said to people before, listen, don't worry about it. If they write something that's bad, go to the police. The police will find them within minutes. You get them prosecuted. If they say, would you like to go for a prosecution? Yes. You absolutely want to go for a prosecution. Definitely. And completely destroy them, because they're quite a few screws loose. They're also people whose life has finished. They've got nothing to look forward to in their life. There is no chance of them ever being successful, no chance of them ever having any money, no chance of them ever having a job that people like them doing, and there's no chance of them ever enjoying their own property. They all rent. All these people rent. That's why their entire life is geared around the computer. I was looking at Father and Son the other day on the most peculiar programme. I don't know what my television started picking up, but they own a company called Fake Taxi. Have you heard of Fake Taxi? Look at them now, blank looks on their faces, honestly. Yeah, oh, just me again. Fake Taxi. Yeah, oh, wonder what that is, Steve. Got no idea what that one's all about. It's apparently, I shall tell you now for those adults amongst you, it's sort of a girl gets into a taxi and the bloke driving it then for some reason, not that he hasn't got enough room sitting at the front of the taxi, decides to go and sit in the back of the taxi with her. And then you can well imagine, can't you? They're not sharing shopping lists at Lidl, put it that way. And they call it Fake Taxi. So you're my taxi. I thought, No, he's not your taxi, okay? You're in a lot of trouble. And it's a husband and a father and son who own it. And they do all sorts of things. They've managed to find all these East European girls who've never been in the back of a taxi. And they just say, hello, my name is Greta, and I'm in the back of a taxi. I'm going to sneeze. Oh, Godfathers, honestly, it's worse. I sneezed the other day in the car. I thought the driver was going to pass out. It's quite funny, actually. So now I can't help it. I don't know why I sneeze. There's no logical reason for it. So I just had some twiglets this morning. I pushed the boat out. I didn't just have some twiglets. I had a whole box of blooming twiglets. Because I thought because yesterday we were doing very well. And if you remember, if I do biscuits in the morning, which I'm trying not to do biscuits, not easy, but I'm sort of slowly weaning myself off biscuits. I can manage to yesterday produce 21 on my little Freestyle Libra, and then it goes down for the duration of the program. I'm every 2 minutes I'm checking to see. Yeah, 19.9. High glucose, and it's gone. I mean, from 11 o'clock last night when it was sort of good, and then the twiglets I think have affected it because I ran out of blueberries. Addicted to blueberries. I mean, absolutely addicted. I love them, but I'm only buying the blueberries from Chile, and they're also organic. They are so sweet. So sweet. Dave says, can you produce standard lamps and pigeons from any of your coat pockets? Well, I did find a few pigeons. Well, I found a few feathers and stuff like that. Steve, regarding the masks, the hidden disability green lanyard that some retailers are giving away for free seems to be being worked by as many as to get out a free jail card, says Alan. In retail, we aren't allowed to ask why people aren't wearing face coverings, but I know some people are just refusing because they feel it's their right to. They're the stupid ones. The Americans are the worst at it. They all produce documents. Oh, look, I've got a document. Where'd you get that from, love? I printed it off the internet. Oh, right. And that says what? I don't have to wear it. Well, you're going to catch it then, aren't you? You know, I said to my driver this morning, I said, to be honest with you, I said, because he drives for a living, I said, you don't know who the people are getting in the back of the car. Well, it's not a van, it's a car, it's a Charan, or any one of a number of other things. And he said no. And I said, but you've got to look after yourself, because he's got a wife and kids at home and everything else. And that's what it is now. These selfish people, I think they should just be left, Alan. I'm sorry. I've said this since the very beginning, that they might have COVID, they might be spreading it all over the place. You should better get an exemption note from the doctor, and if not able to produce one, we should better turn folk away. I agree. But the bus drivers don't turn people off the bus. I would. You're not getting on the bus. Where's your mask? It's in my pocket. Put it on. Do not be stupid. You know, and if they start, causing a bit of trouble, turn the engine off. Just sit there, say, until you get off the bus, we're not going anywhere. Ridiculous. Steve, I've been thinking, says Warren, what are the chances of some other virus similar to COVID-19 coming into existence and us having to suffer this all over again? Well, to be honest with you, I mean, that's not as far-fetched as you think, because there have been different strains of coronavirus. It's very clever. That's why it's a virus. Viruses are very clever. You've not found a cure for the common cold. Why would they find one by this? But then, idiot Trump, I mean, God knows how he ever got to be president of the United States. He then gets in one of these sort of cars with loads of other people. Nobody's wearing masks. And he's, claiming to have coronavirus. It is just ridiculous. You can't believe somebody could be that stupid. But then in America, they've got so many stupid people. I'm not going to wear a mask. Why not? It's my right. You can't refuse me service. Well, we are refusing you service. We're refusing you service. Simple as that. They've also got, I discovered a new one this morning, a new YouTube. And it's people who thieve from a filling station. They go in there and they walk round the aisles, and then they sort of just casually slip something in. But then what happens is the bloke who works there and owns it follows them out into the actual filling station with a film crew. Why are you thieving? And he goes, we don't know who these people are. If you recognise them, please call the police and we can get them arrested. And it's everything from old women and old men to kids who think they can go in there and just thieve from somebody else. Happens all the time. Steve, I do fancy a twiglet or 2 or 3, says Matt. It's a Christmassy thing. Well, in fact, they've got all the Christmassy stuff in Iceland. They've got twiglets, they've got tins of toffees and celebrations and loads of stuff. And Viscount biscuits. Have you ever had a Viscount biscuit? Ooh, they're the ones which have got the biscuit base with a mint sort of cream thing and then covered in chocolate. Viscount biscuit, they're absolutely yummy, yummy scrumptious. But I can't have one because it's yummy, yummy scrumptious, push your numbers to infinity and beyond. So there's no point. They're very nice though, Viscount, and they're only £1. Only £1 to get all those things. So I bought, I made sure that I had, what did I go out and buy the other day? I've got an obsession with buying spoons at the moment. Don't ask me. Seriously, I need to get medical help. So I go into Robert Dyer. So I'm mooching along the shelves, thinking, "Oh, I haven't got that, infrared oven," and so tuck it all in and all the rest of it. And I see spoons, and the spoons were for £6, or it could be £5 or £4. I can't remember. Whatever it is, it said £2.46. They'd crossed them out from £3.99 to £2.46. That's a bargain. So I bought 4 sets, and I get to the thing, and she puts it in the till, and it comes up as £3.99. I said, no, they're not £3.99. I wonder how many other people have been ripped off at Robert Dyer's in Richmond, because they're selling them. So she said, well, it says £3.99. I said, no, the ticket on there has got £3.99 crossed out, and then the new price, and it's printed, so it's come from head office, it's not done locally. And so, because I remember buying some the other day, I bought more spoons the other week, and spoons coming out of me. Anyway, and so she said, I'll get them to check. So, of course, I can't leave the till, she said. Okay. So she calls down some other bloke, so he goes in, he takes all the tickets off, and he says, yeah, no apology, nothing. I'm terribly sorry we overcharged you last time, but they were charging the original price, so I might have to go back in again today and see if they're still charging, because that's a bit naughty. That's really naughty, because most people, if you're buying a load of things, like 4 sets of spoons, you wouldn't check the receipt, would you? Most people don't check receipts or something like that. It was only because I knew how much it was. So when I went to the counter, I've got my usual trick. Sorry, can you give me a price on those spoons? Holding back the other ones in my hand. And so she said £3.99. I said, no, they're £2.46. I said, it's your price, it's not mine. But so it'd be interesting to see whether or not it runs across the whole range of Robert Dyers, because I like Robert Dyers. I like it. It's owned by one of the Dragons, isn't it? Doesn't Theo Paphitis own Robert Dyers and Ryman's or something like that? I like Robert Dyers. They've always got something in there. Cheap saucepans. Cheap prestige saucepans, like 16 quid. Normally about 30 quid. So I bought 3 of those. And there's always something to buy. Always something to buy. Steve, I've been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. I'm really struggling to give up sweet things. Well, it's going to get worse then, isn't it? I'm not your doctor. I can't tell you how to control diabetes. What a stupid question. I'm trying to give up sweet things. Well, you're going to make it worse, because that's what it works on. Not so good at all. Martin says, I think if people don't wear a face mask on buses or in shops, should be a jail sentence. Somebody was recommending that police taser people. Seems a bit draconian, doesn't it? And, Steve, I was going to go to PC World, but I was worried I'd offend somebody. I went to Boots, they don't sell Boots. Went to Currys, they don't sell Currys. And don't get me started on the Virgin Megastore, says Ian and Hayes. Bless you. No, bless you. Bless you too, actually. Somebody says, you need to watch that driver in the morning, Steve, hoping he's not one of those fake taxis. Oh, seriously, they'd be wasting their time with me in the back of a fake taxi, I promise you. Somebody else says, I'm late. I keep forgetting, says Shane in Sydney, that we've actually put the clocks forward an hour. In Spain, it's now 5:45. It's now 5:45. So, but they're all wearing masks. If you go out in the car, masks. Go out shopping, masks. Compulsory. The Co-op is advertising club biscuits at £1. They don't give receipts. Got home and worked out they charged me £2, but I've got no proof. No, you haven't. Always get a receipt. And what do you mean they don't give a receipt? Of course they give a receipt. Everybody gives a receipt. Doesn't matter whether it's for a penny or nothing, something else like that. And somebody, a COVID idiot, they call them COVIDiot, on the 370 the other day, took his West Ham mask off the moment he sat down and proceeded to cough his lungs out, says Mark. I know. You see, in people like that, I just have to move seats. And you glare at them. Glare. make them feel guilty, I think, about things. Somebody else says, can you wish me luck? I'm going to see my orthopaedic surgeon. What, now? What sort of orthopaedic surgeon do you know that operates at 12 minutes to 5 in the morning? It's to find out, says Sarah, if I'm able to get my spinal surgery. Oh, doesn't sound very promising, does it, really? I mean, do you have to go to the orthopaedic surgeon? Could you just come round here, and I'll have a look at it and let you know, and if it's doable, it's doable. You need to get things like that done, don't you, as soon as possible. That's the worst thing. I remember seeing, there used to be a lady who had scoliosis, and I mean, she died years and years ago, but I mean, I always remember her walking up and down the high streets. And in fact, there were quite a few people, weren't there, who had scoliosis, and we didn't know anything about it until you sort of discovered all these different things that you know nothing about. And then you look into it and you think, oh my goodness, man, what if that's me? It's like sort of the amount of tablets you take first thing in the morning. I've got to get new tablets for this weekend, Saturday, I think, and I should get some new ones. And so I just phone up the chemist, Mr. Shah, send him a text message going, could I collect my tablets this weekend? I need tablets, insulin, and needles. And every time you go into the shop, you can always think, you go in there and you get your box of, I always go, have you got a box of needles? You can see people around you moving away very quickly, wondering what on earth you do. Shane says, I panicked. I was at the East League Club in Bondi Junction, went to the loo, my wallet was on the floor at the table I was sitting at. I felt that sick. Luckily, I picked it up. See, that worries me. I worry about sort of losing things. You go out somewhere, and then you put something down on the table, and all of a sudden you go, oh, wait a minute, it's like coming out, did I remember to blow all the candles out? So I now have to repeat to myself late at night, have you blown the candles out? And the answer is, yes, you've blown the candles out, which is very good. So poor old Robbie Williams, delusional, and Sean Ryder, mad as a fruitcake, are bonding now over UFOs, because they both want to believe that UFOs exist, whereas, as we all know, they don't, together with the Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti, or any of these other things. It just does not exist. Only in people's imagination. In people's imagination. Steve, I just sneezed and you said bless you. Twice. Very spooky, says Pete, driving. Which, yes, I mean, I sneeze all the time, but I do it. I mean, it's not because I've got a cold. I should have brought my thermometer thing in. And, we've got one downstairs, haven't we? Perhaps I should try it on that one. I'm doing low at the moment on my body temperature. It's supposed to be about 36 point something, and for ages I did 36 point something. And then the other day I was 34.7. So I checked with the hospital. They went, no, that's all right. It's only if it goes high. So I'm constantly sort of touching my forehead and my chest to see if it's really hot. And it's not. But coughing, apparently, is not one of those things that you need to worry about anymore. And the coronavirus does not stay on door handles. That'll be useful, won't it? For all those people trying to open doors without actually putting their hand, it doesn't stay on door handles. So they say. Ali Ross, writing his telly page, says, Little Mix, the search for why this is on telly, he says. I know. Although somebody actually wrote, it might have been Matthew, actually saying how much they enjoyed Little Mix. But they're giving all these people programmes, aren't they, now? And so television presentation is being diluted. It isn't until you watch the experts on television that you suddenly realise that those who do it the best make it look effortlessly easy. It's like, radio presenters, isn't it? You'll hear somebody who's very, very good, and then you'll hear somebody who's trying to be very, very good, but it just doesn't quite hit the mark, does it? The drug dealer with gold teeth, looking like Jaws out of one of those Bond movies. Unfortunately, he doesn't look like Jaws. Everybody was taking the mickey out of him because he's a bit simple. Just gone to prison, actually. Steve, when my mother died in her care home 2 years ago, her fees were $3,850 per month. It's not cheap, is it? So it's nearly, 48 grand a year. I mean, I don't know where people find this sort of money from. It's just absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I mean, 17,000 people sell their homes to pay for care, which is ridiculous, isn't it? What else we got? Oh, the George Michael's story. Honestly, I mean, talk about ungrateful. George Michael's ex from years ago, Kenny Goss, has launched a legal bid for 15 grand a month. That's what he wants from the Tragic Stars estate. He's suing the singer's family, claiming he was reliant on George's money and should still be provided for. Well, good luck. Good luck. George paid Goss a generous monthly allowance before they split in 2011, but left the businessman nothing after his death in 2016, aged 53. He insists, this is Goss, that George was not in his right mind when he made his will. Well, good luck with that one as well. I mean, it's talk about ungrateful, isn't it? And he says, I'm still entitled to this monthly allowance 11 years after they split. That's the whole idea of doing a will, isn't it? When you do a will, that's your last will and testament. That is the thing that you say, this is what I want to happen, you know. I do, and I think it goes back years and years ago with a well-known Hollywood actress. And she said, for my 2 children, I leave them nothing, for which they will be well aware of why I've left them nothing. So, you know, for sort of a source said, during their final years together, Kenny was effectively a stay-at-home husband and almost entirely looked after financially by George. So? Goodness sake, so he wants 15 grand a month. The argument is he gave up his own career to focus on his relationship. Or did you really focus on just the money? I think that's really sad. Really, really sad. So he's filed court papers. And George's sisters, Melanie and Yoda, plus Dad, Kyriakos, were named in the original paperwork, but Melanie died, age 59, last Christmas. So he's got to file a death certificate or notice of discontinuance before the documents. I mean, he sold hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of paintings, which the couple shared. I mean, George's fortune was about 97 million, and he left it to close friends. But his former Wham bandmate Andrew Ridgeley and then partner Faddy were left out. You know, but it doesn't matter. That's his will. That's what he decided he wanted to do. How ungrateful. Always happens though, doesn't it? Wherever there's money involved, somebody will go, I want. And you think, oh, please don't go down that route. It's so unnecessary. Matt says, I watched Made in Chelsea last night. I actually prefer it to Towie. Both tacky, I know, but an easy watch. Yes, I mean, they're just as brassy, aren't they, in Towie as they are in Towie. It's just that in Towie, they speak like 5-year-olds. And in Made in Chelsea, they're sort of kind of upper-class tarts. You know, and the boys are all sort of a little bit, you know, okay, yeah, kind of thing. But they're all getting on a bit now, which I don't quite know what half of them do. Jade Thirlwell, part of the one of the biggest selling groups, Little Mix. And so it's another, I'm going to show you my boobies. Here's my fake hair. And she was loading the dishwasher for some reason, and somebody took a picture of it. It's very tacky, very sad. Also, talk about setting everything back about 500 years. Plus, students living in hotels and using Deliveroo vouchers because their halls are not ready. The developer's given the students 70 quid a week Deliveroo credit and a £5 breakfast bag. Sounds quite nice. Donald Trump urging Americans not to be afraid of COVID. I'll just have to change that. Be very afraid of COVID. Okay? Be very, very afraid. It kills. Okay? So far, nearly 50,000 people in this country, 1 million people worldwide. What do you mean, don't be afraid of it? Goodness sake, honestly. Another one that says, please encourage your listeners and watch event 201, a pandemic exercise. No, it's not a conspiracy theory because it was sponsored by a World Economic Forum. And Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation held they should watch The Great Reset. I mean, I don't watch any of this rubbish, I'm afraid. I couldn't care less whether somebody thinks whether it's a pandemic or it's made up by the government. It's always stupid people who sort of go, oh, well, it says here, and because it's these people, that means it must be true. And I always go, I think not. Ali Ross, talking about all sorts of things. In fact, getting worse and worse, I'm afraid, is Steph McGovern's show. It's not improving. I mean, they're throwing everything at it, and it ain't working. Plus, Grayson Perry dismantling the liberal elite on his big road trip. I'm just not really particularly interested in Grayson Perry. Also, random TV irritations. Little Minx. The Search, averaging 27.3 uses of the word literally every episode. Soccer Aid sacking Clive Tilsley for pointing out a bloke called Chunks was a bit chunky. And posh as you like Marxist Grace Blakely, straight out of Basingstoke, talking about the workers on New World Order. And Steph's packed lunch marking a new low with the arrival of Alistair Campbell, who used it to say Boris Johnson is more interested in slogans than getting a job done. Steph, of course, just nods in agreement. It's like teaching a 3-year-old. And Ali Ross says, get rid of the show. It's not fit for purpose. And it's not really. It's a shame. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. She quite clearly isn't as bright as they were trying to sell her at. Steve, where there's a will, there's a relative. Thank you. Do you remember Paul Hendy? Yes. Yes. He was the host of Wheel of Fortune. Oh, right. Did he work for LBC? He did, actually, once. Stephen, and yes, once. Loads. Everybody worked for LBC. Well, there wasn't anywhere else to work. It's a speech radio station, and some people did it very well, and some people didn't do it very well, and some people continue to do it very well. I don't know any of those people personally, but I'm sure it'll be working. Also, Steve, when my horn didn't go off, I took it back to the pound shop the following day and asked for a refund. They wanted a receipt. I had it and waited in the queue. They had to call the manager, and I waited. And the queue were great. Yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, it's only £1, isn't it, really? But I mean, if something doesn't work, it's called not fit for purpose, and you get your money back. Simple as that. It's like when you buy anything. Would you like to take out insurance, on a new television? No, thank you. No, thank you. Comes with a warranty in the box. That'll do for me. What happens if it breaks? I bring it back to you. Yeah. But your contract is with the manufacturer. No. My contract is with you, the shop. That's who the contract is with, because I bought it from you. I didn't buy it from the manufacturer. You have to exercise people, but they'll try and cheat you, some of these people. More students dying of drugs overdoses in the same accommodation block days after starting university. What is it about people who seem perfectly normal and sensible and have got families who love them, and they take drugs and it doesn't work? It doesn't work. And they go, oh, but other people might have taken the same drug. Yes, but other people perhaps don't have the same body makeup as these people. So, too, I mean, there are quite a lot, actually, of people. 13 teens sick from sweets at school. They thought they were sweets. They were assessed by medics, and they contained cannabis. I've never even heard of sweets containing cannabis. Ridiculous, isn't it, really? Anyway, this music means that we're coming up to the news at 5 o'clock this morning. We'll have today's poem. Very exciting. It's another classic. This time chosen by Luke, and he chose yesterday's. Riveting, isn't it? Seriously, honestly, this programme is so cultured. I sometimes wonder, you don't need to go to school, just need to listen to this programme. We'll take you through everything. You will know by the end of this programme today just how dreary poor old Katie Pick Up a Penguin Price is at the moment, because apparently the latest little boyfriend, she's known for 4 months, is the one. So much so, she's had a tattoo of his face done on, and she's got a tattoo of her face, and she's got her name after it. She does it with all of her victims. I call them victims because within inside of a year the whole thing will have fizzled out, because he's just being used at the moment to push her around in the wheelchair. There's nobody else to do it. So she has to convince him, I really love you, so I'm going to get pregnant again. I find it very selfish, because she's already said that all of the other marriages and the boyfriends were just a rehearsal for this one, which means that the children were a bit of a mistake. Ghastly woman. Ghastly woman. Other stories in the papers today. I'm a Celebrity Bosses spending the weekend drying out the castle where they'll be filming after it flooded. God, it's more disastrous by the day, doesn't it, that thing? More than half of us feel less safe than 5 years ago. I think it's to do with climate change. That's what I think it is. To be honest with you, I'm not sort of too bothered. Rod Stewart says Elton John snubbed him when he tried to heal their ongoing rift. Poor old Elton, he has all his tantrums, doesn't he? Little temperamental tantrums, and he falls out with people. And then he had the programme, Tantrums and Tiaras, wasn't it? Where somebody went cooey to him as he was playing tennis in the south of France. Stormed off. It was so funny. So funny. Also, what have we got here? Donald Trump urging Americans not to be afraid of COVID. No, be afraid of COVID, please. Please be afraid of COVID. And what have we got here? Warning of the week, Britain's Got Talent. Deck performing Not While I'm Around. It's our very own Amanda Holden. Actually, she's got a lovely voice. She's got a really lovely voice. It's just that you see her as a presenter. We see her as a member of the global team and a presenter here. But, she sees herself as a singer, and she's got a lovely voice. Lovely voice. Really. She did that song, the Barbara Dixon one. Nothing here. A Korean YouTube star plans to visit Plymouth so fans can hear his Devon accent. Seong Jae Kong put up a hit video saying his favourite West Country phrases include, all right, me lover. That's how they speak down there. All right, me lover. I don't think they talk about that. Seriously, I don't think they do. And, Steve, I've been driving from East London to Leicester and it's already raining persistently. Or should it not be, it's persistently raining? Or it's just kept raining all the way through? I had a thing going down the motorway years ago. My windscreen wiper snapped. Have you ever driven down a motorway with a snapped windscreen? The windscreen wiper snapped. The actual cable that linked it went, and I've just got a bar going across what it couldn't make, and it was tipping down so badly I couldn't see anything. I had to slow right down so that I could see through the windscreen. It was terrible. Terrible. Apparently it happens quite a lot, people were telling me. But not on the latest car. I've just seen another car, but I can't buy it because it's white. And it looks a bit, you know, I mean, I'm going to look a bit like a boy racer in it, and it's only 2-door. And that, to me, spells trouble. If it was 4-door, I'd have bought it. But it's 2-door. It's very nice. It's been upgraded at every it's a car. I've just told you it's a car. What do you think it is? Bicycle. It's a car. It's a white car. Yeah. It's a white car. It's very nice. I mean, I do like it. But it's just that it's white. And I think white's going to get very dirty. I think white's going to... And also, people will be hailing me as I'm going down the road. Brides and people like that going... Because you couldn't use it as a wedding car because it's only 2-door. Unless you could shove her in the boot, which might be sort of the way forward. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that. It's not convertible, this one, no. And it's also had all the extras. It's fitted with it's been in, and it's had its makeover it's nice. It's nice. It might be the treat for Christmas. It depends. It does have a price tag on it, yes. It has a price tag. The first letter is, second letter is, third letter is, and then there's other numbers after that. Yeah. I mean, put it aside, it's only a pipe dream. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's ridiculous. But shortly, you know, we're going to be sort of, you know, thinking, let's change the car. But I'm just not sure if a white car does it for me. It's like, I've had red, I've had Nordic blue, I've had green. Sorry? You can get other colours. Yeah, I mean, I could have it sprayed for about 5,000 to 6,000, 7,000 quid. I could have it sprayed in any colour I wanted. It's just that the interior seems to match it. And it does look lovely, but I mean, people would be staring if you drive down the motorway. It would be one of those sort of cars that they'd all be looking, going, ooh, because it looks like it's a racing car kind of thing. And of course, I never exceed the speed limit. You know, it's one of those sort of things. Steve, what are your thoughts on the Manchester Christmas markets opening next month despite COVID? Have you ever shopped at a Christmas market? No, I've managed to get to the age of 66 and never been in a Christmas market. Only in Germany, only in Austria, only here. Love Christmas markets. I mean, listen, if it's got Christmas on it, I'm there. Seriously, anything to do with Christmas, I'm there. The Christmas markets in Austria are lovely. The German Christmas markets, the Christkindlmarkts, are fabulous. And they're really good. You can buy all sorts of things that you can't buy here. I mean, where else would you be able to go and find grapes on a skewer dipped in toffee? I mean, they do all this, and glühwein, proper glühwein, not the old rubbish you get over here, proper glühwein. You know, warming and comforting, or then you could have a cup of hot chocolate with brandy in it, and go and buy some nice things to hang on your tree, lovely decorations. Oh dear. Just makes me feel a bit wistful, but it's only about 80 days away, so it's good. Steve, talking about diabetes, I have to be careful really and wind it in as I become hooked on a big bag each day and every day. Not good. Not good. Steve, am I the only person who thinks political reporter Laura Kunisberg is one of the most irritating people on television? Oh, I quite like her, Rob. I quite like her. I don't have any problem with any of the reporters on television at all. I can't do. I'm in the business of reporting certain things to you. So, I mean, I don't have any problem with that. I mean, some of them are a bit too good-looking. We have a couple here who are a bit good-looking. In fact, actually, there's quite a few good-looking people at LBC. You know, there really are. I mean, some... I don't talk to them. If they're good-looking, no point hanging around with them. Just makes you look a bit, you know, bit naff, doesn't it, really? So I never hang around with anybody thinner than me. But that's okay. On this programme, that's not an option. And somebody says, buy the car, Steve. You won't regret it. No, I knew I wouldn't, but I just haven't at the moment. Paul says, we have to have you on Christmas morning. Wouldn't be the same not listening to you whilst... Yes. Well, you know, I mean, just remember if you're sort of... you know, getting out there. I mean, what time do you put? I thought you put the turkey in very early in the morning. I thought that was the whole idea, and you put it on a low gas or a low electric, so that most people, don't they, eat on Christmas Day at about 1 o'clock. I don't know why. I mean, some people... Who was it I talked to before? I can't remember. Was it our lovely friends over in the chateau in France? No, it was somebody else. Who else was it? It definitely wasn't Dick and Angel. It was somebody else who said, we eat at 6 o'clock in the evening. And I remember thinking, I'm not sure I could last till 6 o'clock. And also then, I'd be bloated. I'd be absolutely bloated eating at 6 o'clock. But it's lovely. I mean, luckily in our family, we're all meat eaters. So we don't need to worry about the vegetarian or vegan people. You know, they can cope for themselves quite easily. Because otherwise it's a bit confusing, isn't it? We just do the one meal and you eat the bits you want and don't eat the bits you don't want. It's as simple as that. Steve, do you ever get annoying things happening to you? Never. Annoying thing? No, not really. I've had loads of calls from companies randomly, such as banks. Banks? Oh no. We're not allowed banks to call you over here. If a bank calls you, it's fake. So I answer the phone saying, hi, Natalie speaking. They say, hello, can I speak to Natalie? Really annoying. Closely followed by, are you going to pay by card? I say no. They follow it up by saying, are you going to pay by cash? I give up, says Natalie. No, we're not allowed to have banks phone us up in this country. Wayne's emailed twice in the same show. He says, but I don't normally email twice in the same show. But, he says, I just wanted to let you know you're doing a great job keeping our spirits up. I know, gin, whiskey, vodka, rum, all of that kind of stuff at Christmas. And he says, I don't know anybody else, but I'm finding the Trump redundancy worries, COVID, very hard going, and now I've become drained. But you are a friend to many. I know. Do you know what I did the other day? I was in Richmond buying the spoons, and I thought to myself, I'll go to Kingston and I'll go and buy, I was going to buy this for my brother's wife for Christmas, the Joe Loves Estee Lauder Joe Malone. I don't know what I'm talking about. Joe Loves is the other one that Joe Malone set up. The Joe Malone Advent Calendar. Have you seen it? It's a box. And it's got 24 little compartments, and each one has got a Joe Malone product behind the door. I trust you to ask the... Why do you have to ask the money side of it? I mean, put it this way, it's 320 quid. But, there it is on the left-hand side. There you go, 320 quid. And you open it all up. I mean, the actual goods are worth about 600 in there, and it's got everything. Trust you to be Mr. Tight. Oh, how much is that? I couldn't buy that. It's for somebody, honestly, you don't buy somebody something all year round. Look, I mean, they've got a candle there. Pomegranate, noir, black pomegranate, 320 quid. But that's a big one. That's a big candle. It'll have 4 or 5 wicks in it. It'll be like sort of that. It's quite big and... Oh, dear, not for you, is it really? I suppose Poundland and Lidl are the kind of thing that you'll say. But it's sort of nice, and I thought I was going to buy it. So I went to the Joe Malone shop in Twickenham, in Richmond. It's closed. It's gone. So I thought, I'll get the bus and I'll go to Kingston, because I know where the shop is there. And so I went in, my biggest smile, hello, clutching a Robert Dias bag, which I kept banging into with everything. It's got my spoons in it. They must have thought the thing had broken, whatever it was. And so I said, oh, do you have the Joe Malone calendar? She said, no. She said, we don't get it in for another week and a half or something. She said, you can buy it online, or I can reserve you one. I said, it's okay, I'll buy it online. I bought before online, and then I went home and I thought, that's God telling me not to buy it. That's God going, because you can't get hold of it now, you've just saved yourself 320 quid. Get her a bar of nut brittle. She likes nut brittle. And I thought, if you put it in a nice box with a fancy bow on it, she's not going to know the difference, is she? Not listening to this programme now. So if Marion gets it, she'll be going, oh, Steve, I love nut brittle. And I'll be thinking, save myself £319. Makes me a bit mean, doesn't it, really? Anyway, 18... Steve, they're priced at 600, not worth 600. No, they're lovely. They're lovely. It's a lovely thing. Lovely thing. Steve, I'll ring in, says Shane, while you're on air on Christmas Day, although it's the next day here. Well, we always say, I mean, I have to be honest with you, Shane, we do actually sort of say, oh yes, we're going to open up the phone lines, and we never get around to doing it. In all the years I've done Christmas morning, it's the only time they actually trust me to do the breakfast programme. Very cold in Loch Carron this morning, and How do you adapt to early morning shift patterns, says Craig. Easy. Absolutely easy. I don't, because I've been doing it so long. Other people find it difficult. Younger people find it difficult. I don't find it difficult at all. I'm so used to, I mean, yesterday I went to bed at, what time did I go to bed? I went to bed at 5:30, 5:45, and I woke up at 8 o'clock, and I thought, oh, wide awake. It was so annoying. I checked my blood sugars. They were a little bit low, so I had some toast, watched a little bit of television, then climbed back into bed again, and then 2 hours later the alarm went off. But it doesn't bother me, because I can go back to bed a little bit later on. I tend not to go back to bed. I might lie down on the settee. Somebody says, buy the white car as your second car, just using good weather. That's feasible, I think. And Matt says, I bought a lovely check shirt in M&S the other day, brown, mustard and beige. Some of the stuff on the first floor is good. Yeah, it's a big Marks and Spencer's. Big Marks and Spencer's there. I bought my latest coat from there, because they tend to do sort of coats that tend to fit me. And I like a coat that you can wrap around you. Corey's got a cardigan on today. No idea why. It's the kind of thing your doctor would wear, or an old school teacher, you know, who would have leather patches on the elbows. I don't know. Yeah, obviously the person who owned it before you was sort of the fuller figure, I'm assuming. That's it, because it's quite large. It is extra large. Is it XL? XXL. Wow. When you saw it in the charity shop, did you think to yourself, that'll look good on me? Or did you sort of just think, oh, I'll have that? You thought Steve would like it, yeah. No, it's not. I thought it was just a jacket. I didn't know it was a jumper kind of thing, or whatever they call them. No, it's lovely. It's very nice. Do they come in other colours, or did you not discover that? Burgundy. I say, I like burgundy. That's nice. Is it still in the shop? Go back and buy the burgundy. Yeah, burgundy, definitely. You can't just buy one. You say, I'd have bought all the colour range. But it's only because you get it and you put it on, somebody goes, oh, does it come in other colours, like I would say? And they go, yeah, it comes in green, yellow, mustard, and burgundy. And I go, oh, and you bought that one, the dark colour. You know, who was it the other day? Joe came in here and he was doing something and he said, I'm wearing black today because it's slimming. No, it isn't. No point in lying, is there, to people? No point in lying. And then I turned on the television the other day, a bit of a loose women, and there was Arj telling us that he's been dry and off drugs for 9 months. I thought, good, come back to us in 5 years' time. Come back in 5 years' time. You know, it's no good doing 9 months, because it's like being an alcoholic and saying, I've given up drink, and they go, listen, you're still an alcoholic. You never actually stop being an alcoholic. I suppose really it's the same as smoking, except that I suppose as many people die of smoking as they do of alcohol-related illnesses. But it's not a good thing to get into. But you can't sort of get round it, can you? Anne says, I've been contemplating booking a German Christmas market cruise for next year. I've been a bit undecided, but I've been persuaded. But you've persuaded me. Oh, Germany is fantastic. Never been to Germany at Christmas time. Oh, it's lovely. Especially if it snows. If it snows, it's fab. It really is. It's terribly romantic. And also the stalls, they've got all their lights around there, and they do the Glühwein and all the different bratwurst, and oh, it's lovely. I could transport myself to a Christmas market now. I think Christmas actually is really, if I'm being totally honest with you all, is for Christmas, for kids. Kids love Christmas because it's magical. The tree goes up, the presents start arriving underneath, and kids can barely contain their excitement. But I still get that. I get that excitement that the kids get. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Gucci. Remember Gucci were doing a dress for men the other day? We thought it was a bit odd, but there you go. Now they've got a lunchbox. It's a plastic tub, okay, green check, and it's got a picture of a hungry cartoon boy and a cat licking plates. The Italian designer says of the dinky piece, in a structured design that recalls vintage lunchboxes, this top-handle bag is printed with a whimsical design that speaks to the childhood theme explored throughout the collection. How much is it? It's a little tiny plastic box. £2,210. They're having a laugh. They're having a giraffe at your expense. I mean, honestly. A backpack in the same kind of stuff is 1,460. Trainers are 465. A baseball cap costs 240 quid. I bought 2 baseball caps the other day, 15 quid. And they're charging 240 for one. I mean, honestly, whichever way you look at it, that's just taking the Michael, isn't it? It's not very good at all. I don't like things like that. Talking of cardigans and Corey, they're very in, though. I might get one myself, says Matt. Yeah, they are very, not on him, but they are generally quite in, just not in the colour he's got. Okay, you know, the burgundy would have been better. You're not XXL. What do you think you are? What size is it? What size? It was definitely not snug. That's a fact. What size is it? Is it? That's XXL. Yeah, but that you can't even do it up, can you? I mean, it's just, wow. You're XXL now. There's me losing the weight, and you're putting it on. That's XXL, is it? Mind you should always buy them. You don't want them to look tight. It's like you look at the Essex boys, they're wearing trousers, you can spot religion, you know, and it's not a good look at all. And they've generally got them tapering down, you know, and then they're sort of shoes which they wear with no socks on. And you look at them, you think, oh, God, it looks disgusting. All their clothes are too tight on all these poor Essex blokes, and but they don't know. They don't know at all. You know, don't wear something so tight, because otherwise it goes out of fashion very quickly. I might get myself one in Uniqlo, says Matt. Oh, right, would that be a place to go and get jumpers? He got his in H&M, I think, but they do it in the burgundy. So you might go back and get how much are they? They're very expensive? 30 quid. 30 quid, yeah. Tosses 30 quid to one side. Yeah, 30 quid. Not a lot of money to Corey, you know, when you've got 40 quid, and you can go out and push the boat out. But, no, it's nice. They're quite nice, but they are a bit schoolmasterish, aren't they? I expect to see chalk dust down the front of it or something like that. But there you go, we'll have to wait and see. Other stories, nowadays being a Harry Potter superfan takes more effort than drawing a felt tip lightning bolt on your forehead. And what have we got here? We've got... who is this person? I don't know who she is. Oh, it's Jennifer Lopez. Looks unrecognisable. Little Mince mix-up. Apparently Little Mix have revealed they almost split up 9 years ago whilst on the X Factor in a row over lasagna. God, their life is so rock and roll, isn't it? A row over lasagna. Also, Ashley Roberts, another American that we've got to suffer with over here. Robbie Williams narrowly avoided death when he fell into a manhole at the height of his Take That fame. And then did you read the thing, honestly, in a desperate effort to try and shift some tickets, poor Ollie Murs claims he was doing a concert somewhere and his trousers split and his little popsicle popped out. And you think, why on earth would you tell people that now? And then I looked at the opposite page and they were, buy tickets for Ollie Murs' later. I'm like, oh, please, no. It's not had a hit for years. You can buy tickets for Gary Barlow. They're on sale. They're on sale at the moment. Craig says, that's horrendous. Bed at 5:30. Do you find yourself following the same routine at weekends when not working, just to stay? I don't need to stay in routine, it just happens. As I say, I'll go home today, and I'll sort of debate. I mean, I bought all the vegetables yesterday, so I've just got to, and I bought steak as well, so I've got steak today, and I'll have that for lunch. I'll put that on, I'll watch a film this afternoon, and that'll be it. That'll be a perfect day. So when it gets to, I'll make phone calls. I do the same 3 phone calls a day, same 3 people I speak to every single day about, you know, this, that, the other, and mainly the other, and and then I sort of get to that stage where I think, I'm really tired. I climb to bed, I'm out for the count. I feel sorry for people who suffer from insomnia, and they go, oh, I try desperately to get to sleep, I can't get to sleep. I found a troll the other day. Somebody pointed it out to me, somebody saying, you know, when I was talking about Joe Allen's not being open, and somebody said it is open, they just haven't told you, which was a bit sad actually, because they live out of town and they don't realise, they don't know anything about London at all. And I go past Joe Allen's every single day. Every single day. There's not a day in my life that I do not go past Joe Allen's. It's as simple as that. And Will Guyett says, morning Steve, all the Christmas stuff is in Costco. I know Darren will be happy too. Phil Vickery's up. Phil, he says, did you know you were in the Sunday papers? I'm frightened to mention anything now. It's like people saying, oh, I'm always very good to my friends, actually. But you were in the Sunday papers, and I think you're in one of the papers today. I can't remember. Such a tinker, honestly. Such a tinker. I don't know if that's me or you. But Will Guy, yeah, I love all the Christmas stuff. But I'm loving it on QVC. I'm loving it. Some of their... I need to wait till their new trees come back in again, because I'm definitely going to get a 7-footer. Definitely. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. And Brett says Vienna's Christmas markets are better. They're the same. The one in front of the Rathaus is fairly nice. I've been to that one on numerous occasions. Be sure to have some hot mulled wine, but be warned, never anywhere to go to the bathroom. No, I mean the bathroom facility here, and her name is Estelle Bilson. She spends hours scouring eBay, all the different websites and charity shops, because her home is a tribute to the 70s. To the 70s. And so she's got everything from, disco balls in the loo to magazines and stuff like that. She said, I'm a kitsch magpie. Everything really random. Gold, shiny, multicoloured. To be honest with you, I mean, I can see... where she sort of gets it from. Even her television is very retro 70s. And I could sort of go with that. When I used to work in a department store selling material, one of the most popular materials was for making kitchen curtains, and it was called Moiga shell. And that's all I can tell you about it. It came in different colours, green, orange, blue, and yellow, I think, but it was Moiga shell. And people would make kitchen curtains out of it in the days when kitchen curtains were a bit more popular. Gus in Billericay, I don't believe there's anybody in Billericay called Gus. I mean, Lord above, you must be as old as the hills. He says, I think you may be mistaken, Christmas and kids. I know you're never wrong. Well, it's not me saying I'm never wrong. James O'Brien says I'm never wrong. According to Mrs. Merton, Christmas, it's nice, but it's not for children. You see, but that's the whole idea, isn't it? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Christmas is you go round and you have some sweet. There's always sweeties out, aren't there? People buy tins of toffees and tins of chocolates and stuff like that. I think that's actually quite nice. I can't do them, but I just like to see. It's part of it. It's like having a bowl full of satsumas. I think that's actually quite nice. Quite nice. And the tree, there's something about a real tree, but this year I might be having a fake tree. It might be. Depends if we can actually get one from QVC, because, they sold out so far to get more in. Obviously very popular. And so I should be trying to go. I've got Lynn on it. She's watching it every day. So I have to trust her to do it. But she did tell me that Richmond, she sent me a text. She always sends me a text when I'm asleep, because she knows that I'll pick it up when I sort of eventually wake up. And she said, because she was always, wait, come here, where is it? Oh, that's right. She says Richmond, down the road from me, now has the capital's third highest COVID infection rate after a huge rise in cases. Good Lord, that was in the Richmond news. I mean, but then there's loads of people who eat outside in Richmond. It's very much not as many as some people do. People like having a cup of coffee, but I passed a place the other day, and they were all sitting outside it. I think it was in Richmond, actually. And nobody's got masks on or self-distancing. And I remember thinking, do you want to sort of catch COVID? I mean, promise you really don't. Really don't. But, Christmas, it's nice, but it's not for children. Like Mrs. Merton, I really did. And I found the perfect accessory for your Christmas tree, says Anthony in Hitchin. Unfortunately, I can't see. If you sent a picture, I can't do anything about it. Chris and Steve over in Spain sent me a picture of their swimming pool. It's really lovely. And it's an infinity pool, which means that you sort of get to the edge of it, you think you're going to fall down the cliff. It's really lovely. I mean, really nice. They've said they absolutely love it. Leslie in South Croydon. Back in the office now, so back to starting my day at 4 o'clock with you and a cup of tea. How lovely. Leslie, life doesn't get any more perfect. And Steve, don't forget we have 2 Amazon Prime Days coming up, a chance to grab some Christmas bargains. I've looked on Amazon, there's loads of Christmassy stuff on there. I just sometimes put in Christmas films on DVD, and I don't care if they're cartoons, Mickey Mouse or anything like that. I'm more than happy to go with. And any Christmas film. My friend Ian over in the States, he loves things like that. Him and me together, are just absolutely crackers for anything to do with the festive season. My friend Johnny Perry watched the film Judy last night. He said, if you haven't seen it, it's well worth a watch. He said about the life of Judy Garland, much of it featuring her time in London. Renée Zellweger was fantastic. I do have it. I haven't seen it yet. I have a big fan of Judy Garland and the poor woman's ups and downs, and the drugs and all the sorts of things. But I mean, when she came to London, you can find her on YouTube, Judy, I think, at the Palladium, and they play all her hits and the orchestra, and then onto the stage comes Judy Garland. Well, up until then, all anybody had ever seen was Judy Garland on the screen, and she made all these fantastic films. Some of them were sort of tragic, some of them were sad, some of them were happy. I thought she was fantastic. I'd love to have met her, but it never came up. But died broke in London on a toilet in Chelsea. She was married to some bloke who I thought was gay. I don't know why I thought he was gay. I'm sure there was some story. But she died on the toilet. She didn't have enough money to be buried. Frank Sinatra paid for the Oh, we got pictures, have we, from the link on that text? Oh, you show me. Oh, right. Yeah, I've seen these ones, but on Amazon, you see the musical Santa climbing the ladder. He's got to have the set of lights over his shoulder. And there you see this, the second one. Oh no, he's got a set of lights. Oh, now how much is that? See, look. $39, you see. You're on Amazon.com, aren't you? Or Woodlands.com. That's the one. 80 quid over here, that is. 80 quid, that electric climbing Santa, with the lights over his shoulder. I know it's tacky, but I can't help it. I just like tacky things for Christmas. I want the bubble blowing Father Christmas. Could you find that one for me? We did. Oh, and there you go. Mr. Christmas super climbing Santa figurine, 142 quid. Blimey. It was only 79 quid on QVC. I'm not paying 142. That's taking the mickey. So, bubble blowing Santa. This was so exciting. Look, no, that's just a thing. Go down, go down, go down, go down, go down, go down. It's battery. Oh, they're obviously difficult to get hold of. They're obviously very difficult to get hold of. And all it is, it's just Santa Claus on... No, we're just having a quick look, see if we can find him. No. How depressing. I bought it years ago. I think I bought it in South... There. That was it. That one there on the left. Oh, Telco do it. Rare. You see, look, 115 quid because it's rare. Just because it blows bubbles. I had a little train that went along as well, and that blew bubbles coming out of its chimney. Lovely, isn't it? Thank you for sending me all those pictures in. Very grateful. Moiga shell fabric was used to make sports blazers, usually in palest pink or cream. Oh, right, says Jane. Well, you know these things. Steve, go to Google, type in Santa on ladder climbing tree. We found it. Ian, my friend, says it's almost time for the annual viewing of Christmas in Connecticut, a movie I'd never heard of until I heard you talking about it years ago and in conversation. It's one of my favourite movies, Christmas in Connecticut. Get it? It's not, I don't think it's very expensive. Can we find it on Amazon.co.uk? Christmas in Connecticut. And also the other one you need to get is The Shop Around the Corner. If you're a true believer in Christmas, you will add these two films to your collection. They're well worth it. So Christmas in Connecticut, $11.39. Oh, $4.99. Found it even cheaper on eBay, but it might be a copy. I'm never too sure. With Barbara Stanwyck, and $6.95 on it. So I'm not keen about buying on eBay. I don't know why, but it's a lovely, lovely film. And the other one is The Shop Around the Corner. The Shop Around the Corner. Okay, we shall find this one. You need to add these if you're a true believer in Christmas and all the things it means. There you go, The Shop Around the Corner on Amazon, £12.95. I tell you, if you're my sort of age or even a lot younger, that is the sort of film that you will love. Mr. Matacek owns this shop where they do all sorts of lovely Christmas things. It's a story of a romance. And James Stewart is in it, and Margaret Sullivan, employees at Matacek. It's seriously lovely. Seriously lovely. And my friend Ian says, is Shop Around the Corner a Christmas movie? It is really, because it's snowing. And if it's snowing, and you can probably buy that, I should imagine, on Amazon.com, Ian. It's well worth it. It's a little shop. In fact, the lad in it, it's a very old story, this one, I don't know what I'm telling you, but the lad in it, he got beaten up in a motel room. He went to meet a man later in life, and I think he died as a result. But it's a great film. I loved it. Anything like that, seriously. Steve, I got one of those trees from QVC a couple of years ago. If you get the chance to get one, do. They're great. Well, we're going to buy two. Buy two. Steve, have you seen A Christmas Story? I might have done. I don't know. You have to tell me the storyline. Go to Van Hague, Steve. Great Christmas stuff. Bit pricey, but good quality. Oh, my friend Neil goes there. He loves it. He loves Van Hague's. He loves it. It may stream on Amazon Prime. Shop around the corner. But Christmas in Connecticut as well. You need to get these things. As I say, if you believe, and on this programme we do believe. We don't worry about the snowflakes who don't like Christmas. I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. This programme is specifically aimed at those people who, if you've had an absolutely ghastly year and everything's gone a bit pear-shaped, these are the films that are going to take you out of it. And if you're by yourself, it's going to make you weep. Miracle on 34th Street, the remake, every year without fail, says Craig. Oh, there's about 3 different versions, aren't there? It's like Christmas Carol. There's about 3 or 4 different versions of that. And the good one is the Muppets Christmas Carol, which is really good. Really good. I had a former producer who actually sort of pointed me in the direction of that one. And so I bought it. And I went, oh, really love it. Really love it. So, Miracle on 34th Street. Steve, I had my DNA ancestry done. I know we came out here in the 1800s, had my saliva sample in the tube sent away, and apparently I'm 65% Irish, 32% Scottish, English Wales 3%, and Norway. I don't know why, says Shane. Well, you are a hybrid, aren't you? Goodness sake, honestly. I think company, 12 minutes to 6. Will Guyett says, does Snow make Die Hard with Bruce Willis a Christmas film? So my former producer, Sam, says, yes. Man of few words at this time of the morning. So, nice to hear from you, Sam. So he said, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Die Hard. But there are loads of these Christmas films. I mean, some of which you can actually get streaming, can't you? Carol says one of my favourites is The Bishop's Wife. This is with Cary Grant, who plays an angel, Loretta Young and David Niven, who plays the bishop. And that's a lovely movie. It's a story of temptation and how David Niven's wife, played by Loretta Young, falls for Cary Grant because he's an angel. And he's surrounded by just sort of wonderful things, actually. Steve says, Dan in Lingfield, best Christmas film, Home Alone. I make a point of watching it every year without fail, and I'm only 47. Listen, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters how old you are. Especially if you live by yourself, why should you not retreat into yourself and enjoy, some of these great festive... They made these films to be watched. They didn't make them to just disappear. They made them to be watched, and so that's why. Selena says Prance is a fab Christmas film. It's a live-action film about one of Santa's reindeer. Lots of snow. Love your show, been a fan for years, says Selena. The trouble is, I just love the Christmas thing. And as we get ever near it, if I can get one of these Christmas trees from QVC, I'll be a very happy bunny. Steve, not being on LBC on Christmas Day would be like having Christmas without Santa. Totally unacceptable. In these difficult times, we need Steve spreading his Christmas cheer on Christmas Day, says Gordon. We do, and it's built up and built up and built up. But as I say, I haven't seen the schedule for Christmas, so I've got no idea exactly what they're going to do. They might want to do something different this year. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Somebody else says Albert Finney is Scrooge in the song Thank You Very Much, sung by Anton Rogers. I know. Such a good film, isn't it? Remember him? I do, John, of course. Because I've seen the film fairly recently. Tony in South Ealing says, I'm a believer. Both those films, which I think must be Shop Around the Corner and Christmas in Connecticut. There was apparently a remake. Don't go for remakes, go for the originals. It's lovely. They're just... It's just nice. It takes you back to probably when you were a child and when you were having Christmas at home. If you had your parents around you when you were younger, and then you don't have them a bit older, and then Christmas takes on a different meaning, and that's why these Christmas films are so important for everybody, for you as well as for me and for all the people here. And I think if we can manage to persuade people to sort of come out of themselves and download some Christmas films or watch Christmas films, I promise you life gets so much better. So much better. You'll never have a miserable Christmas ever again. People say, what did you do for Christmas? And you went, I watched some fantastic films. I watched some really good Christmas films. And some people would go, oh, how boring. And you go, not obviously as boring as your Christmas. Mine was sensational. Sensational. Oh, look, a picture of Rebecca Vardy posing in the latest collection of something. Ghastly. Ghastly. Can't bear these people. I'm totally convinced that court case is not going to happen. You know, the one between her and Colleen. It's a waste of everybody's time and money. It's a bit tedious, I'm afraid. Steve, the best Christmas film has always been Oliver, says Matt. Yes, I'd like to see a cleaned-up version of Oliver. Because after you watch these films, and you know the old thing is that Mark Lester, who went on to be a friend of Michael Jackson's, and I think is he a physiotherapist or something now? But he made lots of films because as a kid, Mark Lester was cute as a button, and he fitted in beautifully to Oliver. There were two things that he couldn't do, though. He couldn't sing, and he couldn't dance. So when you see him dancing, it's a bit haphazard, I'm afraid. So luckily the camera pans away. And when you hear him singing, it's the musical director on Oliver. It's his daughter singing for him. He just mimes. But it's still great, isn't it, when they do the morning thing and all the people who will buy this. I mean, it really is. I love a big production number. Big production number. Steve, you're all wrong. The best Christmas movie ever is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Tony, you live in Rochester. It's probably reality for you, I should imagine. I've seen it loads of times. I love it. I love the next door neighbours who the tree crashes through into their window. The whole thing is brilliant. I love all of those sort of things. Steve, I'm doing my QVC show, says Andy Peters. He says, if they have that tree on set, I'll nick it for you. Are you doing food again, Andy? Are you doing food again? He does these food things, and you look at him, Andy Peters, he must get sick to death of hearing it. Every time somebody they'd go, he hasn't aged. He doesn't age. Now, whether he works out in a gym, I've got no idea, or whether he's just lucky, he never seems to put on an ounce. He, of course, will probably say differently. But if that tree's up the 7-footer, Andy, okay, if you manage to get it under your coat. Or find out when they're going to get some more in. I'd be very happy about that, please. Thank you very much indeed. Bless your heart. So, well, you're up early this morning. Wonder where you're up to. My friend Jordan, he tried to FaceTime me the other day and I couldn't, because I had nothing on. And so I then tried to FaceTime him the other day, and he never replied. And he said, sorry, I was on air when you called. On air, if you please. He says, we'll catch up this week. Oh, honestly, I think we all need to catch up, don't we, over Christmas time. Also, did you ever watch the TV series The Box of Delights? Don't mention The Box of Delights, not in front of my friend Ian. We always go to the music hall, don't we, to watch that Box of Delights. And Simon says, I really hope you get the tree you want, Steve. Yes. He says 3 days at least about the tree. Buy the tree, please. Well, you can't get it. You can't get the blooming thing. It's such a pain. Steve, what I need to know is what Chris Moyles and Andy Peters' favourite Christmas films are. Do you know, for some reason, I don't think Andy Peters does Christmas films. I don't know why. He's always got too many bits and pieces going on in his life. But, I don't know, would he have a Christmas film? Would it be one that he's been in? Julie says Love Actually is a lovely film. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Hugh Grant is fabulous in that. It's such a good film. Always makes me have a little bit of a tear up at the end, but, you know. Last Christmas we saw Faith from Emmerdale play Scrooge in A Christmas Carol at Wilton's. She was superb, says Patrick Stewart. Scrooge is also a favourite, says Tony. Yes. And Craig says, nothing more festive than John McLean throwing Hans Gruber off the Nakatomi building. This is Die Hard 1 and 2. Excellent Christmas. I must have missed out on these things. They just don't sound like Christmas films. Anything with the word die doesn't kind of work with me for Christmas. I'll have to go and get them, actually. And so I can find out. Every Christmas Eve, Steve, says Tony, in Inverness, the wife and I settle down with a log burner on, homemade bread and a selection of cheeses. The wife has a glass or two of bubbly, and I have a beer. We watch Scrooge with Alistair Sim, and then It's a Wonderful Life. I'm feeling all warm thinking about it. See, I don't think there's anything the matter with that. I think that is nothing short of perfect. Some homemade bread, some bits of cheese on it, your pants drying in front of the fire, you know, just to bring home that real sort of home-cooked smell, you know, that everybody enjoys so much. And then A Wonderful Life. Colorized version or black and white? I've watched both, actually, and enjoyed both of them. It's good, isn't it? Of course, there'll be people listening. I hate this kind of the bits of the programme where we're talking about it. And I always say to them, well, you must grow up. Don't be a complete dork. You know, if you don't like something, turn it off. And then they say, but you watch something, and I go, yeah, but I got paid for it. You know, that's the bonus. Heavy rain and thunder for more bad weather. Here it comes. The Strictly stars giving a tribute to Caroline Flack at the beginning of Strictly this week. And Ulrika Johnson going on Who Dares Wins. She's a bit old for something like that. I mean, she's getting on a bit. She's in double figures. 16,000 test blunder. It's not looking promising, is it? And Jennifer Saunders doing a silent protest for the West End Theatre. She stood outside a theatre the other day with a few people. And she was saying, it's decimated. It might never come back. The West End Theatre might never come back. The government have to do something about it. What are they doing about it? I've got no idea. E.T. across the galaxy. NASA is on the search for amateur people to give them their bits and pieces about, you know, I've seen E.T. or I've talked to E.T. or I've been taken up in a spacecraft and all that kind of stuff. But having seen all these Karens in America, these mad people, I can quite understand why people want to believe in it. There was a woman the other day, no, it was this morning, and she's on this thing, and a bloke turns up, and he happens to be black. Now, the one thing that the majority of these Karens are is racist. And so she's on most of the estates in America are gated. They're gated communities. Okay, people buy houses. They're quite cheap to buy. Anyway, she says to this this black guy, she says, so, what are you doing here? And he's quite, you know, she could be 55, 60. They seem to age badly in some places. And he said, what's it got to do with you? She said, well, I'm going to call the police. And he goes, well, call the police. And so she says, well, you don't live here, so what are you doing here? And he says, I'm visiting. Visiting who? And so he says, well, not that it's got anything to do with you. He said, but I'm visiting my parents. Oh, do they live here? And he goes, yes, where? He said, I don't have to tell you anything. She was a right nosy old bag. She really wasn't. She said, well, I'm going to call the police. He said, well, call the police. I mean, seriously, I've never heard anyone so stupid. Lewis says, I love the Christmas specials, A One Foot in the Grave. Yeah, I like those. And Tish and Shirley says, we always have Scrooge the Musical on, especially when putting up the trees. The trees have to be up by the 1st of December, and we have the grand lighting up too. I have 3 Christmas trees. Oh, that's absolutely perfect. Muppets Christmas Carol, says Paul in Billericay. And Steve, do you have an advent calendar? Diabetic, of course. No, I don't have an advent calendar. I don't have an advent calendar. I don't think I could cope with the temptation. I can't go for things like 6. Tuesday morning, 6th of October, Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC till 7 when Nick Ferrari will be here. And this morning on the breakfast show, he'll be speaking to the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak. All of that coming up a little bit later on. Other stories which are doing the papers today, my goodness me, it's what they call a right old mixture. It really is. Another mad day. 16,000 cases not reported in the new cock-up. The health chief says only half of Brits will be given the vaccine. They're running out of vaccines for the flu jabs. So they've got to bring more in. Apparently there's more on the way. They just don't seem to have everything at the moment, which is... so people are being a bit baffled, because they don't know what's going on either, really. James Martin, the TV chef, has quit social media after vile comments left by trolls. He's going to take a break following a negative response to an online cooking class. I mean, yeah, to be honest with you, these silly little trolls, they're such a waste of space. They really are. But you work on the assumption that they don't have any friends, so they've got nobody else to write to. Bruce says, have you seen the 1935 version of Scrooge with Seymour Hicks, the only version that shows Tiny Tim's family, Tiny Tim's father visiting him on his bed after he died? Lord above, I'm sure about that. That's taking it a bit too far, because in all my other version, he lives. He lives. I'd rather he lived, actually. Also, could you wish my brother Stephen a very happy 36th birthday from his sister Alex? And so what have we got here? Go to Google, type in Royal Albert Hall, Tim Peake, and stroll up until you see Tim Peake on stage with a machine next to him. Have a look at the front row, and if you see a person with a white baseball cap on the left-hand side, that's me. And next to me, it's my son. Says Connie. Oh, we're never going to find that at the moment. Obviously, the boys are up to their gunnels at the moment. And Paul says, I treated myself to the gin advent calendar. I bought that last year for a few people. I quite liked it, actually. I quite liked it. And Will Guyett says, Andy Peters, good choices. Has he replied to you with choices of his Christmas films, Will? I'm missing out on this because I can't find anything at the moment. But there again, you know, my phone's got a mind of its own, doing all sorts of strange things. So what did he come up with? It's what we need to know. It's what we need to know. England goalkeeper Peter Bonetti left almost 470,000 in his will, which is not a lot because that's the price of a house. I would think that after tax, he left 467,000, of which 5,000 goes to each of his children. The rest is in trust for his widow Kay. He won 7 caps for England and played in the 1970 World Cup quarter-final loss to West Germany. Wow. Also, McDonald's and Nando's said to be finalising plans for new vegan burgers in the UK. They're all jumping on the vegan bandwagon, aren't they? Oh, let's do vegan. You know, like it's not been around. It's been around more. There we go. There we go. You're so right, says Andy. No time before the big day to watch Christmas films. Home Alone or Toy Story, always a winner. Always up early for Good Morning Britain. Bless your heart, honestly. Bless your heart. So that's it. So we were right. No time. I just don't see Andy sitting down. He just doesn't have the time to do it. But it would be Home Alone or Toy Story. You got a friend in me. I love that. You got a friend in... When I first saw it, I remember thinking, God, this is really good, isn't it? I thought it was really good. I love all that sort of stuff. I tell you what is good. Abby Clancy is embracing her John Motson inner self as she steps out for a spot of retail therapy. She's wearing a sheepskin coat. It's a nice sheepskin coat. I've always fancied a sheepskin coat. Always fancied it. And this is sort of like a 3/4 length one, and I thought that's quite nice. Perhaps I could push myself into a... But then you see, I really want a duffel coat like Paddington's got, possibly in the same colour. Quite fancy the same colour as well. There you go. Will Guy's just responded. Telephones, aren't they just so remarkable? You ask something now and back comes the answer as fast as possible. Amazing. Amazing, it really is. Britain's loneliest dog is looking for a home. 11 years in kennels. Molly the Boxer Cross was found wandering when she was 8 months old. As she enters her twilight years, charity bosses want to find her an owner. Celine is the manager at the Dogs Trust, says Molly's a special girl with a big heart and we'd love to finally find the home she deserves. What do they call it? There's a name for that, isn't it? This is your forever home. I think they actually call it your forever home. And you look at this sort of dog and you think all it wants is just wants to be with somebody. You watch, somebody will see the picture in the paper today and they'll go, I'll go for that. I'll go for that. George Ezra has developed an obsession with red grapes. There'll be people listening to my programme who won't have the faintest idea who George Ezra is, but he likes red grapes because they're in fashion at the moment, aren't they? And Graham Norton has been named the most dangerous celebrity to search for online. I mean, you'll have to read the story because it gets a bit too complicated, but it's the sort of thing you'd be asking Will Guyatt about. It's something to do with you might unknowingly install malware on your device. I don't even know what that is. I mean, I get quite frightened by anything that happens on the... I've always sort of waited for the computer one day to sort of, you click a button and nothing happens on it, and all of a sudden a face appears and he goes, ha 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 ha. And you think, oh my godfathers. Because I think if you've got an Apple, you're fairly safe. But it's amazing how many people get hacked nowadays. Luckily, I'm not one of them. Maura Higgins' mum, she was on some programme, not particularly interesting. Her mother's happy for her to do Playboy magazine. How lovely. How lovely. That's our daughter. That's her career. There's also a stunning collection of cinema posters worth more than £180,000. They've been sold by a memorabilia expert prop store, and they've got all sorts of things. I mean, seriously, these are lovely. I mean, film posters are worth same sort of money as some theatre posters, and I collect theatre posters. I have lots. Andy Peters only likes Toy Story because he's in one of them, says Mark. I know. I remember it when they actually did it. He's a voice, isn't he, of the I think it's in Toy Story. He's one of the baggage handlers. I'm pretty certain one of the baggage handlers, because I remember when they actually did it. He was ever so excited because he's in Toy Story. I'm pretty certain. Am I right? Never wrong. Toy Story 2, never wrong. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Craig says, Steve, why have the staff of the Dogs Home not taken that poor dog home after 11 years? Well, I think people have taken him home, but of course the whole idea is they need to get him, Homed. There you go. Andy had a minor part in Toy Story 2 in which he provides the voice of male baggage handler. Told you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. How wrong can you be? Not on this programme. Not on this programme. Steve, the Polar Express, always popular in my house over Christmas. Do you know, I didn't like it. I love the idea of Christmas. I thought it was a bit sort of wacky-dacky-doo. Do you know what I mean? I just thought it was slightly strange. All the kids looked as though they'd wandered out of zombie children because they had those staring eyes. They didn't quite look as good as I wanted them to. And then you go to see Father Christmas, and then Father Christmas is enormous, and then there's all the, I don't know. But apart from that, anything that's got snow in always works very well. And somebody says, Steve, finally got to McDonald's at the weekend and got a triple cheeseburger. It was absolutely amazing. A triple cheeseburger. Doesn't that just sound like a calorific? Steve, Christmas, a time when people overspend and moan, when they get into debt, a time when tons of food gets dumped, when there's people starving, a time when gallons of alcohol is consumed, and people have no access to clean drinking water. And somebody says, oh, Christmas, if there's such a thing as the pearly gates, we know who's going to get turned away. You see, this is miserable. This is sad, lonely, miserable. Somebody who doesn't like it, you know, people overspend, you know, they moan when they get into debt. But they don't do that till way after Christmas. And they don't moan about it, they just go, oh, blow. That's not moaning. Tons of food gets dumped. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And gallons of alcohol are consumed when people have no access to clean drinking water. What do you expect them to do? If they had a local bar, they'd be drinking it. My God, your life must be absolutely one barrel of laughs. Not. Did you ever wear an Afghan coat? Says Elaine. No. I did look for one in a market a few years ago, but they were very smelly. If they got wet, they were terrible. Seriously. Steve, hold it. There's a couple more bags coming from the terminal. That's what Andy Peters' line was. That was Andy Peters' line. Hold it! There's a couple more bags coming from the terminal. That's what Andy's line. Cool, isn't it? I thought that was classic. You know, to actually be in a movie. That's the only reason that Robin Williams did Aladdin. So his kids would have something to watch that was sort of, you know, and but he moaned about it so much because Disney are not the best payers in the world. So they bought him a piece of art. They bought him a really nice painting that he wanted, and so that was his gift from Disney for doing Aladdin. I thought that was quite scary, actually, Aladdin. Oh, beautifully done. Beautifully done. What have we got here? The boy who made videos threatening to carry out jihad yesterday told a jury he was copying the hit comedy movie Four Lions. I don't even know what I've heard it. What was the song? It wasn't Four Lions, was it? Was it Three Lions? Is that the football thing? Is that the World Cup thing? Do people get excited? Football's coming out. Football's coming home. Look at me, honestly. Getting a bit excited about the other day. And when Up the Aston did very well. My goodness, were we proud of the boys, honestly. I raised... Watkins got what? 3. Yeah, well, I mean, of course. You know, won't go to without saying. I celebrated with a glass of water. Because I'm not drinking at the moment, but I will before Christmas, which is quite nice. Shane says, Merry Christmas from Sydney. A little bit early. I like that. Hold it, there's a couple more bags coming from the terminal. So exciting. I feel as I'm in the movie myself, actually. I never got to do that. Somebody was reading the news once on LBC, and they managed to make it into Shoestring, the programme, because they turned on the radio and got somebody on LBC reading the news. Which I was a bit miffed about, because it wasn't me. I wanted to read the news, but I can't. Also, here Pauline Quirk is set to star in a new Channel 5 thriller, Intruder, about a couple whose lives are shattered after a break-in by 2 local teenagers. She appears to have lost a ton of weight yet again. She's yo-yo dieter. I think yo-yo dieter. I mean, it's something I wish I was, but I'm not. So the front page of The Sun have got the George Michael's ex Kenny, who wants $15,000 a month from George Michael's estate. He left about 97 million, and Kenny says, he used to give me money before. George didn't make any provision in his will because they'd split up 11 years before. You know, I mean, it's not George's fault, is it? Wait and see what happens with that one. Dear. Talking of Abby Clancy in a sheepskin, but a bit John Motson for me, says Matthew. Well, it's the only person I know who wears a sheepskin coat. Don't know anybody else, really. 6:15. Let's have a check on the news headline, shall we? Down to the news desk, and Simon. Mars is closer to Earth in October than it will be for another 15 years. And I'm looking at a picture of Mars, and I'm thinking, has it got oceans and the same as we've got? Has it got trees and forestation and stuff like that? Because when you actually look at it, it does look as though it could be sort of a facsimile of the Earth, but it is closer to us, than at any other time in 15 years. Wait another 15 years. Perhaps we should start landing on Mars. Might be a lot easier than landing on the moon, I should imagine. The Daily Mirror this morning, the childhood roots of the brothers Rift by Penny Junor. She knows the royal family better than most people. And the rift between Harry and William grows ever wider. I don't see them getting back together again anytime soon. You know, it's embarrassing, really, isn't it? Because it was fine, and then it just went pear-shaped. Sheepskin coats, Steve. Del Trotter and Shaun the Sheep. Shaun the Sheep. I don't think I ever saw Shaun the Sheep, but mind you, I never got into Pingu either. Steve. Did you ever have a Starsky and Hutch cardigan? No, of course not. Of course not. No, definitely not. I've never had any cardigans. I've had a few Christmas cardigans, which are quite nice, but I wouldn't order something like Corey's. Not my sort of thing at all. It's for the younger person, not for sort of mature people. As I say, it looks like he thinks it makes him look like supply teacher. And I would think that's it. You just need to get those leather patches that they put on your elbows. I don't know why they always did that, but I used to feel sorry for teachers because they always had holes in their jumpers and cardigans. And now, of course, it's fashionable to have holes in your cardigan because Victoria Beckham's done it in one of hers. But she pinched it from somebody else. One of the other big people who got it. You buy a jumper with holes in it, and it was about £600-700. These people are mad, completely mad. Strictly Come Dancing is to wear an emotional tribute to former contestant Caroline Flack. Stars are seen choking back tears on Saturday's Best of the Final show, featuring some of the most exciting and nerve-wracking moments from the BBC ballroom competition. I must be the only one who's bored witless with Strictly Come Dance. I couldn't care less how it works out, how it pans out, whether they can dance, whether they can't dance. I'm not interested. Just not interested. I like dancing, don't get me wrong, I like watching it, but they make such a big deal about it, such a kerfuffle. It really is. And Mary Berry's another celebrity quite dangerous to search for online. Steve, one here from Chris in Brentwood says, I hope you get your tree from QVC. I bought mine 3 years ago and I love it. You can, different coloured lights for every day and over 100 functions. I also got a fabulous holly wreath from Bethlehem Lights, which has got multiple functions, which is great. Thank you, Chris, very much indeed. These trees, by the way, from QVC. I think they did them in 5, 6, 7 and 8 foot heights, but it's just 2 pieces. Unless it's obviously the smaller type trees, in which case it's 1. And you just slot the top bit in. There's no wire connections, it just slots in and the lights all come on. It's amazing. And I thought that'd be quite nice. And because it's got more than 100 different functions for the lights. So 1 minute they're white, then they're sort of red, green, blue and everything. Like the lights that I bought, only mine, the bulbs change colour. Mine, the bulbs change colour. It's got colour-changing light bulbs, which is very nice. Dust from the Sahara is landing on top of the Himalayas and speeding up climate change. Honestly, you can't believe it, can you? What did we get the other day? There was some place where all the sand disappeared from the beach and landed in the town. People's cars were under sort of like depths of sand, which is very worrying. What's this? 5 curries in a month is good korma. 5 curry. I quite like a korma, actually, but the sauce doesn't like me. And they're such hot favourites. It is the top dish for a third of Brits, beating fish and chips or a roast. Nothing really else, is there? There's a roast, there's fish and chips, and then there's a curry. What else is there? I can't think of anything else. Or nut roast or something, I suppose. Or sort of, I don't know. Burgers, yeah. See, cheeseburger's quite nice. I like a cheeseburger. You can't have a cheeseburger, can you? No. Must be a distant memory for you, eh, Luke? Sort of seeing other people eating them on the train in front of you. And you going, I've never had a burger, Well, you're not having one now. Just sit there. I don't think I could ever sit on a train and eat a burger. I don't think I could. The only thing I could ever eat on a train, I could eat little hash browns, like from Burger King. I could probably eat a sandwich, but I'd do it discreetly. I couldn't just sit there, and I do see people, I find that as disgusting as people doing their makeup on a train. And that's just the men. Rolling Stone Ronnie This is Ronnie Wood, who looks like he's been dragged through the hedge backwards, doesn't he, really? He looks like he's had a career and a life rolled into the same thing. But what he does, he knits. He became fond of the hobby as a child whilst helping his mum Elizabeth. He said, my mum was great at crochet and knitting. I knit too. I used to hold a ball of wool. My mum knitted. Loads of mums knitted. That's how, I think it was quite normal for people to knit, wasn't it? And crochet. Matthew says, tell Corey there's nothing wrong with a cardigan. I saw a pillar box red one the other day and loved it. They don't have it in red where he goes. I'm not sure, there must be something for the festive season, but he has to buy extra large now because he's ballooned, and so consequent. Sorry. But it fits you snugly, doesn't it? It's not oversized. It does. It so does. Look. Oh, we could all do that. I could do that with a shirt. Look. Loads of room inside the shirt. Another person you could get in here. Your thing is exactly the same. It's, why you bought that dull colour, I've got no idea. Surely the whole idea is to buy something, vibrant. And, mind you, it's going on your body, so I suppose vibrant would not be the word that we would choose. What's the matter now? What? Sandy-coloured what have you gone mad or something? Have you you've raided your Mickey Mouse piggy bank and sort of gone out there and bought a pair of trousers and a cardigan? Are they too short for you, the trousers? Yeah, a little bit. I've just sort of mentioned it, because why can't people buy the right size now? Yeah, they don't, aren't they? It's the fashion. Don't talk to me about fashion. I'm a fashionista. Steve, the word celebrity, or the term celebrity, is one that is overused in recent Strictly Come Dancing series. I would like to think I keep a good tab on who's who. But recent series, I hardly know anybody. Yeah, well, you don't know who they are. You really don't. You look at them and they go, oh, this is so-and-so. And you go, yeah, and they do what? Never heard of it. Liam says, Steve, I got carried away with the clippers and gave myself a grade 1 haircut. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I had a low expectation of Gino D'Acampo in Family Fortunes, but I thought he did quite well, says Dean. Yes, well, apparently they've recommissioned, but they didn't do as many as I thought they were going to do in the first place. And John says, do you remember what your best Christmas present was as a child or a youngster? Same thing in our household. Mine was a brand new Raleigh Mark I chopper. I wish I'd kept it. They're worth a small fortune. And, well, they are, aren't they? They are worth a small fortune. No, I only had a second-hand bicycle. My father bought it. It was an advertised in a local paper. He went and got it, and then he painted it up and made it look new. We never had. We couldn't afford a new thing, so second-hand bicycle. But second-hand most things. But we didn't care. We didn't care. I would never ever criticise my parents because they did the best that they could do on the money that they had. We never went without food. Never went without heating or anything like that. We had a perfectly charmed life, thank you very much indeed. So we might not have got super-duper presents. I think the maximum for Christmas was 25 quid. And believe you me, parents in those days knew how to be very economical. They knew how to shop around, which I thought was great. Absolutely fantastic. Steve, are you on Christmas morning? Don't know. Ralph Richardson and Celia Johnson did a film, The Holly and the Ivy. I think I've got it. I think I've got it because I bought it for the title, and but I don't think I've ever seen it. Steve, I love your show. Always love your show, which is always quite good actually. This is from Anoop, who says this is the first time I'm driving to London to run in Hyde Park. Really? Wasn't that yesterday when we had the marathon? 45,000 people. But my question to you is about the phrase, I'm afraid. Example, I call James and the receptionist says, I'm afraid James isn't in the office today. I don't understand why the receptionist is afraid. Hope you can explain. Of course I can. I mean, you have to be a bit dim if you don't understand. They're sorry that they have to tell you that James isn't in because you phoned up to talk to James. Did you not understand that? I mean, surely you must have understood that. I thought that was fairly straightforward. I'm afraid that he's not in the office today. In fact, I'm sorry for you, but he isn't in the office today. Okay? Well, not necessarily afraid is scared. It's afraid they're bringing you bad news. I'm so sorry. Can I speak to Luke? I'm ever so sorry. Luke doesn't work here anymore. It's that kind of thing. I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you that. I'm the bringer of bad tidings. Luke is not here anymore. Who is this? Mrs. Luke. Yeah, no, he's not here anymore. We don't know where he's gone to. No. But apparently it's something to do with holding a giant lollipop and a children's crossing. Okay? Thank you for your interest. Bye. No, so that's why you're afraid. Not afraid, frightened. I thought that was understood, honestly. Steve, love this cardigan, says Linda. Oh, not another cardigan thing. I can't open these things up here. The boys have to open up my... if it's got an attachment to it, I'm the only person who can't open it. But it's obviously... I've seen some lovely Christmas... I should be buying Christmas cardigans. You know, some nice things to sort of make me look particularly No, not my sort of thing at all. This is Starsky and Hutch with David Soul, Paul Michael Glaser. Do you know what office workers have saved? About £250 on sandwiches in the last 6 months, because if you're working from home... then you don't need to worry about sandwiches or travel or anything like that. Londoners have saved the most. £300 since March, whilst those back at the office spend less now, £3.55 a day, down from £5.55. I mean, when we were in Fleet Street, I mean, there used to be quite a number actually, of sandwich shops and a couple of greasy spoons and things like that, which would be quite nice. And Steve says, Jan, what year did you get your Raleigh chopper? I didn't get a Raleigh chopper. Oh no, we weren't that posh. Good Lord, no, it was just a bicycle. And never got anything like that at all. No, in fact, I'm not even sure we had chopper bikes. Whatever it was too flash for us. How about a charity Steve Allen Christmas bauble? Oh, I think I might have something better for you. I think I might. You'll have to wait. And dun, 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 which says, I don't understand the fuss about Strictly, and certainly not the plastic music. I failed my cycling proficiency test. Thank you, Phil in Streatham. The old ones are the best. Do you know, do people still do cycling proficiency tests? I'm not even sure if they do them anymore. Do they exist? You used to get a badge, didn't you? If you'd done your cycling proficiency test, you used to go out and they would sort of test you at crossroads and learning how to stop. I was crossing the road the other day in Twickenham, and there was a cyclist who'd waited at the traffic lights, because most of them tend to totally ignore traffic lights and just sort of go across. And so somebody went past him, and the cyclist who was waiting at the traffic light said, "Not the brightest thing you've ever done, is it?" And the other cyclist turned around and gave him 2 fingers, which I thought was a little bit rude. But there again, people who jump the traffic lights. I think they should all have some sort of insurance. Makes it an awful lot safer, doesn't it, really? And Anne says, let us know if you're on. Well, we're only in October for Christmas. We haven't quite worked out Christmas yet. We've got loads of time. Also, fundraiser captain Sir Tom Moore will host a podcast encouraging people to start conversations with older people. I always talk to older people. Look at the team. Always talk to older people. I like to sort of say, all right, and they go, when they go home, they're sort of, people that they live with go, did you have a conversation today? Yes. Did he talk to you? Sort of. Talked at us. Which is roughly the same kind of thing in this business. Then there's Sven Kirby. Sven is a bachelor. They're very keen to tell you he's a bachelor. I don't know why that's got anything to do with this story. He likes nothing better than necking a few pints with his pals, Beep Beep and Norbert. What are they? They're Toulouse geese. He's had them from 5 days old, and he takes them to the pub with him. Whether they drink, I don't know. He says, my ex wasn't too keen, so when we broke up, I decided it was my chance. Now he takes them for walks and to the pub in his home city of Leeds. He puts them in goose nappies so they don't have any mishaps indoors. He says they're brilliant characters, great fun as pets, but spare him any jokes about tasty birds and things like that. Imagine having to put them in nappy, because they're very messy geese, aren't they? But I'm always told that if you've got geese, they're very good burglar deterrents, because they make so much noise. But so I quite fancy that idea of having them. I don't fancy the nappy side of it. Not so brilliant. Also, the seeds of Prince's rift were sown in childhood. This is William and Harry. Harry, who's sort of gone off the rails. I don't think William ever went off the rails, did he? We never had the sort of getting drunk William bit. We never had anything like that. He was always the one to want to settle down. And so he had a few girlfriends. Now he's got sort of a burgeoning family. But it's all right for them because they have the money to have lots of children. It wouldn't if he had another 10 children. They're not going to be running out of money anytime soon. Whereas Harry was the one who sort of, he knew he wasn't ever going to be king. So he decided that he was going to go completely the opposite way, a bit like the Princess Margaret story. Sarah says, yes, they still do cycling tests at school. You can book it as a family or as an adult individual. I did not know this. Good Lord. Cycling proficiency, now known as bikeability. My 10-year-old daughter passed hers last week, says Adam. How brilliant. Bikeability. The trouble is, I think, driving, or cycling on the roads is highly dangerous. It seriously is. I mean, there's so many lunatic drivers out there. It's really bad. We've also found another great gran. She wanted to go skydiving. And so she did. This is Patricia Baker. And she celebrated her 90th birthday. She keeps herself fit. She does 50 sit-ups a day. She's a retired factory worker wearing a red jumpsuit. Corey could get a red jumpsuit. He could wear that. I could see that. And she said she wasn't worried. Her main motivation was to raise money for a special school and a children's hospice. So she did very well. She skydived from 15,000 feet. I feel ill thinking about it. I'd love to do it, but I know that I'm afraid I would be bottoming out of it. I'd just be going, I don't think I want to do it. And they do it now so that you're sitting there, so you don't sort of go out there and scream all the way down. I think it already opens your parachute, so you're not going to have to worry about things like that. I still don't fancy it. I watched James Corden doing it, and I thought, listen, good for you. Good for you for doing it. He did it with, as you know, Tom Cruise. I couldn't do something like that. I'm rubbish at heights. And being in a plane and they open the door and then that sort of rush of air coming in and then they go, you ready? And you go, I'm not sure I could do this. Just supposing you pulled the cord and nothing happened at the back of you. Otherwise, and you look up and you go, no parachute. They'd have to hold your hand or something like that because it appears as though they're floating, doesn't it? They're not. They're whizzing through. Steve, I got an empty box for Christmas, says Jez. An empty box. When I asked what it was, my dad said, wait for it, it's an Action Man deserter. You're barred. Okay, Steve, says Matt, according to a Wall Street Journal tweet, restaurants are putting time limits on diners to squeeze in more customers. That's not going to win them any friends. Well, they do that anyway. That's absolutely quite normal in London. If you phone up one of the top restaurants, even an averagely good restaurant, and you say, I want the table, for 7:30, and they'll go, we'll need it back for 9:30. They generally give you a couple of hours. But no, that's been normal for as many years as I've been eating in London. I mean, seriously, they do. I mean, obviously not if they know you in a particular restaurant, but the majority of restaurants want the table back. They'll always go, listen, you can go to the bar and have your coffee or brandy or whatever it is. But they have to turn a table round. They're in the business of making money. And that's the problem, isn't it? That is the problem. Surgeons have warned of a tsunami of cancellations due to rising COVID-19 cases, as they call now for hospital beds to be ring-fenced for planned operations. I told you, all these people who've, gone out there, not made any sort of intent to stop themselves contracting the coronavirus, they're now going to be taking up hospital beds unnecessarily. Whereas, in fact, the majority of us are being good about it. There's just a few idiots. Just a few idiots. The Eye this morning, talking of the idiot, here he is, Trump. He claims he's beaten COVID-19. It was only a short while ago he was denying the existence of it, so we don't believe a word he says. You can't believe him. His doctor says, you better tell Mr. Trump this one, he may not be entirely out of the woods just yet. Pressure grows on the administration after the press secretary falls sick. And here's a picture of Botham making his debut in the... How does he get to be in the House of Lords? Can somebody explain that to me? He's Lord Botham of Ravensworth. He took his place in the House of Lords yesterday for the first time. And the introduction ceremony was interrupted by a technical glitch, of which Lord Fowler, the Speaker, joked that rain had stopped play. So you've got old Beefy Botham. He comes with history, doesn't he? It's very odd in the House of Lords. I still don't get that one at all. Every house powered by wind within a decade. I can believe that, can't you? Absolutely. And Cineworld plunges the silver screen into crisis. Worldwide, 45,000 jobs could go. 5,500 in this country. And they've mothballed all their British and American sites. The biggest cinema chain in the UK will close 127 Cineworld and Picture House theatres from Thursday after the latest Bond blockbuster was delayed until next year. It's not good, is it? says here as well. Meanwhile, Odeon unveiled plans to cut back opening hours at screens across Britain. And the boss of View warned that all options are on the table. Well, we've got an Odeon here. But, of course, there's no outlay, is there, really, for a cinema? You've just got seats and a screen, and you just put the film into a machine, and then you push a button, and it plays it. I mean, I suppose you've got to disinfect everything and spray. But they've got to do that in Angels, you know, the theatrical costumier. They've got a warehouse, like the size of an aircraft hangar, and they have to close it all down every so often, and then they spray the entire thing to get rid of moths and stuff like that. A race, according to The Guardian, to warn 50,000 people of the virus risks after the catastrophic IT blunder. It's like almost on a daily basis. They really don't know what's going on, do they? They really have no idea. I'm slightly worried by this. In fact, we all are sort of worried. They think 50,000 people who should have been self-isolating after a spreadsheet blunder led to coronavirus cases going unreported and accusations that ministers have put lives at risk. God, an extra 16,000 they've tacked onto the figures. Doesn't sound good, does it? Let's have a check on the news headlines for you this morning at 7:15. Wind farms. People will be talking about wind farms later on today, I should imagine. Government have said that, you know, in the not-too-distant future, every home will be powered by a wind farm. I'm not sure we can cope with something like that outside. 10 to 7. Just in case you're sort of getting 10 to 7, you'll be getting 10. It's 10 to 7. Run. Get ready quickly. Rain today. 90% chance of rain. 90% chance of rain, which is not so great. Also, the brothers at war. Diana fired their surrogate mother. And the first, what first set the brothers at war? This is Wills and Harry. And the answer is, we don't know. We're not there. I just think it's a bit ripe that they all seem to be sort of blaming Diana. She shouldn't have done the interview on the television. Well, Charles did one as well. And bearing in mind, Charles was the one who was cheating on Diana. You know, she was the innocent without realising that he was having the affair with Camilla, who he ended up marrying, but because he couldn't marry her in the first place. So Diana had to sort of put up with it. As she said on the interview, she said, you know, there were 3 of us in our relationship. It was a bit crowded. Not wrong. Also, Boris Johnson will today pledge to power every home in Britain with the offshore wind inside a decade. They think it could create 60,000 jobs. That'll be useful, isn't it? But, of course, it's not actually happened as yet. So we're a winner in the generation game. And the UK's offshore wind capacity was already the largest in the world. I know, it just looks so horrible, doesn't it? Can't they come up with something better? Be nice. Also accustomed to boxing gloves and shorts. And here she is, looking fab, Nicola Adams, equally at home in top hat and tails, as she replicated the moves of the Hollywood legend Fred Astaire. People used to pay, practically, to go and watch Fred Astaire do his takes for the film. He did them in one. He would rehearse the actual dance number at home, then go to the studio, and he would go, ready? Right, let's go for it. And he would go for the dance, and people used to pay. It's like Sinatra. You know, just Sinatra and a bottle of whiskey and all his mates, and he would sit down in the recording studio and he'd be singing the songs which would then turn into the hits. Pavements are turn off for e-scooters. The new electric scooters that automatically turn off once they mount the pavements have been approved for use in Britain. How does that work? They're going to have to start inserting stuff into pavements. They're disabled within a second of leaving a road, cycle lane or private land where the devices are legally allowed. But thanks to mapping data that's downloaded directly onto the scooter, meaning it doesn't have to use GPS. Wow. UK trials have been mired in controversy, with Coventry suspending its scheme after riders use scooter on pavements and in shopping centres. I think they're a pain in the rear end. Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. We see them, you know, whizzing up and down the road here. They're not even supposed to be on the road, most of it. If you rent it, it's got insurance. If you don't rent it, you've got no insurance. They're not supposed to be used on the roads or the pavements or anywhere. Private land, you can use them. The only ones you can use on the road are the ones that are they're rented because they've got the insurance. What have we got here? The big return to the office slams into reverse, and the Welsh threat to the English: cross the border and you face quarantine. Oh, blimey. Trump, I feel like I'm 54, but you're not. You're not. You're over 70, and you're overweight. Also, anger at the media now, and a company called Pure Gym. It's a fitness chain, and they posted details of their plan titled 12 Years of Slave. on Facebook. I mean, you couldn't make it up, could you really? The now deleted post incorrectly name-checked the Oscar-winning film 12 Years a Slave, adding slavery was hard and so is this. I mean, you seriously they can't be that stupid, can they? A Pure Gym spokesman said, Pure Gym apologises unreservedly. Oh, that'll be good. Who's the person who's been fired? Come on, must be somebody. Can't be the entire company, can it? Dreadful. Rower's Women's Book Prize accepts trans authors and made a name for herself, Rebel Wilson. She's trimmed down again. She used to be, hefty hideaway girl, and now she's thin girl. Thin girl. See, all these people who go, oh, I don't mind being fat. I don't mind being overweight. I don't mind being clinically obese. Secretly, they want to lose the weight, but there's no easy way to do it until they discover there is a way to do it. It's called little and often, and cutting out booze always helps. Cutting out the booze, very good. Steve, I've just seen that our mate, not Amy Childs, is on Celebrities Go Dating tonight, says Matthew. I should have entered. Poor old Amy. She's not going to find anybody. She's not going to find... I mean, what can you do? She doesn't have anything to talk about, really. Steve. This one says, you were the first person that made me smile and laugh during lockdown when I was very low and alone. Pfft, don't need to be alone. As long as you've got a radio and you've got batteries or a rechargeable system, you're absolutely fine. There's no reason to not be as happy as Larry as many days a week. Jackie says, Camilla was not married when she and Charles went out together. Why did she marry somebody else? Well, because she was going out with him. She was, in fact, when she and Charles went out together, she was married to Andrew Parker Bowles. She was married. You have to read this Robert Lacey book. He's another one who knows the royal family. Pictures of William, who appears to have been, a sort of a shining light. He never sort of disgraced himself by getting drunk, whereas Harry just went out and sort of just blew the budget, as they say. Two little boys scarred and adrift after Diana fired their surrogate mother. And this is the nanny, I think Barbara Barnes, with William in 1983. They don't last too long, actually, do they, nannies within the royal family? But at the end of the day, it was a bit crowded in the relationship, so she didn't have... And there was nobody to turn to for Diana. Nobody to turn to. At the moment, the ones that nobody likes in the royal family is, I think, Fergie and Andy. They're not wild about them at all. There's also, what have we got here? Celebrities, very swift to brag about their wholesome lifestyles, but Tom Hollander has broken the mould with a decidedly unrefined account of his daily routine of sleeping pills, daytime dozing, and hours on the phone. Wait a minute, apart from the pills, that sounds remarkably like my life. Not hours on the phone, but we do spend a lot of time on the telephone. Express today, Hancock. 16,000 test blunder should never have happened. Claudia's rules, this is Claudia Winkleman. Why honesty isn't the best policy. I love the hair advert she does on the television. She had somebody's written in going, oh, she's so infuriating. She says, is this my husband? I love it when she can laugh at herself. Good for her. And Rishi Sunak has warned taxes will have to rise to pay for the government's emergency coronavirus spending. Well, the good news is that Rishi Sunak is with Nick Ferrari this morning on Breakfast on LBC. That will definitely be under discussion. Also, on the brink, the city's in crisis. Manchester, highest weekly infection rate in England. In the 7 days to last Friday, nearly 3,000 new cases reported in the city. Not good, is it? Doctors hit out as Trump prepares to leave hospital. I feel better than I did 20 years ago. Don't count your chickens just yet. Do not count them just yet. Also, 13 children taken to hospital. They were eating cannabis sweets. And hurrah for Shirley Ballas, writes one columnist, who was 60 last month. She's found a chap who, to paraphrase Billy Joel, loves her just the way she is, which is good news. 4 dead after taking drugs from a killer batch. And the BBC ran up a £125,000 booze tab for staff. That must have been a lunchtime session and a half. The Ballroom Stars doing their tribute to Caroline Flack. That'll be in the best of the final show on Saturday. And a former mining town, I think it's in Bardsley, it's an area of Oldham, has seen house prices rise faster than the south. which is good news. And an old story, I did this one weeks ago. A boy walked 1,700 miles from Sicily to hug his grandmother. That's a very old story, but they've obviously just come up with it now. Cyclist sues dog owner over run-in with spaniel. And Serena Williams has issued a rallying cry for women to aim high and become bosses in the boardroom.